Chapter 2166. Flame runes flashed around his body. Each of them was mysterious, and emitted a terrifying power. On the other side, Frost King also used her bloodline. A blue snowflake appeared between her eyebrows, and the power of ice in her body became even more terrifying. Even the kings who were watching from afar were trembling, and their faces were pale. This aura was twice as strong as before. Everyone was shocked. This bloodline power was too terrifying. It could actually multiply one's attacks. It's over. That kid is dead for sure. That's right. Unless he also has bloodline power, he won't be able to fight back. What a pity. The treasure will belong to the first prince. Discussions could be heard. Obviously, these people thought that Lin Xian couldn't fight against Spirit Fire King and Frost King who had used their bloodline power. Go to hell, brat! Spirit Fire King roared and punched out. The terrifying fist tore through the void and smashed towards Lin Xian. 1. Lin Xian waved his hand, and countless hellfire gathered, forming a huge flaming door in front of him. Pun! However, in the next moment, the flaming door was smashed into pieces by the fist. Lin Xian stepped forward and used Demonic Dragon 8 parts to dodge the terrifying fist. It's useless. Stop struggling. You're not my match. Spirit Fire King's voice was cold. You have no chance of fighting back after using your bloodline power. Kid, this is the difference between us. With bloodline power, we are the favorites of heaven and earth. We are invincible. Frost King also attacked mercilessly. She was like an ice queen who wanted to suppress everything in the world. In her jade-like hand, ice formed on her body, and she waved it forward. Whoosh! 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 In an instant, cold wind blew, and the air was filled with a terrifying icy aura. In the sky, Lin Xian's sword chi was all frozen, and then fell to the ground, creating countless craters. This is the difference between us. Your attacks are completely useless against the power of our bloodline. Unless you have bloodline power, you have no right to fight against us. Spirit Fire King snorted. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. I don't have the power of a bloodline, but what I have, you don't have either. At this point, he let out an angry roar. The great dragon sword spirit in his body suddenly erupted. Then, a sharp sword wave surged from his body, connecting heaven and earth, and spread out in all directions. Lin Xian's aura also became incomparably strong in an instant. So powerful! This guy's strength had also increased. How could this be? Could it be that he had been hiding his strength before? The mighty figures in the distance were all stunned. They didn't dare to believe it. Spiritual Fire King and Frost King sensed the change in aura. Their pupils shrank as well. Stronger, the other party's aura had also become stronger. Just like them, he had become incomparably powerful, far stronger than before. But how was that possible? They had become stronger because of their bloodline power. When they unleashed their bloodline power, their battle prowess would increase exponentially. However, what right did the other party have? The other party did not possess any bloodline power, so how could his battle prowess have increased? They simply could not understand. If you can't figure it out, then go to hell and figure it out. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He swung his sword, and a terrifying flaming sword slashed down crazily. At the same time, his palm moved, and a thunderous palm slapped towards Frost King. At this moment, Lin Xian was like a god of war. He was unstoppable. Boom! 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 Spiritual Fire King and Frost King counterattacked, resisting the terrifying sword chi and thunderous palm. Then they roared, Damn brat, go to hell! The two of them were really angry. Could it be that they couldn't defeat the other party after unleashing their bloodline power? They didn't believe it, so they attacked fiercely. Their fists were extremely red. This was the terrifying bloodline power. Together with the towering flames, it was definitely terrifying. Boom! The fist was like a sun that appeared in the sky. On the other side, Frost King also struck out with her jade-like hand. Her jade-like hand contained a terrifying bloodline power. It was like the hand of the ice goddess. It was extremely terrifying. Boom! 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 Lin Xian had completely exploded. He held the sword in one hand and slashed towards Spiritual Fire King. His other hand was clenched into a fist and punched towards Frost King. Boom! The sword she slashed opened the fiery fist, and Lin Xian's fist pushed back the icy palm. When the people saw this scene, they were all stunned. Some of the older generation people even exclaimed, "Heavens, isn't his physique a little too strong? He dares to fight against an expert with bloodline power barehanded, and he's not even injured. How did he do it? I've only seen such a physique on the Golden Lion King." But the Golden Lion King was a genius of the war tribe. Where did this brat come from? These people were all crazy. The craziest ones were Spiritual Fire King and Frost King. They had unleashed their bloodline power, and were originally confident that they could crush the other party with a raise of their hands. The other party didn't expect that they couldn't suppress the other party. In fact, they were even suppressed by the other party. This drove them crazy. Damn it! Fire Spirit Divine Fist! Spiritual Fire King roared. His fists surged crazily, and like meteors, they smashed forward. Frost Seal! Between heaven and earth, the air was filled with icy aura. Then, a mysterious palm fell from the sky, holding an ancient seal, and suppressed Lin Xian. Everywhere it passed, there would be clanging sounds, and the space was completely frozen. Spiritual Fire King and Frost King were really angry. At this moment, not only did they unleash their bloodline power, but they also unleashed powerful martial skills. Kill! Lin Xian roared as well, and his killing intent soared. He held the 9 darkness demonic sword in his hand, and his entire body was filled with killing intent. With a swing of his sword, the fiery sword she gathered, and a black sword light swept across the world. Chaotic Heaven Destroyer Sword. During this period of time, Lin Xian's Chaotic Heaven Destroyer Sword had improved, and it was much stronger than before. Therefore, when he unleashed it now, the weather changed. Boom! 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 After an intense collision, Spiritual Fire King roared. He was hit by 2 sword chis, and blood gushed out. There was even a place where his bones were exposed. He couldn't believe it. The other party's sword chi was too terrifying, and it made his soul tremble. On the other side, Frost King was also hit by a sword chi. She was sent flying, and she vomited blood. Her delicate face turned incomparably pale. Lin Xian quickly unleashed the Chaotic Heaven Destroyer Sword to fight with the other 2. He didn't have any other moves, because he wanted to improve his sword skills in such an extreme battle. After all, the Chaotic Heaven Destroyer Sword was a heaven-class sword skill, and it was hard to cultivate normally. Spiritual Fire King and Frost King were rare opponents, so he didn't want to let go of this opportunity. He wanted to fight to his heart's content. Boom! Chapter 2167. The Chaotic Sky Destroyer Sword in his hand was even more powerful. Lord Tianshuang and Lord Spiritual Fire roared in anger. In the blink of an eye, another 100 moves had passed. Just then, Lord Spiritual Fire released 400 streaks of sword light. Each of them was filled with chaotic sword chi. Ah! Lord Spiritual Fire roared and waved his hands. His bloodline power exploded and turned into a sea of red fire, blocking the 400 streaks of sword light. At the same time, he retreated quickly. 1. After pushing Lord Spiritual Fire back, Lin Xian used Demonic Dragon's 8 parts and appeared in front of Lord Tianshuang. He slashed down with his demonic sword. Streaks of chaotic sword chi fell from the sky. Boom! 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 It was as if countless dragons were flying down from the sky. They broke through the void and pressed down on Lord Tianshuang. Lord Tianshuang's face changed instantly. Her delicate face became ferocious. She did not expect Lin Xian to be so fast that she could not react in time. It was impossible for her to escape now. She gritted her teeth and activated her bloodline power, preparing to fight back. Ice God's Wall. Heaven Frost King quickly formed a seal. The ice field vibrated and formed 8 blue ice walls around her. Each one was hundreds of feet tall and towered into the sky. The 8 blue ice walls shone with runes and gave off a mysterious aura. The 8 ice walls were like mysterious ice mountains. They blocked in front of Lord Tianshuang and surrounded her. After using this mystique, Lord Tianshuang heaved a sigh of relief. Then, an ice armor appeared on her body. She did not believe that Lin Xian could break through her ice god's wall. Boom! In the next moment, the terrifying demonic sword landed on the ice walls. Suddenly, the ground shook and a cold wind blew. Frost started to fall from the sky. Crack! 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 Cracks began to appear on one of the gigantic ice walls. The cracks quickly spread until the entire ice wall was completely cracked. Then, it exploded with a loud bang. No! Lord Tianshuang roared and spat out blood again. She was hurt by this attack and was sent flying. However, she waved her hand and the remaining 7 ice walls started to spin again. However, she had underestimated Lin Xian's speed. In the blink of an eye, Lin Xian had appeared beside her, so the ice wall had lost its effect. Damn it! Seeing this scene, the Spirit Fire King in the distance roared and rushed over madly. He had already healed his injuries, but he did not expect that his sister would fall into an extremely dangerous situation. Brat, if you dare to touch my sister, I'll tear you to shreds. Pun! However, just as he finished speaking, the long sword in Lin Xian's hand fell at the same time. Instantly, the attack landed on Frost King's stomach. Frost King spat out a mouthful of blood, dyeing the sky red. Her delicate body was like a shooting star, smashing down heavily. Boom! Boom! Dust rose from the great earth below, the great earth cracking apart. 4,000 li long cracks appeared, and they were still continuously extending. The pupils of the King Almighty's thousands of miles away shrank when they saw this scene, and all of them were extremely terrified. To be honest, they had never dreamed that such a scene would occur. This was because they knew how terrifying Frost King and the Spirit Fire King with their bloodline powers were. However, Lin Xian's strength had exceeded their expectations and understanding. Ah, damn brat, I'll kill you! I'll definitely kill you! The Spirit Fire King roared madly. This was because he realized that Lin Xian had sent his sister flying. He rushed over madly, his eyes red, and his body filled with killing intent. It turned into a killing sword, piercing through the surroundings. Boom! Chaotic Heaven Destroyer Sword, Demon Seal. At this moment, the sword light in Lin Xian's hand suddenly exploded. He had used the first killing move of the Chaotic Heaven Destroyer Sword. Boom! A huge sword chi descended from the sky and struck Spirit Fire King's body, sending him flying. The armor on his body shattered instantly, and a terrifying sword mark appeared in front of him, almost cutting him in half. The spiritual energy in Lin Xian's body was quickly sucked out like water. He did not expect that the Chaotic Heaven Destroyer Sword would consume so much energy. Especially this killing move, it had used up 1/3 of his spiritual energy. Whoosh! He sucked hard, and the spiritual energy in a radius of 10,000 miles quickly gathered towards him. The crowd in the distance sucked in a breath of cold air. They were shocked. Even the Almighty Kings were dumbfounded. They hadn't expected Lin Xian to be able to unleash such a powerful killing move. 5,000 miles away, the Spirit Fire King stopped and roared into the sky. His body was almost cut in half. His body was a blur, and blood flowed wildly. The mountains and rivers below were also destroyed mercilessly. Shock, fear, humiliation, anger, and all sorts of emotions revolved in the Spirit Fire King's heart, making him crazy. In the next moment, he took out a large amount of spiritual herbs from his storage ring and swallowed them. At the same time, he used his cultivation technique to temporarily suppress his injuries, and the bloodline power in his body burst out. Crazy, he had really gone crazy. No matter what price he had to pay, he would kill his opponent today. Therefore, in the next moment, fierce flames erupted from his eyes, burning fiercely. Boom! On the other side, a figure quickly flew up from the ground. It was the Frost King. She had been hit by Lin Xian earlier, and there were 3 sword holes on her body. Although she had temporarily suppressed her injuries, her hair was disheveled, and she was in a sorry state. You are the first person to force us into such a desperate situation. The Spirit Fire King gritted his teeth, and his voice was filled with killing intent. However, it is impossible for you to kill us. As he spoke, he flew closer and closer to Frost King. Seeing this, Lin Xian frowned. The powerful kings in the distance were also confused. What was going on? The Frost King and the Spirit Fire King still wanted to fight? But this should not be the case. They were both heavily injured, and it seemed like they could not even use half of their combat strength. How could they be Lin Xian's match in such a situation? After all, they could not even defeat him when they were at their peak. Now that they were heavily injured, how could they turn the tables? Why was he not running away? They could not understand. Could it be that he still had some trump cards? That's right, they still had some trump cards. Soon, these people were stunned. The Spirit Fire King and the Frost King were close to each other, and their bloodline powers were beginning to merge. Kid, I will let you see our final killing move. No one can stop our final killing move, and you are no exception. You will be killed. I will use your blood to wash away the humiliation we have suffered. The Spirit Fire King and the Frost King gritted their teeth, and their bloodline powers quickly exploded, merging in the air. Buzz! Their king domains intertwined in the air, and the power of ice and fire quickly gathered, and an even more terrifying aura exploded. Chapter 2168. Buzz! Their king domains intertwined in the sky. The power of ice and fire quickly gathered, and an even more terrifying aura burst out. What? Ice and fire fused? Their bloodline powers were actually able to fuse. In the distance, the King Realm experts were stunned. What was going on? It was impossible. Ice and fire were 2 completely opposite powers. How could they fuse together? But now, it was happening in front of them. Even Lin Xian furrowed his brows as his eyes flickered. He did not expect the other party to possess such ability. But soon after, he sneered. It seemed that even the heavens were helping him. He had the hell-fire and sea god's ice, but he could only let them coexist. He could not fuse them. But the 2 in front of him could fuse them together. They must have some secret technique. If he could get it, he might be able to increase the power of his ice and fire. In front of him, the 2's aura burst out again. Their bloodline powers had finished fusing. An ice and fire domain circled in the sky, releasing a terrifying power. Brat, take our strongest attack. Ice and fire. Spirit Fire King and Frost King roared as they attacked together. Their king domains quickly slashed out a beam of ice and fire. A mysterious power surged. It was both cold and hot. The 2 completely opposite auras merged into one. It was like a beam of divine light descending from the sky towards Lin Xian. This attack was too terrifying. Even the King Realm experts thousands of miles away knelt on the ground. They could not take it. Lin Xian's expression was grave as well. He too felt a great threat. In the next moment, he took a deep breath and slashed out the chaotic Sky Destroyer sword again. Demon Seal. It was the same killer move as before. This time, Lin Xian was even more familiar with it. Countless swords she flashed, and formed a huge net. It seemed to be able to seal the world. Boom! The 2 collided. But in the end, the chaotic Sky Destroyer sword was stronger, and sealed the beam of ice and fire. It could actually seal it. This was impossible. What kind of sword technique was he using? How could it be stronger than our combined attack? Spirit Fire King and Frost King were both stunned. They didn't dare to look at him. This was their strongest trump card, a powerful killing move formed by the fusion of their bloodlines. Even pinnacle mighty figures couldn't resist it. However, the other party actually managed to block it. What kind of swordsmanship was that? They had no chance to find out because Lin Xian had sealed the light of ice and fire. Then, he stretched out his palms and turned them into two green dragons. In an instant, Spirit Fire King and Frost King were bound and sealed. Loud and clear dragon roars were heard. Spirit Fire Emperor and Frost Emperor's faces were ashen. They did not have much energy left. There was no way he could withstand Lin Xian's attacks. However, in the next moment, they were all stunned. The reason for that was because they discovered that although they were bound, the other party did not take their lives. What was going on? The two of them couldn't understand. But in the next moment, the world spun and they fainted. With a wave of his hand, Lin Xian sealed the two of them, knocked them unconscious, and threw them into the black earth. He didn't kill them immediately because he had his own plans. These two people were still useful to him, so he kept them for now. What's going on? What about Spirit Fire King and Frost King? Could it be that they were killed? The people in the distance were shocked because Lin Xian's movements were too fast. Many of them didn't see it clearly. However, thinking about it, they were probably dead. With Lin Xian's terrifying means, the two of them would definitely be killed. In the next moment, Lin Xian turned around and looked around coldly. Then, he said in a deep voice, "What? You want to attack me too?" There was a trace of cold killing intent in his voice. Instantly, the kings who were watching the battle swallowed their saliva and felt their scalps go numb. Many of them even ran away. What a joke! Who would dare to attack him? Didn't they see that the powerful Spirit Fire King and Frost King were defeated? Making a move against him now was truly an act of seeking death. In an instant, everyone left and didn't dare to get close. However, some of them secretly called for more people. Although they couldn't defeat him, they didn't believe that he was invincible with more than 10 or 20 of them attacking together. However, these people had all left quietly, and no one dared to appear in front of Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted and left in a flash. However, the news of this battle spread like wildfire. Those princes who weren't here heard about it, and all of them gasped. They didn't even believe it. They knew how powerful Spirit Fire King and Frost King were. How could they be defeated? However, as more and more people spread the news, they had no choice but to believe it. Damn it! When the first prince heard about it, he was furious. He roared in anger. He didn't expect that his two elite subordinates couldn't defeat Lin Xian even when they worked together. It was really unexpected. Damn it! Where was the Golden Lion King? He told him about Lin Xian and asked the Golden Lion King to kill him. On the other side, the third prince, the eighth prince, and the others had all heard about it. The eighth prince was naturally happy. He then led his men to the location of the battle. The third prince's face was gloomy. Even Spirit Fire King and Frost King had been defeated. The Dark King that he sent must have been killed. Damn brat, looks like I have to do it myself. The third prince also decided to lead a large group of people to kill Lin Xian. He didn't believe that Lin Xian could fight against his entire team. However, when they arrived, they found that Lin Xian had already left. This made them go crazy. However, the third prince believed that Lin Xian couldn't have escaped far. Therefore, they started a crazy search in the surrounding 100,000 miles. The Golden Lion King also arrived. He descended like a god of war. He then looked at the battlefield and snorted. "Brat, you can't escape." He then flew into the sky and disappeared again. However, Lin Xian had already left. He found a mountain range and hid. Then, he entered the Black Earth. In front of the third prince were two powerhouses who were tied up. Lin Xian sneered and walked over. Spirit Fire King and Frost King had already woken up. When they saw Lin Xian walking towards them, they screamed. "Damn brat, let us go! You dare to touch us? You're dead. You still dare to threaten me?" Lin Xian sneered. "Looks like you don't understand your situation." He looked at the two of them, his eyes shining with a terrifying light. "What do you want?" The two of them felt their hair stand on end. "What do I want?" Lin Xian sneered. "You came to kill me. What do you think I want? Naturally, I'll kill you." Chapter 2169. Why? Of course, I'm going to kill you. Also, let me tell you something. I'm very interested in your fusion of ice and fire. What? Hearing this, the two's pupils shrank. Damn brat, you dare to target us? They were furious. Previously, they wanted to kill Lin Xian and steal Lin Xian's energy. They did not expect that not only did they fail, but they also became prey. How ironic! Dream on, we won't tell you! Frost King snorted. I don't need you to tell me, I'll get it myself. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a golden light. Your eyes! When Spirit Fire King and Frost King saw this scene, their eyes were filled with fear. Ah! In the next moment, they screamed and their eyes became blurry. The golden light in Lin Xian's eyes became brighter and brighter. 2 hours later, he retracted his gaze. Plop! The two in front of him fell down. So that's how it is. Lin Xian understood. He waved his hand and hellfire appeared, burning the two to ashes. In the following time, he began to study the fusion of ice and fire. On this day, Lin Xian opened his eyes. He waved his hand and a strange energy appeared in his hand. Lin Xian was delighted. He looked at the ball of fire and ice in his hand and smiled. Ever since he was strengthened by hellfire and ice, he could not fuse his heart. But now, it seemed that he had succeeded again. The energy after the fusion of ice and fire had multiplied. It had completely surpassed the power of hellfire and sea god's ice. Brat, the 8th prince's men are here. At this moment, He too reminded him. The 8th prince had finally found his way here. Lin Xian raised his head. He was not surprised that the 8th prince could find him, because he still had 3 trump jade tokens in his possession. They could form a weak connection with the 8th prince. He thought that the 8th prince would find him sooner or later. Moreover, he had not moved for the past 3 days. Little Lin, be careful. I wonder what the 8th prince's attitude is. At the side, the dark red divine dragon reminded him. According to my deduction, the 8th prince is not a person who is greedy for treasures. His main goal should be to become the crown prince. Therefore, I guess that he wouldn't do anything to me. Instead, he would protect me. Lin Xian's guess was correct. When he left the Black Earth and went outside to meet up with the 8th prince and the others, Lin Xian was shocked. The 8th prince was overjoyed. Then, he quickly expressed his intentions. He decided to protect Lin Xian with all his might. Lin Xian laughed when he heard that. Don't worry, 8th prince, with me here, you will definitely become the crown prince. Brother Lin, do you have any good plans? The 8th prince asked. He had also heard of Lin Xian's battle achievements. This was definitely a formidable battle strength. With Lin Xian's support, the position of crown prince was just around the corner. The mighty figures around the 8th prince, including Taoist Long and Lord of the Underworld, were all looking at Lin Xian with a strange expression. They were nervous. To be honest, although Lin Xian was powerful when he first came in, he was still lacking compared to the elite mighty figures. At that time, they did not take a young junior seriously. But now, in less than a month, which was more than 20 days, Lin Xian's cultivation had soared. He had far surpassed them. This made them very emotional. They also knew that a peerless genius like Lin Xian was definitely rare. Perhaps, only someone like the Golden Lion King could be compared to him. Moreover, there were historical records of such a freak in ancient times. In ancient times, there was someone who became a saint at the age of 30 and became an unparalleled saint. There was someone who created a supreme sword technique in his 20s. There was an even more heaven-defying legend. There was someone who established a sect at the age of 18 and his strength was boundless. Time was not a limit for the peerless geniuses. Those peerless geniuses were often able to stand out when they were young and reach heights that ordinary people could not reach in their lifetime. There was no doubt that Lin Xian was also such a freak. Lin Xian naturally did not know what these people were thinking. After hearing the 8th prince's words, he thought for a while and said, I have decided to take action against the 3rd prince. Take action against the 3rd prince. Hearing this, the eighth prince was stunned. The mighty figures behind him were also shocked. If they were in Lin Xian's shoes, they would probably take the safer approach to protect themselves. However, Lin Xian wanted to take the initiative to attack the other princes. Moreover, Lin Xian chose one of the three strongest princes. I have two reasons, Lin Xian explained. First, it is my own reason. The third prince has tried to kill me many times and even spread the news to make everyone my enemy. Since he is trying to get rid of me, it is impossible for me not to be angry and not take action against him. Moreover, in the battle for the position of crown prince, your main opponents are the third prince and the first prince. The other princes are not a threat to you. As for the first prince and the third prince, the first prince is the strongest. Therefore, if you want the position of crown prince, you have to take action against the third prince. Only by taking care of the third prince will you be qualified to challenge the first prince. Yes, that is what I am thinking. The eighth prince closed the folding fan in his hand and nodded slightly. Then, I will take action against the third prince. I think you should know that all of us princes have trump cards that can save our lives. In other words, when our lives are threatened, we will be automatically teleported out. Although we will not be killed in the end, we will lose the battle for the position of crown prince. Therefore, when you attack, do your best to attack the third prince. As long as he is eliminated, we will win. Of course, they will also attack me crazily. So, you must be very careful, the eighth prince said in a deep voice. Next, Doist Long and the other mighty figures began to analyze the battle. Who would defend, who would attack, and who would sneak attack? These were all things that needed to be discussed. At the very least, they could not act like headless flies. Needless to say, the main attacker was Lin Xian, together with the other powerful mighty figures. These mighty figures either had extremely violent attributes such as lightning and fire, or had powerful attacks such as swordsmen and sabermen. The main defender was represented by Daoist Long. The rest of the mighty figures had ice, earth, water, and other defensive attributes. In other words, they had supreme defensive artifacts. They wanted to protect the eighth prince as much as possible. The sneak attack was mainly done by the Lord of the Underworld. This kind of assassination, dark, and speed-type mighty figures were listed as the main force of the sneak attack. In addition, there were also formations, soul attacks, and demonic beasts. Since they had discussed the grouping, they decided to take action. However, these people did not plan to take the initiative to look for them. They decided to use Lin Xian to lure out the third prince and the others. They would wait at ease. Lin Xian naturally agreed to this suggestion. After they had set up the formation, Lin Xian went out. He came to the outside world to attract everyone's attention. Chapter 2170. After they finished setting up the formation, Lin Xian made his move. He came to the outside world to attract everyone's attention, especially the third prince's men. Boom! As soon as Lin Xian came out, he raised his hand and tore apart dozens of mountains and a few rivers. He even sent 3 almighties flying. His appearance naturally attracted the attention of others. Damn it, it's that kid. He's here again. Quickly report to the third prince. We can't let him escape again. Many figures flashed quickly. They didn't make a move immediately. Instead, they called for reinforcements. After knowing Lin Xian's combat strength, no one dared to fight with Lin Xian alone. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Lin Xian floated in the sky and formed an ice bow in his hands. One after another, frost arrows shot out and exploded in all directions. Instantly, the kings who wanted to escape to deliver the message were all destroyed. Only one person was left. That person was the third prince's man. That person escaped quickly like a shooting star. He even used a secret technique to cover his body with blood to increase his speed. The third prince. A bloody light descended from the sky and rushed into a valley. The third prince and his men were in the valley. At this moment, they were resting and adjusting to their peak condition. However, the voice in the sky woke them up. In the next moment, the third prince and the dozen almighties around him opened their eyes. What's going on? The third prince stood up and asked in a deep voice. The bloody lightning rushed into the valley and turned into an almighty. He quickly said, "Third prince, that kid Lin Xian has appeared. He's killing people everywhere. He's here! That's great!" The third prince was overjoyed. The other almighties also stood up. "Let's go!" The third prince waved his hand and the almighties all rose into the sky and flew into the distance. On the other side, Lin Xian floated in the sky and created some huge commotion from time to time. Soon, he squinted his eyes because he realized that there were more than 10 rays of light in the distance. They were like rainbows that were rushing toward him. "They're here!" The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up into a smile. Naturally, he could clearly see the figures in front of him. It was the third prince's team. Therefore, in the next moment, his figure flashed, and he flew into the distance. Behind him, the third prince and the others roared madly when they saw this scene. "Stop him quickly, don't let him escape!" 1. At this moment, a grand cultivator in a green robe raised his hand and threw out 9 green flags. They covered the sky and locked onto an area. Boom! Lin Xian was also sealed in that space. Boom! However, in the next moment, the space shattered, and the 9 green flags flew out. Lin Xian's figure flickered again, leaving that place. Behind them, the third prince and the others were chasing after them. They would definitely not miss such a good opportunity. Moreover, the distance between the two sides was getting closer and closer. 1. Among them, 3 mighty figures who were proficient in speed burst forth instantly. They tore through the void and appeared in front of Lin Xian in an instant, blocking his path. The third prince and the other mighty figures behind him also caught up and cut off his escape route. In an instant, they surrounded Lin Xian. "Let's see where you can run to!" those mighty figures sneered. The third prince also walked out. "Hand over the rare treasure obediently, and I'll give you a quick death. Otherwise, I'll let you know what it's like to beg for death." Humph! Lin Xian turned around. There was no fear on his face. Instead, there was a cold smile on his face. "I've finally lured you guys out." "What do you mean?" Hearing this, the third prince frowned. The other mighty figures' expressions also changed. Could it be a trap? Boom! As soon as that thought came to their minds, countless rays of light suddenly lit up in all directions, forming a formation that enveloped all of them. Then, more than 10 figures flew over from the mountain range in the distance. They arrived in the void and looked ahead, laughing loudly. "Eighth brother, it's you guys." The third prince looked around with a gloomy face. That's right, those people were the 8th prince and the others. Lin Xian had lured them into the trap and then stopped, resulting in the previous scene. "That's right, third brother, it's me. It's time to put an end to this," the 8th prince said in a deep voice. You want to fight with me? You're still not good enough," the third prince snorted. Although the 8th prince's strength was on par with his, and they were both first-tier princes, he was confident that he could defeat the 8th prince and the others. His biggest target should be the first prince. "Eighth brother, take your men and get lost. Otherwise, I'll eliminate you early." "I should be the one saying that to you." The 8th prince's expression gradually became serious. "I'll eliminate you today. After I'm done with you, I'll deal with my boss." "Who do you think you are? How dare you eliminate me?" The third prince sneered in disdain. "Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." A terrifying aura surged from the third prince's body. Then, a dragon-shaped shadow wrapped around his body. The mighty figures around him also exuded a powerful aura. In the grand imperial hall, the royal family elders exclaimed when they saw this scene. Is the final battle finally about to begin? It's about time. There are only 7 or 8 days left. It's about time to clean up. However, they had always started from the weakest princes. This time, the 2 first-tier princes were going to fight with each other. This shocked them because the 3 princes who had the highest chance of becoming the crown prince were the first prince, the third prince, and the 8th prince. Now that the 2 of them are fighting, who wins and who loses will have a great impact on the future. Who do you think will win this battle? I think it'll be the eighth prince. He didn't suffer much damage. Moreover, Lin Xian obtained a rare treasure. I'm afraid that the eighth prince's strength will increase greatly. That was to be expected, as the third prince had suffered some damage in the Dark Canyon previously. However, I don't think so. I'm optimistic about the third prince. Although the third prince suffered some damage, the others obtained a lot of rare treasures. During this period, their overall strength has increased by leaps and bounds. Everyone discussed animatedly, each with different opinions. Everyone's analysis was reasonable. However, they didn't know what the final result would be. They could only watch patiently. Lin Xian, we finally meet again. At this moment, the first blade stood out. He exuded a terrifying saber intent. Why? You want to fight with me? Lin Xian looked at him. That's right. I've explored 5 or 6 ruins and my strength has increased greatly. I'm much stronger than before. This time, I won't lose to you. However, Lin Xian looked at him and shook his head. You're no match for me. Hearing this, the first blade snorted. I admit that you obtained a rare treasure. However, I don't believe that you can fully use it now. Chapter 2171. 7 Demon Saber. Kill. As soon as the battle started, he used his strongest killing move with his first strike. It seemed like he wanted to defeat Lin Xian and prove his strength. A huge saber light appeared between heaven and earth. It was as if the heavens had arrived, causing the hearts of the surrounding almighties to tremble. The first saber's strength had increased by so much. It was terrifying. The almighties on the eighth prince's side were shocked because they realized that the first saber's strength had indeed increased greatly. It was a world of difference compared to when he first entered. They thought that the other party must have had an unimaginable encounter during this period of time. However, Lin Xian shook his head slightly. Since the other party had made a move, he would show the other party his growth during this period of time. He stretched out his hands. A ball of icy aura surged rapidly on his left hand, and a black flame danced on his right hand. Then, he formed a seal with his palms and slowly put his hands together. Buzz! Hell's Ice Lotus. The blue ice and black flame merged and turned into a blue and black lotus. It spun rapidly in Lin Xian's hand and emitted a monstrous destructive aura. Everyone's expression changed when they felt this aura. What kind of power was this? It was too terrifying. The almighties on the eighth prince's side were shocked, and the third prince's pupils constricted. Damn it, this kid's strength is too terrifying. The first saber also looked serious because the aura of the Hell's Black Lotus was too terrifying. Even his body was trembling slightly. However, in the next moment, he clenched a long saber in his hand and slashed down. Buzz! The huge saber's shadow swooped down and turned into a galaxy that slashed toward Lin Xian. Go! Lin Xian waved his left hand, and the Hell's Ice Lotus floated out quickly. Wherever it passed, the void was destroyed mercilessly. Boom! There was a shocking collision, and then the energy between heaven and earth exploded. The peerless saber's shadow was instantly shattered and burned, scattering in all directions. As for the black fire lotus, it collided with the body of the first blade and blasted it back. Puff! The first saber spat out a mouthful of blood, and more than half of the armor on his body was shattered. He had lost. He had actually lost. And he had lost in one move. He had lost even faster than before. Could it be that the gap between the two of them had not shrunk, but had instead widened? The first blade could not believe it. He could not accept this reality. Just as he was about to move, the chi and blood in his body began to churn violently, causing him to spit out another mouthful of blood. The third prince and the grand cultivators around him all became serious. This was because they realized that the other party's strength was too strong. He had definitely surpassed the elite almighties. Kill! Kill them all! The third prince roared. Boom! Boom! The surrounding kings quickly counterattacked, and their auras surged out. Many people charged towards Lin Xian, and even more people charged towards the eighth prince. When the eighth prince saw this scene, he waved his hand. Taoist Long unleashed his king's domain and covered the eighth prince. Following this, a few higher beings surrounded the eighth prince to protect him. The underworld king led a group of people and charged over. A great battle erupted, shaking heaven and earth. Everything within a range of 10,000 li was instantly destroyed. Terrifying energy surged into the sky like a volcanic eruption, causing the ground to collapse rapidly. The terrifying killing intent was like a tidal wave that swept out in all directions, causing the surrounding mountains to collapse. Under this wave of energy, nothing could be preserved. Buzz! 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 Numerous sovereign domains swept out in all directions, tearing the sky apart. The terrifying light connected with the stars in the sky. This scene was extremely terrifying. Boom! Lin Xian held the demonic sword in his hand and swung it rapidly, instantly sending a grand cultivator flying. Blood splattered everywhere, and that person crashed onto the ground like a meteor. Boom! Then, he threw a punch with the back of his hand. Hell's Ice Lotus appeared on his terrifying fist, and it directly smashed a king who ambushed him from behind. Blood splattered everywhere. Lin Xian fought in the air like a god of war. The third prince's people felt their scalps go numb as they looked at Lin Xian in horror. On the other side, the underworld king and the others also attacked. In the sky, a huge purplish-black ball of light appeared, covering a radius of 1,000 li, forming a terrifying pressure. The other grand cultivators also attacked, causing the world to explode. This battle was too terrifying. Even the elders of the royal family in the Grand Imperial Hall were nervous. Boom! However, the third prince was definitely one of the top princes, and the grand cultivators under him were also extremely terrifying. Therefore, not long after the battle, the eighth prince's side also suffered a blow. Many people were injured, and 1 or 2 were killed. It could be said that the battle was extremely tragic. Kill! The eighth prince roared, and the Tao of Dragon aura on his body quickly surged out. In the distance, Lin Xian and the others felt a pure energy surrounding them. This was the Tao of Dragon aura, which could be used to increase the power of other kings. Now, the eighth prince was using it to provide energy for Lin Xian and the others. As expected, under the Tao of Dragon aura, these kings were all excited. You're not the only one who has the Tao of Dragon aura. I have it too! The third prince also shouted coldly, and the dragon-shaped shadow on his body roared rapidly. The kings around him also received the power of the Tao of Dragon aura. Boom! Both sides fought again, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. This was a terrifying battle, and the terrifying power caused the entire ground to collapse. The void shattered, and there was nothing that could stop it. The third prince's side went crazy, and those elite almighties all activated their domains, enveloping the surroundings. Lu Fei, Duan Qingqing, and the other young geniuses were pale. This crazy battle was a difficult test for them. Fortunately, they had obtained some opportunities before, and their strength had increased greatly. Therefore, they were able to narrowly avoid those killer moves. The eighth prince's side also fought back with all their might. The lord of the underworld roared, and the pair of purple wings on his back were like heavenly blades, slicing one of the third prince's almighties in half. Fresh blood splattered like a sea of blood, circling the sky. The king of darkness was finally enraged. The dark aura on his body swept through heaven and earth, and the surroundings were pitch black as if they had come to the underworld. Boom! At this moment, 18 large flags suddenly appeared in the void, locking down the space, and completely trapping Lin Xian. 5 almighties instantly appeared, and their 5 king domains overlapped as they charged toward Lin Xian crazily. This was because they could see that the greatest threat here was not the older generation or the elite almighties, but this young man in his 20s. The other party's combat strength was too strong, and he would often severely injure them in just a few moves. This was too great a threat to them, and they had to get rid of him. Go to hell, brat! The 5 king domains flickered in the sky, and then they enveloped Lin Xian. Buzz! Lin Xian used the demigods and semidevils, and instantly tore through the void and dodged to the side. It's useless, you can't break my 18 flags. Chapter 2172. Boom! As soon as he said that, he was stunned. It was broken! How was that possible? He was too shocked because a black hole the size of a house had appeared in the sealed space formed by the 18 flags that he was so proud of. Lin Xian retreated 1,000 miles away. Boom! 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 In an instant, the 5 king domains shattered the void. How was that possible? How did that kid escape from my spatial seal? He did not dare to imagine. Boom! In the next moment, Lin Xian made his move again. He charged toward the old man in green robes. He realized that the old man in green robes was too much of a threat. The spatial seal was especially troublesome for him. If it was someone else, it would be difficult for them to escape. Therefore, he decided to deal with the old man first before turning around to kill the third prince. Whoosh! Lin Xian was like a giant dragon as he flew toward the old man in green robes. You're courting death. Get lost! The old man in green robes roared and slammed his palm down. The void within 1,000 miles was shattered as a terrifying palm descended from the sky. Buzz! The moment the Chaos Sword art was unleashed, it was as if it was a comet that lit up the entire sky. The terrifying sword light tore apart the huge palm and slashed toward the old man in green robes. Whoosh! The old man in green robes retreated like lightning and dodged in the void. At the same time, the 18 flags surrounded him and formed a king domain. Seal! The old man in green robes waved the 18 flags and activated the sealing power to seal the void where Lin Xian was. However, it was useless. Lin Xian was like a sword god. His body emitted a dazzling sword light as streaks of chaotic sword chi surged out from his hand. In an instant, the sealed void was shattered. Fire gods roar! In the sky, a huge flaming sword slashed down and sent the 18 flags flying. 5 of them were burned to ashes. Damn it! The old man in green robes looked pained. His opponent's flames were too terrifying and could burn his Dharma treasures. In the next moment, the remaining green flags surrounded him, and he spat out a pagoda from his mouth. Suddenly, the pagoda rapidly enlarged and spun, forming a terrifying power. The sky was filled with green light, and the void was shattered. Large black craters appeared one after another. These rays of light shot towards Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian directly pierced through the void and appeared in another location. Azure Sky Pagoda! Many officials on the 8th Prince's side exclaimed in surprise. Among them, Taoist Long loudly reminded them to be careful and not be swept by the cyan light. Lin Xian furrowed his brows as well. The green pagoda gave him a sense of great danger. The green light seemed to be able to melt everything. It had a strong corrosive effect. That was how the black holes in the sky were formed. Fortunately, he had extreme speed and was able to dodge it. Otherwise, if he was hit by the green light, he would have been injured. Thinking of this, the Hellfire and Sea God's ice rushed out from his hands and merged in front of him to form the Hell's Ice Lotus. Go! Lin Xian waved his hand, and then the Hell's Ice Lotus spun and flew upwards. It immediately collided with the green pagoda and exploded. The green pagoda exploded, and countless cracks appeared on it. Even 2 floors of the pagoda were directly blown to pieces. No! Damn it! The mighty figure in green spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood with a ferocious expression. He did not expect his opponent to be able to shatter his Dharma treasure. In the next moment, he activated the remaining green pagoda and quickly charged towards Lin Xian. Humph! Lin Xian used the chaotic Heaven Destroyer sword, and a shocking sword chi exploded. After a great battle, the green pagoda was cut in half, and the remaining sword chi shattered another 3 green flags. The mighty figure in green was in a sorry state. He was injured all over and quickly escaped. He did not escape far away. Instead, he returned to the 3rd Prince's side because the 3rd Prince's aura of the Tao of Dragon could quickly heal his injuries. Kill! With a roar, Lin Xian charged towards the third prince. As long as he killed the third prince and eliminated him, he would win. The remaining mighty figures had nothing to do with them. Lin Xian led his men and charged towards the third prince. Several elite mighty figures followed behind him, and their bodies were filled with killing intent. Courting death. Get lost! Seeing that Lin Xian had finally attacked the third prince, a mighty figure in purple robes beside the third prince roared. His voice was like the roar of flames, and it turned into a huge fire snake that swooped down. The fire snake was formed from purple flames, and it burned fiercely with a monstrous heat wave. It was a type of spiritual fire of heaven and earth, and it was extremely terrifying. At this moment, it was even more terrifying in the hands of this mighty figure. Lin Xian raised his hand and shot out an ice phoenix. The huge blue figure covered the sky and crashed into the fire snake. The almighties behind him also spat out attacks that landed on the huge purple flames. Boom! 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 After being hit by so many experts, the purple flame snake was instantly torn apart. However, at this moment, the ground around Lin Xian rumbled. Rocks, walls, and mountains appeared around them. A bare-chested burly man stood in front of the third prince, and he kept clapping his hands. He emitted a heavy aura that suppressed the 9 heavens. Earth-type king! The other party formed a cage and sealed them. For a moment, Lin Xian and the 3 mighty figures behind him were completely sealed in this special space. Myriad Forms Domain. This was the other party's domain. It was like a vast world with huge walls everywhere. Bang! 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 Beside Lin Xian, a few mighty figures attacked and shattered the thick walls with their palms. They wanted to break out. However, it was useless. Every time one collapsed, more would appear, blotting out the sky and covering the sun. There was no end to this. No, if this continues, we will be trapped here until we die. The 3 mighty figures stopped attacking. Their eyes flickered as they tried to find an opening. Indeed, such futile attacks were useless. They had to find an opening. Lin Xian stood in front, his clothes fluttering in the wind. Occasionally, a golden light would flash in his eyes. Outside, the sky was gray. Lin Xian and the others were enveloped by a strange domain. The Earth-type king sneered. It's useless. You can't break my myriad forms domain. Then, he turned around and said to the mighty figures around him, Hurry up and attack. Use your king domains to kill them. The mighty figures all activated their king domains, wanting to kill Lin Xian and the others who were trapped inside. However, at this moment, there was a shocking explosion in front of them. Then, a huge crack appeared in the myriad forms domain. Lin Xian and the others rushed out like shooting stars. Damn it, this is impossible. How did he break my myriad forms domain? The Earth-type mighty figure spat out a mouthful of blood. He was extremely shocked. He was very confident in his myriad forms domain. No matter how strong the other party was, they wouldn't be able to break it in a short time. By the time the other party was about to break it, their domains would have overlapped, and they would have killed the other party. Chapter 2173. Wild Thunder Eagle. As soon as he appeared, Lin Xian raised his hand and shot out a bolt of lightning. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning streaked across the sky. Its speed was extremely fast as it charged towards Tianfang. Protect the third prince. Seeing this scene, the surrounding mighty figures roared crazily. The earth element mighty figure even clapped his hands. Earthen walls appeared in front of them one after another. The earth walls were extremely thick and exuded a desolate aura as if they had traveled through time and space. In an instant, more than 10 layers of defense appeared around the third prince. However, the wild thunder eagle was too violent. It was like a heavenly blade that instantly shattered 5 layers of defense. However, the wild thunder eagle exhausted its energy at the 9th layer of defense and turned into countless bolts of lightning that scattered in all directions. Seeing this scene, the third prince and the others heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the other party was not heaven-defying enough to break through all the defenses. This was indeed good news for them. Lin Xian's eyes flickered because this was not his strongest attack. It was already very good that it could achieve such an effect. At this moment, a cry of surprise came from afar. It turned out that the third prince's men had also gone to kill the eighth prince. They quickly shattered a few layers of defense and arrived near the eighth prince. Fortunately, Taoist Master Long and the other elite mighty figures were very powerful and blocked this wave of attacks. Both sides had a tacit understanding. They were both going to assassinate the prince directly. Whoever succeeded first would win. Boom! Lin Xian made his move. He waved the demonic sword in his hand and pressed forward like a mountain. At the same time, the Lord of the Underworld also led his men to sneak attack from behind. The terrifying giant sword slashed down and split the void. On the other side, a huge purple ball of light appeared. Boom! In front of him, the earth element mighty figure struck out with both palms. His palms turned into two mountains and met the attack. The two collided and made a deafening sound. Boom! The earth element mighty figure was sent flying and spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Although his defense was strong, Lin Xian's attack was even more terrifying. He suffered internal injuries with one strike. With a wave of his hand, Lin Xian attacked again. The long sword in his hand slashed down quickly, and streaks of sword light pressed down like mountains. Bang! Bang! The Earth-type powerhouse was sent flying, coughing up large mouthfuls of blood. He was seriously injured. Lin Xian swung his long sword and performed the chaotic heaven destroyer sword. Terrifying chaotic sword she slashed at the other almighties. The sword light was like a ferocious dragon, and was extremely violent. The surrounding powerful beings all dodged. Boom! A Linglong treasure pagoda descended from the sky and enveloped all of them, forming a powerful defense. Boom! A bronze cauldron appeared once again, forming a second layer of defense. The incomparably terrifying ice walls transformed into numerous ice dragons that coiled around the surroundings. 9 purple shields emitted the aura of thunder as they floated around the third prince. The third prince had formed an impenetrable defense around him, which was impossible to penetrate. However, the Primal Chaos Heaven Destroyer sword technique was a heaven-class technique, and its power was beyond imagination. With Lin Xian's great dragon sword spirit, the combination of the two could be said to be earth-shattering. Boom! The 9 purple shields instantly broke into 2 halves and fell from the sky. The blue ice dragon let out a wail as its body was pierced by countless sword chi. What? How could he be so strong? Seeing the other party break through 2 layers of defense in an instant, these people were about to go crazy. They could not believe it at all. However, Lin Xian's attack was still ongoing. The Hell's Ice Lotus flew out and blasted the bronze cauldron away. Lin Xian strode over. The surrounding energy shockwaves could not cause any harm to him. His current physique was definitely incomparably strong. Buzz! Another primal chaos sword light directly sent the last Linglong treasure pagoda flying. Then, Lin Xian charged towards the third prince. Seeing that all the defenses were destroyed, the surrounding powerful beings roared in anger. They attacked and counterattacked quickly. The sky was filled with terrifying energy, and a terrifying domain enveloped Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian executed the demigods and semi-devils and dodged the attacks with extreme speed, easily dodging the attacks. He appeared on the other side. At this moment, the Lord of the Netherworld had arrived. A huge purple ball of light crushed the surroundings, causing the King Realm powerful beings to resist crazily again. Demon Seal! Lin Xian seized the opportunity and used the killer move of the Primal Chaos Heaven Destroyer sword to attack the third prince. Oh no! The surrounding powerful beings roared in anger and wanted to counterattack. However, it was too late. The third prince's pupils constricted as he felt a deadly threat. Buzz! In the next moment, he opened his mouth and spat out the Flood Dragon scissors, which instantly turned into 2 flood dragons. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they collided with the demon seal. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The third prince was pushed back, but he managed to block the demon seal's sword technique. Although he blocked it, the third prince's face was gloomy. This was because it was too dangerous for him. He had never thought that he would have to block it himself. If there were a few more attacks like this, he would not be able to block it. Thinking of this, his eyes turned gloomy as he looked into the distance. Over there, the eighth prince was also waiting and mingling. At this moment, the eighth prince was also in great danger. Therefore, he also took out his ecliptic treasure. The eighth prince's ecliptic treasure was a golden divine sword. At this moment, it was swaying in the wind as if a golden dragon was circling around him, emitting a terrifying power. Whoosh! At this moment, the third prince's pupils constricted as his body suddenly moved to the side. The place where he was originally standing was directly smashed into pieces. The Lord of the Underworld appeared and sneered before disappearing again. "Damn it! Form a formation and seal them!" The third prince roared as the dragon energy in his body surged out and poured into the bodies of the 5 kings around him. Then, a mysterious formation appeared. The 7 Stars Formation. They did not expect the third prince to even use this formation. It seemed that he was really desperate. In the Grand Imperial Hall, everyone was discussing. They also realized that the third prince's situation was very bad. That was because Lin Xian's attacks were too powerful and could threaten the third prince's life at any time. As expected, Lin Xian attacked again. He was like a god of war. A casual attack could tear the sky apart, even though his opponent had formed a formation. However, as a formation master, Lin Xian specialized in attacking the flaws and weaknesses of the formation, causing it to be unable to sustain. Damn it, how did he know the flaws of the formation? The third prince was so angry that he flew into a rage. Zixin, hurry up and do it! The third prince shouted. Next to him, a middle-aged woman stood out. The middle-aged woman was dressed in purple and had a beautiful face. When she heard the third prince's words, she took out a purple gourd. She shook it gently. Suddenly, a cloud of purple mist floated out and transformed into a terrifying beast in the air. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In an instant, 6 demonic beasts appeared in the void. They were not ordinary beasts but terrifying monster kings. Each of them was hundreds of feet long and occupied the void. They emitted a monstrous aura. As soon as the 6 monster kings appeared, they directly shattered the void within a radius of 10,000 miles. Chapter 2174. Go! The purple-clothed woman's black hair fluttered behind her as her eyes flickered. She controlled the 6 monster kings and quickly charged over. Brother Lin, don't worry. We have a beast tamer on our side. The 8th prince shouted and wanted to send out his beast tamer. However, Lin Xian said, "There's no need. Let the beast tamer protect you. I'll deal with these 6 monster kings." At this point, the sharp aura in his eyes erupted again, and a monstrous sword light swept through the world. Hearing this, the surrounding king realm experts were shocked. The purple-clothed woman sneered. "You want to fight against all of my monster kings alone? You're overestimating yourself." She was an extremely terrifying beast tamer. The monster kings under her command were not ordinary. Each of them was abnormally ferocious, far surpassing king realm experts of the same level. Now that 6 monster kings had appeared together, it was definitely terrifying. Therefore, in the next moment, she attacked. With a wave of her hand, the fiery red bird quickly rushed out. This was a flaming eagle. It was extremely terrifying. As soon as it appeared, it spread its wings like a sea of red fire surging from the sky. That terrifying heat wave swept in all directions. Boom! The flaming eagle opened its mouth and spat out a huge fireball that rolled toward Lin Xian. Lin Xian stood in the void like a god, his body releasing terrifying sword intent. Behind him, the dragon sword domain appeared. Lin Xian activated the great dragon sword soul and charged forward. Boom! Countless sword chi intertwined, and a black phoenix flew out of the dragon sword domain. It spread its wings and covered the 9 heavens. This phoenix was formed by hellfire and sword chi. Under the effect of the great dragon sword soul, It was as if a real divine beast had possessed it. As soon as it appeared, it let out a long cry and shattered the 9 heavens as it charged forward. Could it be that this kid was also a beast tamer? When everyone saw this scene, they were extremely shocked. They thought that this was a real phoenix. But soon, they shook their heads. Impossible, how could there be a real phoenix in the world? This was this kid's divine ability. Heavens, how could this kid have such a terrifying divine ability? They were too shocked. Little did they know that the great dragon sword spirit's offensive saint technique could simulate everything. At this moment, it was displayed by Lin Xian. It was truly terrifying. The 2 giant beasts fought in the sky. Soon, the flaming eagle let out a wail as its body was pierced through by the other's claw. A terrifying bloody mist appeared. After another 5 moves, the flaming eagle's body was split into 2 halves from the middle. The black phoenix let out a long cry and flapped its wings in the sky. So powerful! While the 3rd prince was astonished, the violet-clothed woman's face darkened. Her opponent had killed one of her demonic kings with a raise of his hand. This made her feel incomparably pained and driven her mad. In the next moment, she urged the 5 demon kings to attack the black phoenix together. Boom! Boom! The void trembled and quickly shattered. The black phoenix was being attacked by the 5 monster kings and was in imminent danger. Seeing this, the people on the 3rd prince's side laughed. They did not believe that the other party could still unleash such a terrifying attack. The 8th prince's expression was solemn, but Lin Xian sneered disdainfully. Comparing numbers? You're really courting death. Lin Xian stood in the dragon's sword domain and roared into the sky. His body erupted with resplendent light. Everyone was stunned. In the dragon sword domain, thousands of sword chis intertwined rapidly. A terrifying phantom of a demonic beast flew out from within. Phoenix, Qilin, True Dragon, 9-headed lion, Hell Demon Elephant. Peerless Serpent, 3-headed Hellhound. Terrifying figures appeared in the sky. They crushed the 9 heavens and shattered the galaxy. It was as if real primordial demonic beasts had awakened. The terrifying aura made everyone tremble. Damn it, how could it be? How could he have such means? The 3rd prince's side was going crazy. The violet-clothed woman's body was trembling. Her face was extremely pale without a trace of blood. She had a total of 5 monster kings on her side, but the other party had taken out nearly 50 of them. None of them were weaker than her. How was she going to fight when there was a difference of 10 times? Damn it, these were all energy bodies. They could not stay for a long time. As long as they persevered, they would be fine. A mighty figure reminded her from behind. The violet-clothed woman's face was gloomy. She naturally knew about this. However, she did not know if they could withstand the other party's attack. Sure enough, after a few moves, the violet-clothed woman's 5 demonic beasts were all killed. Blood dyed the sky. It turned into a sea of blood. A few huge corpses smashed onto the ground, causing billowing smoke. In the sky, the monster kings gradually faded and would disappear at any time. However, Lin Xian still waved his hand. In an instant, the 50 silhouettes of the one king charged towards the 3rd prince. Block for me! The 3rd prince's scalp went numb. He quickly shot out the flood dragon scissors and instantly pierced through 10 demonic beast phantoms. The remaining 40 or so demonic beasts mercilessly drowned them. Boom, boom, boom! In the next moment, the demonic beast phantoms exploded, turning into a fierce storm that filled the sky. Boom, boom! A few mighty figures were sent flying in an instant. The 3rd prince was drowned and could not be seen clearly. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air when they saw this scene. Some of them even stopped fighting. The royal elders in the Grand Imperial Hall were also on tenterhooks. Would the 3rd prince be able to withstand such an attack? They did not know, but they were very worried. The mighty figures who were sent flying in the surroundings used their king domains and quickly charged in to save the 3rd prince. When all the light was torn apart and the energy faded, the 3rd prince's figure appeared. His hair was disheveled and he was in an extremely sorry state. There was blood flowing from his body. The flood dragon's scissors beside him also had cracks on them. This was a top-tier treasure artifact. Now that there were cracks on it, one could imagine how terrifying the explosion was. The third prince was injured. Everyone was shocked. The royal elders also exclaimed. On the other hand, the eighth prince was cheering. From the looks of it, it wouldn't be long before they could eliminate the third prince and eliminate him. The third prince gritted his teeth and his expression was extremely ferocious. Damn it! Damn it! How could the opponent use such a terrifying method? Even he was injured. If it were not for the flood dragon's scissors protecting his body, the explosion just now would have eliminated him. Thinking of this, he swallowed a pill and used a secret technique to recover his body. At the same time, he summoned the mighty figures around him to protect him. From the looks of it, his strength had been greatly reduced. It was unlikely that he could kill the eighth prince again. Therefore, the third prince had the intention to retreat. However, how could the eighth prince and the others let the third prince leave? This was a perfect opportunity. If they missed this opportunity, there would be no next time. Therefore, the eighth prince and the others launched a fierce attack and attacked the third prince crazily. Chapter 2175. Almost no one could fight him one-on-one. Even if they surrounded him, Lin Xian could still dodge with his super speed. Damn it, he's too strong! Everyone's face turned ugly. They did not know that this was not Lin Xian's full strength. If Lin Xian used the Great Dragon Sword Soul and activated the Heavenly Secret Divine Eyes, these people would probably go crazy. Boom! Boom! In the end, several powerful figures were sent flying. Lin Xian slashed at the third prince. The third prince's pupils shrank, and he quickly dodged. He was swept by the sword chi and was sent flying. However, the two dragons firmly protected him. However, this was not the way to go. Some of the powerful figures around him were pinned down, while the rest were sent flying. There was no one left around him. The third prince's face turned gloomy. He did not expect to face the danger of being eliminated. Thinking of this, he roared angrily. Eighth brother, do you dare to fight me one-on-one? Hearing this, the surrounding powerful figures sneered. The eighth prince also decisively refused. You are not qualified to fight me. You coward, you don't even dare to fight me one-on-one. How can you be the crown prince? The third prince was furious. His opponent did not fall for his trick, which made him go crazy. If the crown prince wants to fight me one-on-one, I might consider it. But third brother, you are now at the end of the road. Do you still want to turn the tables? Brother Lin, do it! Hearing this, Lin Xian held the demonic sword in his hand and strode forward. Damn brat, I won't let you succeed! The third prince roared and launched a fierce attack. Anyway, they had the protection talisman and would not really die. Therefore, he had to kill this detestable brat at all costs. The aura of the Tao of Dragon on his body burst out. The third prince crazily activated the dragon's scissors and attacked. The two dragons roared and turned into demonic beasts that were thousands of feet long. They crazily attacked. The terrifying aura pierced through everything. Feeling this aura, the expressions of the eighth prince's elites changed. The third prince's strength was so terrifying. They were too shocked. Before this, they did not think that the third prince was that powerful. But now, the third prince used his full strength, which made them extremely shocked. Lin Xian also activated the Great Dragon Sword Soul and used the Chaotic Heaven Destroyer Sword and quickly slashed forward. The sword technique was incomparably horrifying, slicing the entire void apart. The boundless sword light was like the stars in the sky, exploding everything in front of it. The third prince's expression changed. He could feel the threat of death from Lin Xian's sword aura, which made him shudder with fear. However, there were terrifying sword chi all around him. It was like a cage that firmly locked onto him. He had no way of escaping at all. The third prince could only activate the flood dragon scissors and resist madly. He shattered some of the sword chi, but even more sword chi came at him. The Primal Chaos Heaven Destroyer Sword technique was indeed a heaven-class technique. It was extremely terrifying. The third prince's yellow flood dragon scissors were beaten back again and again, and more cracks appeared on them. It could break at any time. But it was a top-tier treasure after all. It could hold on for a while, but the third prince's situation was getting more and more dangerous. Roar! The third prince roared. His eyes were red, and killing intent surged from his body. It was all because of this despicable kid in front of him. He was about to be eliminated. If he was eliminated, he would lose his position as the crown prince. He would never be able to take it back. Thinking of this, he roared to the sky. His black hair danced wildly. At this moment, he was like a killing god. He stared at Lin Xian. Kid, I want you dead. The third prince took out another golden treasure box. The box was as big as 2 palms and was completely golden in color. It was as bright as the sun and shone brightly. There were dragons carved on it. It was not an ordinary item. This is... The elders of the royal family in the Grand Imperial Hall were also shocked when they saw the golden box. Could it be that thing? This third prince was too bold. He actually brought that thing with him. What did he want to do? Many of the royal elders' faces changed. They had already guessed what was inside the golden box. Even the Empress and His Majesty frowned. In the battle, the third prince's expression was ferocious. Kid, this is not for you to compete with me. You can go to hell for me. With that, he quickly opened the golden box. Suddenly, the sky was filled with red light, and the entire sky was dyed red. A monstrous bloodthirsty aura swept out, causing everyone's bodies to tremble. Even the elite higher beings were no exception. What is this thing? How can it contain such a murderous aura? Damn it, this is the blood essence of the royal family. Behind him, the third prince exclaimed. Be careful, don't get hurt by that thing. This is the blood essence left behind by a supreme expert of the royal family. 1 drop is enough to kill a top supreme expert. If there are a few more drops, it won't be a problem to kill a supreme expert. So terrifying. When the other elites heard this, their scalps went numb. They quickly retreated. No one dared to get close to the third prince. Heavens, 1 drop of blood could kill them. This is too terrifying. This must be the blood left behind by a supreme expert. Even Lin Xian frowned. He did not expect the third prince to have such a treasure. Thinking of this, his face turned gloomy. He felt that he had to get rid of the third prince quickly. Otherwise, the third prince might cause trouble again. After thinking about it, Lin Xian did not plan to use the Tianji Divine Eyes. If he used the Tianji Divine Eyes, he could destroy the third prince's soul, but he would not be able to kill the third prince. Unless he really destroyed the third prince's soul, the third prince would definitely recognize his eye technique when his soul recovered. It was the legendary Tianji Divine Eyes. At that time, he would be mercilessly hunted down by the entire Tai dynasty. After all, this thing was more precious than any rare treasure. It was enough to make a supreme dynasty go crazy. Thinking of this, Lin Xian gritted his teeth and decided to use the second killing move of the Chaotic Heaven Destroyer sword at all costs. In the next moment, the great dragon sword soul in his body circulated wildly. Chaotic Heaven Destroyer sword, Demon Seal. With a swing of the sword, a terrifying sword she slashed out. The third prince felt that his life was not in danger. He frantically took out the drop of blood from the golden box. Buzz! The drop of blood was crystal clear, but it contained supreme energy and terrifying killing intent. As soon as it appeared, the entire void shattered. Countless cracks spread out for thousands of miles. It could not withstand the power at all. Boom! 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 The two exploded and collided. The entire void was torn apart in an instant. In front of him, the dazzling chaotic sword she collided with it and shattered. This was a heaven-class cultivation technique. It shattered in an instant. One could imagine how terrifying the power contained in the blood was. However, although the demon sealing sword she was shattered, the energy in the blood was mostly depleted. The murderous aura on it was not as fierce as before. Chapter 2176. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. They wanted to know if Lin Xian could withstand it. Lin Xian focused his gaze and his eyes shone brightly. Then, he used his second killer move. Chaotic Heaven Destroyer Sword, Battle Song. A sword chi that was even more terrifying than the previous ones slashed out and sliced the blood into two. The terrifying sword essence on it frantically destroyed the energy inside. Boom! At the same time, the entire sky was split apart. What? It was sliced apart. The third prince's pupils constricted when he saw this. He did not expect that his last killer move would be broken apart by his opponent. He could not believe it. In the next moment, he was sent flying by the sword chi and vomited blood. Crack, crack, crack. More than half of the third prince's bones were broken, and the golden box in his hand was also sliced apart. However, he did not teleport out. Lin Xian roared when he saw this. The sword soul in his body circulated crazily, and a dragon-shaped sword chi was slashed out. Roar! When the sword slashed out, a loud dragon's roar could be heard and countless lightning bolts seemed to fall from the sky. No! You can't kill me! The third prince roared crazily. This sword was even more terrifying than the previous one. He did not expect his opponent to be so powerful. He could not withstand it at all. He wanted to escape, but he could not do so. In the next moment, he was drowned by the sword light. No! Many mighty figures exclaimed when they saw this. Their faces were ashen and filled with despair. They could feel that this sword was too terrifying. Even if the third prince was not injured, he would not be able to withstand it. Now that the third prince was seriously injured, he would not be able to withstand it. If the third prince was eliminated, then all of them would be eliminated. In that case, they would not be able to receive the baptism of the imperial dragon bloodline. In front of them, the violent energy continued to flood the area. The surrounding people could not see it clearly. However, everyone's eyes were extremely serious, whether it was the third prince or the eighth prince. Buzz, buzz, buzz. However, at this moment, all the mighty figures on the third prince's side emitted light. A terrifying spatial energy quickly formed on their bodies. What is this? These people's expressions changed, but the eighth prince was ecstatic. We won, we won! The Nether King, Taoist Long, and the others gasped when they heard this. Their eyes shone brightly. They were too excited. This meant that the third prince had been eliminated, and the remaining powerhouses would also be teleported out. Sure enough, in the next moment, these powerful beings were enveloped by a mysterious force. They tore through the void and disappeared. In front of him, the energy vortex also gradually disappeared before dispersing. The void in front of him quickly healed, and the third prince was nowhere to be seen. Seeing this, the eighth prince cheered. Inside the Grand Imperial Hall, the royal elders were all extremely shocked. They never thought that the third prince would actually lose. How could this be? The elders who supported the third prince all had ugly expressions on their faces as they gnashed their teeth. Those who supported the eighth prince were very excited. Inside the imperial palace, there was another hall. There was a huge formation there. It was very mysterious. The array suddenly flickered, and then a figure appeared. This person was the third prince. As soon as he appeared, he roared furiously at the sky, as if he had gone mad. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! The third prince gritted his teeth. His eyes were bloodshot, and the murderous aura on his body pierced through the void. Lin Xian, how dare you eliminate me? I will definitely kill you. I will tear you into pieces. The third prince roared crazily. However, no matter how much he roared, he could not change the fact that he had been eliminated. The news of the third prince's appearance swept out like a gust of wind. When the other princes heard about it, they were all extremely shocked and could not believe it. To be honest, if it were the second prince, the sixth prince, or the seventh prince who had been eliminated, they would not be shocked. They would not be too shocked. After all, these princes were ordinary and would be eliminated sooner or later. However, the first to be eliminated was the third prince. The third prince was one of the three most powerful princes. His strength was extremely terrifying. He was the most popular prince in the crown prince competition. There was a high chance that he would become the crown prince. However, such a person had been eliminated. How could they not be shocked? When they found out that it was the eighth prince who eliminated the third prince, they all fell silent. Because the eighth prince was also one of the three most powerful princes. Now that he had defeated the third prince, it could be said that he was extremely powerful. Perhaps only the first prince could fight against him. After the first prince received the news, his face turned gloomy and he snorted coldly. This eighth prince was able to defeat the third prince. That really surprised me. However, he is still far from being able to deal with me. The first prince should not let his guard down. I feel that the eighth prince being able to defeat the third prince must have something to do with that Lin Xian. After all, he had just obtained a rare treasure. Perhaps it was the rare treasure that played a role. Yes, that's right. I think so too. After the first prince said that, the surrounding powerful figures nodded their heads. The first prince's eyes flickered. Then he said, "Where is the Golden Lion King? Let him come back. We will meet him." Lin Xian had already met up with the eighth prince. It would be dangerous for him to go alone. Moreover, now that he calculated the time, it was almost time for the final battle. Let's eliminate the other princes first. Next, the first prince began to take action. He did not specifically look for the eighth prince. Instead, he pushed his way through. He eliminated all the princes that he encountered along the way. The eighth prince had the same plan. He also pushed his way through. Soon, the weaker princes were eliminated. In the end, only the first prince, the eighth prince, and the stronger fourth prince, the ninth prince, and the 15th prince were left. Among them, the ninth prince and the 15th prince joined forces to fight against the first prince. On the other side, the eighth prince and the fourth prince met. Ninth prince, 15th prince, you two should admit defeat. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Humph, you want us to admit defeat? Sure, show us your true strength and defeat us. Otherwise, it's impossible for us to surrender with just a few words. The ninth prince snorted coldly. The 15th prince also had a solemn expression. The powerful figures beside them all looked as if they were facing a great enemy. You're courting death. Since you want to fight me, I won't hold back. The first prince sneered. Then, a huge dragon appeared on his body. Go, kill them! The first prince shouted coldly. The powerful figures beside him also started to move. At the same time, a golden figure descended from the sky. He was like a god of war, suppressing the surroundings. Not good, it's the Golden Lion King. Stop him quickly! The ninth prince and the 15th prince roared. They knew how terrifying the Golden Lion King was. They could not let him get close. Chapter 2177. Boom! A fierce battle broke out. However, the first prince's side was too strong. Together with the Golden Lion King, the ninth prince and the 15th prince were eliminated in the end. Eighth brother, you're the only one left. The first prince sneered. He waved his hand and led his men out again. On the other side, the fourth prince and the eighth prince met and fought fiercely. Among them, Jian Shisan stood out. He looked at Lin Xian and did not speak. However, the sword intent on his body was getting more and more terrifying. The aura he emitted was far stronger than before. Obviously, during this period of time, Sword 13 had obtained an enormous fortuitous encounter and improved his strength. Lin Xian naturally knew what Jian Shisan meant. Hence, he stepped out and Sword Chi surged on his body. Then, he used the chaotic Heaven Destroyer sword and fought with Jian Shisan. What a terrifying sword technique! Jian Shisan and Lin Xian exchanged more than 10 moves and were defeated. His arms were trembling slightly because his opponent's sword technique was too terrifying. He did not use this sword technique in the first stage. Could it be that he obtained it in some ruins? Jian Shisan was shocked. Jian Shisan was defeated and soon, the fourth prince was defeated as well. It couldn't be helped. Although the fourth prince was powerful, he was still lacking when compared to the third prince. Since the third prince was eliminated, the fourth prince would not be able to hold on for long. Hence, the fourth prince and the kings around him were all teleported out. In the royal palace, the fourth prince and the others appeared. They sighed as they knew that they had no chance to compete for the position of crown prince. Let's go. The fourth prince tidied his clothes and said, Let's go and see if it's the first prince or the eighth prince who wins this time. Although he was defeated, the fourth prince was not too depressed. Because he knew from the beginning that his chances of winning the position of crown prince were less than 10%. Hence, in the second stage, he led his men to search for all kinds of ruins and obtain the treasures to increase his strength. He had done his best to do what he should do. Hence, there was no need to be disappointed now. Right now, he wanted to go and watch the final battle. Not only him, all the princes went to the Grand Imperial Palace. Those powerful beings also followed one after another. They were still in the camp of their respective princes, so they naturally had the opportunity to watch the final battle. In an instant, the Grand Imperial Hall became extremely lively. Everyone was discussing who the final victor was. Humph, was there even a need to think? It had to be the first prince. With the strength of the Crown Prince's lineup, as well as the Golden Lion King, who could be the Crown Prince's opponent? No matter how strong the eighth prince was, it was impossible for him to compete with the eldest prince. That's right, the final victor would definitely be the first prince. Many old men spoke bold words. It was obvious that they supported the first prince. Hearing this, the corners of the Empress's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a smile. However, some people didn't think so. Not necessarily, the eighth prince was not to be underestimated. Moreover, he still had Lin Xian. That kid had obtained a lot of rare treasures. I'm sure you've all seen the previous battle. Lin Xian's battle prowess is incomparably terrifying. He's definitely at the top. There would definitely be no problem for him to compete with the Golden Lion King. Yes, there would be no problem for him to compete with the Golden Lion King. However, do you think that the eighth prince would be able to compete with the first prince? Someone sneered. In short, everyone was discussing intensely. However, at this moment, someone exclaimed, Look, they've met! Hearing this, everyone shut up. They all opened their eyes wide and looked at the screen. They discovered that the first prince and the eighth prince had indeed met. The two sides faced each other in the air, and the void directly shattered. Seeing this scene, everyone took a deep breath. Their expressions were incomparably solemn. The blood in their bodies was about to boil because this was the final battle. The eighth prince and the first prince had met. The eighth prince was incomparably solemn. The King Almighties behind him also looked as if they were facing a great enemy. After all, the first prince was the strongest prince. He had many trump cards in his hands, and he also had the Golden Lion King. It could be said that his strength was incomparably terrifying. Old Eight, I didn't expect that the one who would fight with me in the end would be you. The first prince looked over and said coldly. However, against me, you have no chance of winning. If you don't want to lose too much, I advise you to obediently take your people and admit defeat. Otherwise, when I make my move, you won't have a good ending. Humph! The eighth prince snorted coldly. It wasn't certain who would win or lose. Since they had already reached the final step, how could he admit defeat at this moment? You're courting death. Seeing that the eighth prince still wanted to resist, the first prince sneered. The King Almighties behind him also emitted a terrifying aura. At the same time, in the sky, a golden figure descended. Boom! A terrifying aura crushed down in all directions. The Golden Lion King! Seeing this golden figure, the eighth prince sucked in a breath of cold air. The moment the Golden Lion King descended, he didn't care about anyone else. His eyes were fixed on Lin Xian. Kid, hand over the rare treasure. Otherwise, die. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly and took a step forward. His body emitted a biting cold aura. You want the rare treasure in my hands? Sure, but you have to defeat me. The rare treasure is yours. You're courting death. The Golden Lion King's face sank. A sharp light flashed in his eyes. Then, a strange rune appeared between his eyebrows. His bloodline power immediately surged. That rune was extremely dazzling and mysterious. It made people feel dizzy just by looking at it. The blood and chi in the Golden Lion King's body was like a furnace, emitting a terrifying light. Rays of rainbow light shot into the sky, stirring up the wind and clouds. Boom! A terrifying aura erupted, causing everyone's expression to change. Especially the eighth prince's side. Everyone looked as if they were facing a great enemy. Their expressions were extremely solemn. They couldn't help it. The aura emitted by the Golden Lion King was too terrifying. It made them feel suffocated. Was this the bloodline power of the war tribe? It was too terrifying. That's right. He was only a 6-star king, but he already had the combat strength of a peak almighty. If he entered the realm of Almighty, wouldn't he be heaven-defying? Everyone was shocked. After the Golden Lion King used his bloodline power, the aura on his body became extremely sharp. His gaze was like a golden divine sword, piercing through the void. At this moment, it was as if he wasn't a human. Instead, he was a high and mighty war god, looking down on the common people. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly. Since you want to fight, I'll grant you your wish. As his voice fell, a terrifying light surged from his body. The great dragon sword soul in his body erupted. A majestic sword aura shot into the sky. Buzz! Chapter 2178. Buzz! With a slash, the primal chaos heaven destroyer sword was unleashed. Mixed with the power of the great dragon sword soul, it was extremely terrifying. Boom! The Golden Lion King clenched his fist, and the bloodline power in his body surged crazily. Then, he punched out. When the two collided, shocking energy exploded, and the surrounding space quickly collapsed. An extremely powerful energy storm formed between the two of them. Not good. Retreat! When the surrounding King Almighty saw this scene, their expressions changed. They retreated crazily, and instantly retreated a few thousand miles. Even the first prince and the eighth prince quickly retreated. Soon, the space where they were originally standing turned into countless cracks and collapsed. Not only that, the cracks were still spreading. Soon, it spread from 1,000 miles to 10,000 miles. The entire space within 10,000 miles was completely shattered. The violent energy swallowed Lin Xian and the Golden Lion King. It was too terrifying. Everyone looked at the scene in front of them with fear and trepidation. Even the elders in the Grand Imperial Hall felt their scalps go numb. This was just a casual attack from the two young men, and it caused such a terrifying scene. If the two of them attacked with their full strength, how terrifying would it be? They didn't dare to imagine. The princes were also silent. Especially the third prince, he was so angry that he was gnashing his teeth. His killing intent towards Lin Xian could be said to be monstrous. However, now that he saw how powerful Lin Xian was, and how he could actually fight the Golden Lion King head-on, he was even more furious. The first prince's expression was also solemn and somewhat cold. He didn't expect that Lin Xian could actually fight the Golden Lion King. It was really beyond his expectations. However, in the next moment, he sneered. He didn't have the Golden Lion King, but the strength of his side was still very strong. However, without Lin Xian, the eighth prince's strength would probably be greatly reduced. Therefore, in the next moment, his gaze was like a knife as he stared at the eighth prince. Old Eight, follow me to the other side for a decisive battle. Humph! The eighth prince snorted and flew away with Taoist Long and the other kings. After flying for 30,000 miles, they stopped. There was no other way. If they wanted to fight, they couldn't rely on Lin Xian and the Golden Lion King. Otherwise, they would be affected. Let the two young geniuses fight. The first prince also followed behind and stopped. He sneered. Old Eight, let me see if you've made any progress during this period of time. You will see, the eighth prince said. A dragon-shaped phantom appeared on his body. Then, with a cold shout, he attacked. Boom! Boom! Terrifying energy erupted as the 8th prince and the 3rd prince finally clashed. Everyone in the Grand Imperial Hall was astonished when they saw the dazzling lights dancing on the screen and Wu Ji's divine ability. However, they actually wanted to see the battle between the Golden Lion King and Xian. But now, the 1st prince and the 8th prince were more than 30,000 miles away from Lin Xian and the others. They could only wait patiently. However, at this moment, a very powerful royal elder said in a deep voice. Perhaps the key to this battle was to see who would win between Lin Xian and the Golden Lion King. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Could it be that the two young geniuses were already able to affect the entire battle? However, after thinking about it, it was indeed so. Thinking of this, they couldn't help but become excited. On the other side, Lin Xian and the Golden Lion King clashed, causing the heavens and earth to shatter. Then, the two of them stopped again and stood on opposite sides. The Golden Lion King's body shone like a god of war. He retracted his fist with a cold expression. Kid, hand over the Heavenly Emperor's treasure obediently. Otherwise, your end will be miserable. I've said it before. If you defeat me, the treasure will be yours. Lin Xian replied in a deep voice. All right, I'll let you see the ultimate skill of my war tribe today. As soon as he finished speaking, the aura on his body became violent again. He was like an immemorial beast. He recovered quickly. Nirvana Scorching Sun Fist. The Golden Lion King waved his hands and the power of his bloodline spread out. A violent aura swept through heaven and earth. Every fist was incomparably terrifying. It was like a sun blooming in the sky. This fist technique of mine is a set of ultimate skills of the war tribe. Under the power of my bloodline, it's incomparably terrifying. No one below the realm of supreme experts can resist it. You are no exception. The Golden Lion King transformed into a ball of fiery red sun as it charged towards Lin Xian at high speed. Is that so? What war tribe? It's just a legend. I was able to injure you last time. This time, I can do the same. Lin Xian pulled out the 9 Nether Demon sword. His body released a terrifying killing intent. In the next moment, he used the Primal Chaos Heaven Destroyer sword and faced the attack. Boom! Soon, the two of them met in the air. The golden fist and the sharp sword technique collided once again. The sky fell and the earth cracked. Nothing could withstand this power. Lin Xian also frowned because he felt that the other party's power had become stronger. It was even more violent than before. It was as if thousands of mountains were pressing down on his sword, making his demon sword incomparably heavy. Do you feel it? This is my true power. Do you think you can contend against it? The Golden Lion King's handsome face revealed a trace of malevolence. Then, he attacked again. Burning heaven and earth. The golden fist burned fiercely and turned into 2 golden suns. It attacked again and forced Lin Xian to retreat. The Golden Lion King walked over with large strides, creating countless cracks in the void. With every step, the aura on his body condensed. The power of his bloodline turned into strange demonic runes that appeared on his body. In the dark, there seemed to be an incomparably terrifying battle intent that was awakening and erupting. Last time, you injured me because I was careless. This time, I will use all of my bloodline power. I will let you know how terrifying the war tribe is. It's not something you can imagine. The golden rune between the Golden Lion King's eyebrows flickered. The bloodline power in his body quickly circulated. His fist turned into thousands of suns, crushing the void and enveloping Lin Xian. Each of the suns was incomparably terrifying. They burned fiercely and could instantly kill elite supreme experts. Perhaps even a peak supreme expert wouldn't be able to withstand it. Lin Xian's expression was solemn. He didn't expect this Golden Lion King to be more terrifying and powerful than he imagined. As expected of the legendary genius of the war tribe. It was absolutely heaven-defying. This was the most terrifying enemy he had encountered so far. In the next moment, he would use the Primal Chaos Heaven Destroyer sword. A terrifying sword light would surge out and slash apart the suns one after another. However, when the suns exploded, the energy formed would cause a terrifying impact to him. Fortunately, his physique had been refined by the immemorial demonic blood and was far stronger than before. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. Kid, I didn't expect you to be stronger than before. Interesting indeed. Chapter 2179. The Golden Lion King was surprised to see that Lin Xian was able to block the golden suns in the sky. He realized that Lin Xian's strength was indeed stronger than the last time they met. But so what? He had fully activated his bloodline power. He could even kill a god. Limitless heaven and earth. The Golden Lion King's fist technique became extremely berserk again. Terrifying golden fists appeared in the air. Then, they formed a golden ocean that rolled over. The void collapsed in an instant. There was nothing that could withstand it at all. At this moment, Lin Xian felt a great sense of danger. Even the King Almighties who were fighting tens of thousands of miles away trembled as fear rose in their hearts. They subconsciously turned their heads and looked at the sky tens of thousands of miles away. There, golden light flickered. It was impossible to see clearly. However, the aura it emitted seemed to be able to devour heaven and earth. Lin Xian also felt threatened. He didn't dare to be careless. He covered his body with the black battle armor and summoned the Ice Guardian. Then, Lin Xian used the Primal Chaos Heaven Destroyer sword and attacked. Demon Seal. Terrifying sword chi was unleashed. It seemed to be able to seal the heaven and earth. Therefore, the golden waves that the Golden Lion King unleashed gradually dimmed under the influence of Demon Seal. It seemed like it would disappear at any time. What was going on? Why did the golden light in the distance suddenly dim? The kings 30,000 miles away were extremely confused. The Golden Lion King also frowned. He could feel a mysterious power weakening his strength. Boom! In the next moment, the golden light in the sky completely disappeared. It was completely sealed. What was this? The Golden Lion King frowned. A trace of coldness appeared in his eyes. The burning sky-scorching sun fist was his war tribe's ultimate skill. It was extremely violent and terrifying. No one could resist it, let alone seal it. But now, the berserk power he had unleashed had inexplicably disappeared. He was unable to believe it. However, before he could react, Lin Xian quickly attacked again. Seeing this scene, the Golden Lion King's face darkened. Not only did he fail to injure Lin Xian, but his attack was also destroyed. This made him furious. One must know that he was the Golden Lion King, a genius of the war tribe. He was unparalleled. He had never placed anyone in his eyes. But now, Lin Xian continuously provoked him and even successfully suppressed him. This made him so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Damned brat, go to hell! The Golden Lion King roared. The golden light in his body suddenly erupted and spread out in all directions. At the same time, 2 balls of golden flames appeared on his fists. Instantly, the spiritual chi within a radius of 10,000 miles surged towards him and entered the 2 balls of flames in his hands. The 2 balls of flames became even more resplendent, as if they were the flames of the gods. Boom! Boom! The Golden Lion King to kill the Lion King. Soon after, the Golden Lion King formed a seal with both of its hands. The 2 golden flames began to fuse together. Suddenly, an even more terrifying aura erupted. Not only that, but the golden flame also began to transform into a golden divine tree that was burning fiercely. Above the golden birth god tree, clusters of golden phantoms appeared like suns. Sun gods too. With a wave of his palm, the sky was filled with flames. It was as if a real sun had descended to the mortal world. That terrifying aura directly shattered the mountain peak below. Large swathes of the forest burned and turned into ashes. In the Golden Lion King's hands, the golden flames turned into 9 golden crows. They spread their wings and flew towards Lin Xian. Then they grew bigger with the wind and turned into demonic beasts that were hundreds of feet long. They were incomparably terrifying. Lin Xian roared. The dragon sword domain quickly appeared on his body and turned into two true dragons that circled around his hands. In the next moment, he grabbed the Golden Lion King and pulled. Caw caw caw! The Golden Lion King tore the Golden Lion King into two like a piece of cloth. A huge black crack flew out from Lin Xian's fingertip and spread forward. The sky seemed to have really been split open. The violent spatial energy spread out in all directions. It even charged towards the Golden Lion King. This was an extremely terrifying method. It was equivalent to Lin Xian also withstanding the terrifying spatial energy. However, countless swords she rose from his body and destroyed the power of space. However, the 9 golden crows at the front were fiercely attacked. The first 3 golden crows were instantly torn apart by the spatial energy. They turned into countless flames and fell into the dark void. However, this was an absolute art after all. In addition to the power of the Golden Lion King's bloodline, it was even more terrifying and burned fiercely. The 6 golden crows at the back directly shattered the Golden Lion King and attacked again, contending with the spatial crack. In the end, they all disappeared into the Golden Lion King. Spatial energy? The Golden Lion King frowned. He didn't expect the other party to have grasped this kind of spatial energy. This kind of spatial energy was very difficult to grasp. As far as he knew, only the Gu family of the East had grasped it. He didn't expect the other party to have it. However, in the next moment, the corner of his mouth rose into a cold smile. Brat, don't think that you can threaten me just because you have grasped spatial energy. You are too naive. I will let you know the true power of my war tribe. The Golden Lion King's mouth rose into a sinister smile. The golden light in his eyes bloomed even more. The golden rune between his eyebrows became even more resplendent. In the next moment, he stretched out his hands and pulled. Crack! 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 Instantly, the space in front of him was torn apart. A huge black crack also spread out. That scene was exactly the same as Lin Xian's. It was as if it was a copy. In the sky, 2 incomparably dark spatial cracks were spread out. Everyone within 100,000 miles could see it. At this moment, not to mention the 8th prince, the 1st prince, and the others, even the people in the Grand Imperial Hall saw it through the screen. They were extremely frightened. What kind of ability did the 2 of them use? How could they tear apart such a terrifying space? Heavens, this can't be spatial energy, right? Otherwise, ordinary energy wouldn't be able to tear apart such a terrifying space. That's right. Only an invincible king could create such a spatial crack. Other than spatial energy, I can't think of anything else. The 2 of them actually know how to use spatial energy. How is this possible? Everyone was stunned. They couldn't understand it at all. Lin Xian also frowned. He looked at the other party's action and the scene they created. His brows immediately furrowed. What's going on? Why does it feel so familiar? Lin Xian coldly snorted. He formed a seal with his hands and the Hell's Ice Lotus flew out from his hands. It quickly rushed forward. Useless brat. The Golden Lion King's lips curled into a sinister smile. The power of his bloodline was released even more. He also formed a seal. After that, a golden lotus quickly flew out and enlarged. It was like a golden mountain rotating in the empty palace. Chapter 2180. A golden lotus quickly flew out and enlarged. It was like a golden mountain as it rotated in the empty palace. The aura it emitted was incomparably terrifying. Boom! 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 The 2 lotuses collided in the air and formed a terrifying storm. Then, they were extinguished together. It was the same attack again. Lin Xian's frown deepened. In the next moment, the demon's slaying sword formation appeared under his feet. An immemorial shadow soared into the sky. The black shadow carried a violent power as it charged toward the Golden Lion King. The Golden Lion King sneered in disdain. At this moment, he was like a god of war that controlled the world. Countless golden patterns spread under his feet and turned into golden flames. They condensed into a golden illusory shadow. It was like an immemorial demon god that emitted a desolate aura. It really looked like a golden immemorial demon beast had awakened. Boom! Boom! Another shocking collision occurred. Then, the two completely disappeared in the void. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was completely stunned. He was too familiar with this method. No matter what the other party used, he could simulate it. This was the divine ability of his great dragon sword soul. How did the other party know how to use it? Lin Xian was simply too astonished. In fact, it could even be said that he was extremely shocked. He did not expect the Golden Lion King's move to be so similar to his. But how was this possible? He could do it because he had the great dragon sword soul. It could simulate everything. How did the other party do it? Why was it able to simulate the move he used? Could it be that the other party also had the same divine ability or treasure? Lin Xian did not know, but he was extremely shocked. Ruffian Dragon, hey Tu, do you know the origin of the war tribe? Lin Xian asked through voice transmission. However, Ruffian Dragon and Hey Tu shook their heads. The war tribe was prosperous about 100,000 years ago. However, it gradually declined. 10,000 years ago, it completely disappeared. When I was there, the war tribe had already disappeared. And Hong said? Hey Tu also said that when I was there, the war tribe was very low-key. Therefore, I could not find anything. Hearing this, Lin Xian's frown deepened. Even Hey Tu and the dark red divine dragon did not know what happened 100,000 years ago. How could he know? However, he guessed that the war race was definitely not that simple. Seeing Lin Xian's shocked expression and frowning appearance, the Golden Lion King smiled. How is it, brat? Are you very shocked? It's no wonder you're surprised. I can use all the martial skills and divine abilities you use. Therefore, in front of me, you have no chance of winning. A confident smile appeared on the Golden Lion King's face. He looked at Lin Xian with pity in his eyes. I admit that you can be considered a genius, surpassing most people. But unfortunately you met me. The war race is not something you can imagine. The war clan's foundation also far surpasses your understanding. Therefore, they had to obediently hand over the heavenly treasure. I'll give you a quick death. Otherwise, you will experience what it means to be in despair, to live a life worse than death. Hearing the Golden Lion King's words, Lin Xian regained his senses and snorted. Although he didn't know what kind of method the Golden Lion King used to be able to imitate his ultimate move and divine ability, he didn't know. However, the other party actually dared to compete with him in this aspect. That was truly courting death. The great dragon sword soul wasn't someone to be trifled with. As long as Lin Xian used his full strength, it would definitely be terrifying. Therefore, the other party dared to compete with him. That was truly courting death. Humph! This is your method? The divine ability of your war race? In my opinion, it's just SOSO. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Just SOSO? Brat, don't boast. I can perform all of the divine abilities you know. Moreover, under the power of my bloodline, they're definitely stronger than yours. What do you have to win against me? Even stronger than mine? You're too confident, too naive. You can try and see if it's stronger than mine. Lin Xian snorted in disdain. He would let the other party know what was called the Great Dragon Sword Soul, unparalleled in the world. Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. The Golden Lion King's face sank. Since the other party didn't know the difference between life and death, there was no need for him to hold back. On the other side, Lin Xian's palms formed seals again. The black hellfire and the blue sea god's eyes quickly merged in front of him. However, this time, it wasn't a simple fusion. Lin Xian injected the power of the great dragon sword soul into it. The Hell's Ice Lotus was formed. On the surface of the lotus, dragon patterns appeared, emitting a terrifying aura. This power was several times stronger than before. Lin Xian waved his arm, and the Hell's Ice Lotus flew out. It's useless. I've already learned this move. you're not my opponent at all. Seeing Lin Xian use the Hell's Ice Lotus, the Golden Lion King sneered in disdain. He quickly formed seals with his palms, and the power of his bloodline surged. A golden lotus rose into the air and flew out quickly. Boom! In the next moment, the two collided in the air, and a terrifying explosion of energy swept out in all directions. Humph, although it's just an imitation, my bloodline power is definitely far stronger than yours. This time, you can't block it at all. The Golden Lion King stood at the back, and his eyes were cold. However, in the next moment, he was stunned, and his pupils suddenly shrank. Damn it, how is this possible? He was extremely shocked, because he could feel that the golden lotus he formed was quickly shattering into pieces. And the other party's Hell's Ice Lotus was quickly approaching with a terrifying aura. Boom! In an instant, it arrived in front of him. How is this possible? He was extremely shocked and didn't dare to believe it. How did the other party's power increase again? In fact, it even surpassed the power of his bloodline. What's going on? He couldn't understand, but he didn't have time to think about it. The Hell's Ice Lotus in front of him was already enveloping him. If this energy exploded, it would definitely threaten his life. Therefore, in the next moment, the Golden Lion King roared, and his speed exploded to the limit. He turned into a stream of light and disappeared in an instant. At the same time, he waved his fists and used the Fearless Lion's seal. The terrifying seal was injected with the power of his bloodline. It was as if a real demon king had awakened. In an instant, he collided with the Hell's Ice Lotus in front of him. Only then did he block the Hell's Ice Lotus. However, he was still affected by the energy and kept retreating. A lot of the golden flames on his body were extinguished. Damn it, what's going on? His divine ability was even stronger than before. The Golden Lion King retreated to the back, and his expression was incomparably cold. He had tested the other party's power before, and it was the same as when he didn't use the power of his bloodline. Now that he used the power of his bloodline, his combat power had increased by several times. It was definitely not a problem to kill the other party. Even if he used the same move, he could still win against the other party. But now, the situation was beyond his expectations. Both parties used the same move, but his move was broken. In other words, the other party's divine ability was more powerful than his. Chapter 2181. He was a genius of the war race and possessed a terrifying bloodline power. He was born for battle. His battle prowess had reached the pinnacle among the younger generation. How could the other party be stronger than him? He did not believe it. Why? Are you surprised? Is it out of your expectations? On the other side, Lin Xian stepped in the air and walked over. He revealed a trace of ridicule. Who do you think you are to be able to control everything? Do you think the war race is really as powerful as the legends say? In my opinion, it's just SOS. At least, you can't control me. Damn it, I don't believe it. The Golden Lion King roared. Brat, I don't know what secret technique you used to stimulate your body's potential. That's why your battle prowess has increased. But thinking about it, this secret technique can't last for too long. It can't be compared to my bloodline power. Ignorant. The war race was strong, but not the strongest. Otherwise, they wouldn't have declined. Lin Xian's expression was cold. Do you think that your war race is at its peak? You're courting death. My war race just doesn't want to come out. Now I'll let you know how powerful I am. The Golden Lion King was really angry. The other party actually dared to look down on him and look down on the war race? This was something that the arrogant him couldn't tolerate. Therefore, in the next moment, he let out a furious roar, and the golden flames on his body danced. In an instant, he turned into a huge golden giant and roared at the sky. Then, a golden flame sword appeared in the golden giant's hand. It turned into a golden dragon and roared in the air. Brat, go to hell! The Golden Lion King roared and swung his arm down. The golden flame sword also slashed down. This move was Lin Xian's ultimate skill, fire god's roar. Now that it was used by the Golden Lion King, its power was terrifying. Humph! Let me show you what the real fire god's roar is. Lin Xian coldly snorted. The hellfire on his body quickly spread. Then, a black giant was quickly formed. Roar! The black giant roared toward the sky and let out a dragon's roar. The surrounding mountain peaks instantly shattered. A terrifying black hole appeared in the sky. Thunder and lightning fell. This energy fluctuation was sensed by everyone within a radius of 100,000 kilometers. Instantly, the people on the 8th prince's and the 1st prince's side raised their heads in astonishment. In the next moment, their pupils shrank. That was because they saw two towering giants tens of thousands of miles away. They stood there as if they could reach the heavens. One was like a god of war in gold, while the other was like a demon king in darkness. Even though they were tens of thousands of miles away, they could still feel the terrifying aura. Some of the weaker ones even began to tremble uncontrollably. This was too shocking. They were all powerful geniuses. Yet, they were all trembling under such pressure. What kind of strength was this? They couldn't believe it. The people in the Grand Imperial Hall saw the two giant figures standing in the distance through the light screen. Then, they all sucked in a cold breath. When they saw the black giant let out a furious roar and shatter the sky, they were even more astonished. This black giant was so strong. This was Lin Xian's giant, one of his ultimate moves. He had seen it before. Many people were discussing this matter. As for the elders who supported the first prince, their faces were gloomy. What was going on? It was obvious that the golden giant's aura was suppressed. But how was this possible? Could it be that the Golden Lion King couldn't defeat the other party? Once this thought came out, they were all stunned. How was this possible? The Golden Lion King, the genius of the war tribe, was born for battle. How could there be someone he couldn't defeat? Unless it was a supreme expert, they didn't dare to believe that there was someone who could suppress the Golden Lion King. The Golden Lion King's face was gloomy. He felt the aura of a dragon from the other party and was instantly shocked. What was going on? Why was there the aura of a dragon? Who was the other party? Could it be someone from the royal family? The dragon's roar, he immediately thought of the royal family. Only the royal family had the aura of a dragon and could let out a dragon's roar. However, Lin Xian wasn't from the royal family. Then why? Could it be because of his cultivation technique? The Golden Lion King's face was gloomy. He didn't expect the other party's cultivation technique to be related to dragons. So what? Even if it was related, it wasn't a real dragon. I don't believe that you can suppress me. The Golden Lion King was enraged. There was a hint of madness in his cold eyes. In the next moment, the rune on his forehead flickered even more. The power of his bloodline was unleashed to the extreme. Mysterious runes revolved around him like divine runes. They were incomparably mysterious. Even the surroundings were filled with an ancient voice. His voice was very low, and it shook people's souls. Buzz! When this scene appeared, the golden flames on the surface of his body suddenly blossomed. It was like a huge sun, extremely dazzling. The Golden Lion King's aura rose again. As expected of the genius of the war tribe. Seeing this scene, everyone started to discuss. The first prince heaved a sigh of relief. That's right. How could the Golden Lion King be suppressed? That brat dared to fight with the Golden Lion King. He would definitely be killed. It could even increase his strength? It was indeed powerful. Lin Xian was also shocked. He had to admit that the Golden Lion King was indeed a difficult opponent. Its strength was incomparably terrifying. However, it was a pity that it met him. In the next moment, Lin Xian directly activated the great dragon sword soul. Another loud dragon roar rang out, shattering the clouds in the surroundings. In the next moment, the black giant clenched his fists. Countless black flames danced and turned into a huge flaming sword. However, the huge flaming sword here was too shocking. It wasn't a sword at all. It was a dragon. A huge black flaming dragon was held in the hands of the black giant. The dragon's head roared towards the sky. It was extremely sinister. Roar! On it, even the dragon runes could be seen clearly. Buzz! The sword slashed down, causing the heavens to collapse and the earth to split. The terrifying black dragon sword was incomparably terrifying. It directly slashed forward, wanting to split the Golden Lion King into pieces. Die for me! On the other side, the Golden Lion King also roared. He controlled the Golden Giant and similarly waved the huge flaming sword. In the next moment, the two giants attacked at the same time. Two terrifying huge swords clashed in the air. Boom, boom, boom! This attack was extremely terrifying. It really had the aura of destruction. An extremely terrifying sword wave spread out in all directions with the two giants as the center. Everywhere it passed, mountains, forests, and rivers collapsed. Countless cracks appeared on the ground, extending for tens of thousands of miles. Buzz! Tens of thousands of miles away, the eighth prince, the first prince, and the others who were fighting felt a terrifying surge of energy, causing them to have no choice but to retreat. At this moment, they simply stopped fighting and retreated to the distance to observe the situation. Chapter 2182. The experts and elders in the Grand Imperial Hall widened their eyes as they stared at the screen. Clang! Under everyone's nervous gazes, an earth-shattering sound could be heard. The huge golden flaming sword was split in half. Whoosh! The broken half fell to the ground and immediately turned into a sea of golden flames that spread in all directions. The raging flames burned fiercely, but the golden giant roared in anger. In the next moment, it was split in half by the black dragon's sword. What? It was split in half. How was this possible? Everyone went crazy. On the first prince's side, the elite experts and elders all widened their eyes in disbelief. The Golden Lion King's golden giant was split in half. The Golden Lion King's pupils shrank in disbelief. His opponent actually broke through his attack. How was this possible? How could his opponent be stronger than him? He couldn't believe it. He roared crazily and wanted to block it. However, he realized that the huge black dragon sword was already slashing down rapidly. It would soon engulf him. Ah! Get lost! The Golden Lion King unleashed a terrifying attack. A golden armor appeared on his body and covered his entire body, only revealing a pair of cold eyes. Boom! In the next moment, the long sword slashed down. It was earth-shattering. Mountains and rivers were shattered. A terrifying energy wave turned into a rolling light pillar that rushed into the 9 heavens. It was as if the world was about to be destroyed. The earth cracked and the void collapsed. The surrounding mountains were also cracked, forming huge rifts. Everyone's eyelids twitched as they stared into the distance. They wanted to know how the Golden Lion King was doing. When the black dragon sword shadow disappeared, everyone became nervous. They didn't know how the Golden Lion King was doing. Damn brat, I'm going to kill you! However, at this moment, a cold voice came from the remnant energy. This voice was filled with killing intent and didn't contain any emotions. Hearing this voice, the first prince and the others heaved a sigh of relief. They knew that this was the Golden Lion King's voice. This meant that the Golden Lion King shouldn't have suffered much damage. Bang! In the next moment, the void was torn apart as the Golden Lion King stepped out. His long golden hair danced wildly in the wind, and his handsome face seemed to have been carved by a knife. However, there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, which was exceptionally eye-catching. Not only that, when they looked down, everyone was stunned. The exquisite golden battle armor on the Golden Lion King was now filled with cracks, as if it would shatter at any moment. Not only that, but the area in front of his body caved in. There was an obvious sword mark that slashed it open. This could no longer be considered a golden armor, because large amounts of blood had dyed it red. He was injured. The Golden Lion King was actually heavily injured. Everyone was extremely shocked, not daring to believe it. On the other hand, The Golden Lion King's expression was ice cold. The rune between its eyebrows shone even brighter. Even though Zhang Xian's face was pale, the killing intent he exuded was far sharper than before. Brat, since you dared to hurt me, I'll make you pay back tenfold. The Golden Lion King was truly enraged. He simply couldn't understand why his opponent's might was so much greater than his when they used the same martial skill. This was too illogical. One must know that the Golden Lion King was able to imitate other people's martial skills by combining it with the power of his bloodline. Furthermore, under the effect of his bloodline, the might he imitated would far surpass his opponent's. This kind of divine ability could not only defeat his opponent's hand, but it could also shatter his opponent's confidence and martial heart. But now, the divine ability that he was so proud of had actually failed. On the opposite side, Lin Xian sneered. Why, are you surprised? This is just an appetizer. Next, I'll give you a surprise. Damn it, could it be that this brat still has some trump card? The Golden Lion King frowned. However, in the next moment, he was stunned, as if he had seen a ghost. Because he discovered that Lin Xian's palms were rapidly forming seals. A ferocious and terrifying aura was rapidly emitted from the imprint. Damn it, how is this possible? How can he use it? The Golden Lion King was truly stunned. Damn it, I don't believe it. The Golden Lion King seemed to have received a huge blow, and he went crazy. Damn it, how can he use the seal of the Fearless Lion? Impossible. Fake. This must be fake. This brat is trying to confuse me. The Golden Lion King roared, trying to stabilize his emotions. However, Lin Xian sneered. Fake? Is that so? Then look at this. As he spoke, he waved his palm, and the seal of the Fearless Lion appeared. A golden lion appeared in the sky and roared towards the sky. It was extremely terrifying. Damn it! Impossible! I don't believe it! The Golden Lion King had truly gone crazy. The other party was actually able to use his divine ability. This was too unexpected. This divine ability was his battle tribe's ultimate skill. No one else could use it. However, how could the other party use it? Damn it, could it be that this brat also knows how to imitate other people's divine ability? But how is this possible? The Golden Lion King was truly stunned. The reason why he could imitate other people's divine ability was because of his battle tribe's bloodline power. Without the bloodline power of the battle tribe, no one else could use it. This was definitely not the seal of the Fearless Lion. Brat, do you think that just by imitating the shape of a lion, it's the seal of the Fearless Lion? You won't be able to use its power and essence. The Golden Lion King roared and quickly formed seals with his palm. He also used the seal of the Fearless Lion. In his opinion, Lin Xian must be trying to confuse and deceive him. That's why he used the seal of the Fearless Lion. He guessed that the other party's seal only had the shape of a lion. It didn't have the power and essence of the seal of the Fearless Lion. If that was the case, then it was nothing. Because it couldn't threaten him at all. Therefore, he also used the seal of the Fearless Lion and quickly used it. He wanted to shatter the other party's lion. In the sky, the two golden figures collided again and tore apart. However, very soon, the Golden Lion King screamed again. Because he realized that the seal of the Fearless Lion was broken by the other party. Damn it! How is this possible? Not only was the other party's form the same as his, the power was even stronger than his original version. How is this possible? How could the other party use their battle tribe's divine ability? Furthermore, the power was even stronger than his. The Golden Lion King was about to go crazy. Damn brat, how did you do it? Who exactly are you? The Golden Lion King gritted his teeth. How did you do it? Naturally, I did it too. Lin Xian sneered. Impossible, I don't believe it. The Golden Lion King roared crazily. I can only do this because I have the battle tribe's bloodline. Chapter 2183. So it was the bloodline of the war tribe. After Lin Xian heard this, he was enlightened. Now, he finally found some clues. Damn it, you actually tricked me! The Golden Lion King roared. He didn't expect that the other party was still investigating the secret of his war tribe. This made him mad. Therefore, at the next moment, he attacked again. It's useless. I know everything you know. Moreover, the power is stronger than yours. Therefore, you are not my opponent at all, Lin Xian said coldly. These were the words that the Golden Lion King had said to him before. However, he was now returning them back to them. Ah! Damn it! I'm going to kill you! The Golden Lion King was mad. This was a slap to his face. He had to kill the other party in order to vent the hatred in his heart. What's wrong? Are you angry? Lin Xian sneered. Now, have a taste of my burning sky scorching sun fist. Boom! Terrifying black flames rose from Lin Xian's fists. Then, they danced quickly. Numerous black suns danced in the air, releasing terrifying heat. What he was using now was the ultimate skill that the Golden Lion King used before, the burning sky scorching sun fist. It was also a terrifying ability of the war tribe. At this moment, when it was used, it really had the aura of destruction. Damn it! Seeing the other party using his war tribe's ultimate skill again, the Golden Lion King was so angry that he vomited blood. Everything was out of his control. Originally, he thought that he could use his bloodline power to simulate Lin Xian's ultimate skill and kill the other party. This way, he could use the most humiliating method to kill the other party. But now, he realized that not only did he not succeed, but he was also defeated by the other party. Now, his martial heart was about to collapse. Because the other party was too mysterious. This battle was truly too depressing. The Golden Lion King looked at Lin Xian. The other party was using his war tribe's ultimate skill. Moreover, the other party was stronger than him. This made him mad. He roared crazily. The golden rune between his eyebrows flickered. At the next moment, he gritted his teeth and roared. Brat, I don't believe that you can copy my bloodline power. In the next moment, he used his bloodline's secret skill and attacked madly. Suddenly, the power of his bloodline burst out, and a red light rushed out from his forehead. It turned into a red blood sword and slashed down madly. Bloodline's sword. The long sword contained a terrifying bloodline power, and mysterious runes flickered on it. The blood-red longsword rushed out, shattering all the black suns, and quickly rushed towards Lin Xian. 1. Lin Xian quickly dodged and used the demigods and semidevils. He also used the chaotic Heaven Destroyer sword to fight back. The two sword techniques clashed fiercely in the air. Clang! It was as if a magnificent army was galloping. The blood-red longsword returned to the Golden Lion King's side and floated in front of him. On the other side, Lin Xian also snorted coldly as sword light bloomed from his body. Kid, aren't you very powerful? Attack! Make a copy of my bloodline sword! The Golden Lion King sneered again. How is it? You can't use it anymore, right? Do you think you're very powerful? You can't use the same divine ability as my bloodline power at all. The Golden Lion King sneered disdainfully. He guessed correctly. Lin Xian couldn't copy the divine ability of the bloodline power. However, he sneered in the next moment. So what if you can't copy it? Could it be that you can copy all my divine abilities? What a joke! Of course I can. The Golden Lion King was filled with confidence again. You don't have bloodline power, so you don't have any secret bloodline skills. As long as it's not a divine ability formed by bloodline power, I can use it. The sword technique you used to resist my bloodline sword should be a heaven-tier sword technique, right? I can use it too. The Golden Lion King snorted and quickly activated the bloodline sword beside him. Suddenly, the bloodline sword soared into the sky and quickly danced in the air. It looked exactly the same as the chaotic Heaven Destroyer sword that Lin Xian used previously. Kid, do you see that? I can also use heaven-tier techniques. However, you can't copy my bloodline sword. Therefore, you will definitely die in this battle. Do you think I only have heaven-tier techniques? Lin Xian's expression was cold as his eyes flickered. The Golden Lion King was right. He couldn't copy the secret technique of the bloodline power. However, so what? He also had many ultimate moves that the other party couldn't copy. Therefore, Lin Xian decided to use his strongest trump card. He didn't want to delay any longer. He had to kill this person in front of him. Buzz! In the next moment, rays of golden light appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. They turned into mysterious patterns that covered his entire eyeball. A pair of golden eyes emitted a mysterious aura. Golden eyes? The Golden Lion King was stunned when he saw this scene. In the next moment, he felt his hair stand on end as if he was facing a terrifying threat. Floating light. As expected, the mysterious patterns in Lin Xian's eyes rotated and he launched a powerful attack. Ah! The Golden Lion King's body trembled. His soul power was hit by a strong impact as if it was going to shatter his soul. In the next moment, he screamed crazily. Anger appeared in his eyes and the flames on his body surged rapidly. Damn it! It's a soul attack. Block it for me. There was a blue necklace around the Golden Lion King's neck. It was emitting a blue radiance. This was a treasure for soul defense. It formed a strong defense to block Lin Xian's floating light attack. However, it was useless. He underestimated Lin Xian's eye technique. If it was an ordinary eye technique, the blue necklace would definitely be able to block it. However, this was an illusion released by the heavenly secret divine eyes. It was extremely terrifying. Therefore, the Golden Lion King fell for it. Boom! Seeing this scene, Lin Xian decisively made his move. The primal chaos exterminating sword slashed out quickly and ruthlessly on the Golden Lion King's body, sending him flying. Boom, boom, boom! The sky shattered and the earth sank. The Golden Lion King vomited a mouthful of blood. The armor on his body was shattered again. Many of his bones were even broken. His 5 viscera and 6 bowels were also impacted. The intense pain made him wake up from the illusion. In the next moment, he roared toward the sky. Golden radiance enveloped his body. He quickly repaired his body. At the same time, he activated the bloodline sword beside him and slashed away the remaining chaotic sword chi. Damn it! This is impossible! The Golden Lion King's face turned ugly once again. The advantage he had gained because of the bloodline sword had disappeared once again. He didn't expect his opponent to use an eye technique. Moreover, it was such a terrifying illusion. Even his soul defense treasure couldn't block it. In the next moment, he roared ferociously. However, soon, the corner of his mouth curled up into a smile. Kid, I have to say, thank you very much for giving me such a powerful illusion attack. The Golden Lion King was too excited. If he used his bloodline power to perform such an illusion attack, he would definitely be able to heavily injure his opponent. Chapter 2184. Therefore, in the next moment, the bloodline power in his body circulated crazily. His pair of blood-red eyes gradually turned golden. But soon, his body trembled, and he stood there in a daze. Cold sweat even flowed down his forehead. Damn it, impossible! This is impossible! Why can't I copy it? The Golden Lion King was stunned because he realized that he couldn't copy Lin Xian's eye technique at all. What's going on? The Golden Lion King didn't dare to believe it. He couldn't understand how the other party could have something that he couldn't copy. Could it be the power of bloodline? Other than the power of bloodline, he couldn't think of anything else. Because he could even copy a heaven-tier cultivation technique. Damn it, the power of bloodline, you actually have the power of bloodline! The Golden Lion King roared crazily. He originally thought that Lin Xian was just an ordinary genius and didn't have the power of bloodline. But now, he realized that he was gravely mistaken. The other party actually had the power of bloodline, and it was incomparably mysterious. On the opposite side, Lin Xian saw the Golden Lion King's crazy appearance, and sneered. Why, didn't you say that you could copy all my divine abilities? Now copy it and see! Hearing Lin Xian's words, the Golden Lion King was so angry that he vomited blood. This was a slap to his face. And he couldn't even fight back. In the next moment, he gritted his teeth and roared. Brat, don't be too arrogant. I have soul attacks too. I can still kill you. You have it too? Is that so? Then show it and let me see. The golden runes in Lin Xian's eyes flickered like a god, incomparably mysterious. Humph, you will see it. The Golden Lion King's expression was cold. His bloodline power circulated crazily. The golden light in his eyes disappeared and was replaced by a touch of blood red. My battle race was born for battle and is incomparably powerful. Do you think my battle race doesn't have any divine abilities? Now I will let you see it. As the Golden Lion King's voice fell, the blood-red light in his eyes became even more monstrous. It was like a sea of blood, emitting an incomparably terrifying aura. Soul Slash. As his voice fell, countless blood-red light bloomed in his eyes. Ka ka ka! The void in front of him shattered like a mirror. Formless energy surged in the sky, and Lin Xian also felt a threat that came from his soul surging toward him. When this energy surged out, even Lin Xian couldn't help but be shocked. Truly worthy of being a genius of the war race. This Golden Lion King was truly too frightening. In fact, he even felt that the other party could stand shoulder to shoulder with supreme beings. This war race was so mysterious. They actually had a soul-level divine ability, and it was so terrifying. Lin Xian snorted. In the next moment, the golden Tao pattern in his right eye rotated and turned into a golden flame. Ran Hun! Golden flames drifted out, formless and formless. The void instantly shattered, unable to withstand it at all. The crimson light began to burn rapidly. Huff! Huff! The golden flame was not big, but it was incomparably terrifying. In an instant, many blood-colored rays of light were ignited and burned fiercely, showing signs of spreading for thousands of miles. On the other side, the Golden Lion King held its head and screamed miserably. Its eyes were blank. Roar! It gritted its teeth and waved the bloodline sword beside it, cutting off the connection between the crimson light and itself. Then, it retreated thousands of miles, panting heavily. Its face was incomparably pale. As for the crimson light that was cut off, it quickly burned and turned into ashes. Damn it, impossible! How could this be? The Golden Lion King was stunned. The other party's eye technique was actually stronger than his. One had to know that this soul slash was a soul attack that used its bloodline power. It could instantly slash anyone's soul. It was extremely terrifying and impossible to guard against. It was a secret technique that belonged to it. Once it was used, no one below the Supreme Being level could resist it. If a Supreme Being was accidentally hit by it, they would probably be seriously injured. However, such a terrifying soul slash was actually burned into ashes, leaving nothing behind. What exactly was that golden flame of the other party? Was it a soul flame condensed from an eye technique? The Golden Lion King was extremely shocked. Even the soul flame of a Supreme Being wasn't that terrifying. Unless it was the soul flame of an invincible king. However, the other party was obviously not an invincible king. In fact, he was just a 6-star king like it. No matter how strong the soul power was, how strong could it be? Why was the soul flame so terrifying? Could it be that it wasn't the soul flame? Then what was it? The Golden Lion King's face was incomparably ugly. However, in the next moment, all the hair on its body stood up. Because it realized that the golden flame was quickly floating towards it. Its soul felt threatened. The Golden Lion King's face instantly turned green. If it was enveloped by this thing, its soul would probably be ignited. At that time, even if it didn't die, it would be seriously injured. Moreover, it would be an injury that would be very difficult to recover from. Damn it! The Golden Lion King was like a golden lightning, constantly dodging and teleporting in the air. However, the golden flame seemed to be staring at it. No matter how it dodged, it couldn't escape. Bloodline sword. Kill it! There was no other way. The Golden Lion King could only activate the Bloodline Sword beside it. Whoosh! The Bloodline Sword bloomed with runes and turned into a bolt of lightning. It instantly flew out and slashed at the golden flame. Boom! This attack was too terrifying. The explosive energy directly blew up everything. The Bloodline Sword was indeed mysterious and incomparably terrifying. It contained the bloodline power of the War Tribe. Therefore, even if the golden flame was summoned by the Tianji Divine Eyes, it was still affected. The golden flame on it was somewhat dim. However, the Bloodline Sword wasn't in a good state either. The blood-colored light on it was flickering like boiling water. It was about to be ignited. The blood-colored light quickly slashed the entire Bloodline Sword, as if it was about to melt. Seeing this scene, the Golden Lion King's face turned ugly. It roared crazily. Damn it, how could it be like this? This was impossible. It knew how powerful the Bloodline Sword was. There was absolutely nothing that could block it. However, the golden flame was actually able to block it. Damn it, kill it for me! The Golden Lion King roared crazily and poured all its bloodline power into the sword. Immediately, the Bloodline Sword bloomed with a strange light. However, on the other side, Lin Xian also activated the Tianji Divine Eyes. The mysterious runes shone with golden light. The golden flame also became stronger. Boom! 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 The flame flickered, able to ignite the Bloodline Sword. There was no other way. Seeing that the Bloodline Sword was about to melt, the Golden Lion King gritted its teeth and a trace of madness appeared in its eyes. Block it for me! It roared and directly detonated the Bloodline Sword. Immediately, the Bloodline Sword exploded, turning into a blood-colored energy ball and spreading in all directions. The area within a radius of 10,000 miles was instantly covered by the blood-colored energy ball, and it was still continuing. 10,000 miles, 20,000 miles, 30,000 miles. Soon, 50,000 miles was completely covered. Chapter 2185. The eighth prince, the first prince, and the others also felt their scalps go numb as they frantically retreated. They retreated to 70,000 miles away once again, their faces filled with fear. The area in front of them was completely enveloped by the blood-colored energy. They couldn't see clearly at all. The royal elders and experts in the Grand Imperial Hall all frowned and cried out in alarm. They couldn't see the details of the previous battle clearly. Therefore, they didn't know that the Golden Lion King had used the Bloodline Sword. They also didn't know that Lin Xian had used the Heavenly Secret Divine Eyes. Otherwise, they would have gone even crazier than now. They could only see a blood-colored ball of energy covering a radius of 50,000 miles. The terrifying scene caused them to be extremely shocked. However, they couldn't figure out what kind of attack it was. The blood-colored ball of light lasted for a long time before it gradually faded away. Then, the world regained its clarity. The violent energy also gradually disappeared. However, the eighth prince and the others didn't dare to approach. They could only wait in bewilderment. In front of them, the Golden Lion King's armor was mostly shattered. His hair was disheveled and he looked extremely miserable. Blood flowed from his body. It was abnormally red. He frantically made the Bloodline Sword explode and finally blocked the golden flame. However, he also suffered from the impact and was heavily injured. On the other side, the Dragon Sword domain on Lin Xian's body slowly dispersed. The black armor on his body was also mostly shattered. Blood also flowed from the corner of his mouth. The impact just now had also injured him. At this moment, he took out a few elixirs and quickly consumed them. The longevity art in his body circulated rapidly and healed his injuries. Although he was injured, his eyes were incomparably sharp. Damn it, how is this possible? This is impossible! On the other side, the Golden Lion King roared crazily. He stared at Lin Xian. Looking at those golden eyes, he suddenly thought of something. Could it be that this was some kind of eye technique? Heavenly Secret Divine Eyes. You're from the Heavenly Secret race. The Golden Lion King's pupils shrank. The heavenly secret race was an even more mysterious race than the war race. However, the heavenly secret race was also at the peak of the ancient era. They had already gone extinct for tens of thousands of years. There probably wasn't a single member of the Heaven's legacy race left alive on the continent. However, his golden eyes were simply too similar to the legendary heavenly fate god eyes. The Golden Lion King could not help but be suspicious of its might. Damn it, just what is your relationship with the Heaven's legacy race? Are you from the Heaven's legacy race? The Golden Lion King had a malevolent expression. As for Lin Xian, he was frowning. Had he been recognized? Sure enough, his golden eyes were too eye-catching. This Golden Lion King should have guessed it. But since that was the case, Lin Xian pulled out the 9 Nether Devil sword, his body emitting a terrifying killing intent. Since you've guessed it, I can't let you live. Killing intent surfaced in Lin Xian's eyes. He had decided to kill this Golden Lion King. Although it was very risky and might incur the wrath of the heavens, he could not let the news of him possessing the heavenly secret godly eyes spread out. Otherwise, he would become the enemy of the entire world. He was afraid that the people from the Tai dynasty would also attack him. After all, the heavenly secret godly eyes was an extremely mysterious eye. It was rumored that it was related to the reincarnation sword. Regardless of whether the legend was true or not, the power of the heavenly secret godly eyes was enough to drive everyone crazy. Want to kill me? Not so easy. The Golden Lion King coldly snorted. He was very sure that his opponent's eyes were the legendary heavenly secret godly eyes. He did not expect that he would encounter the heavenly secret godly eyes one day. Brat, I did not expect you to possess the heavenly secret godly eyes. Since that's the case, I will not let you go. After obtaining your eyes, perhaps no one in the world will be my match. Maybe I'll be lucky enough to obtain information related to the reincarnation sword. The Golden Lion King laughed crazily. He took out countless treasures from his storage ring and consumed them without any regard for his life. Right now, he needed to quickly heal his injuries and kill Lin Xian. Whoosh! Brat, I admit that you are very powerful and have the heavenly secret godly eyes. But if I fight with my life on the line, you are definitely not my match. Speaking until here, the bloodline power in his body began to burn. A scarlet flame wrapped around him. Boom! The Golden Lion King's power and aura erupted once again. At this moment, he was extremely terrifying. He had even surpassed the peak experts. Burning his bloodline power. At this moment, everyone could feel the aura emitted by the Golden Lion King. The first prince and the others were extremely shocked. The Imperial elders also felt their scalps go numb. What kind of situation did the Golden Lion King encounter? Why did he have to burn his bloodline power? This was a way to fight with his life on the line. Even if he managed to kill his opponent, he would be severely injured. His cultivation might even drop. He might even need to spend hundreds or thousands of years to recover. However, the Golden Lion King actually burned his bloodline power without any regard for anything else. Could it be that Lin Xian was already so powerful? Lin Xian also frowned. He did not expect the Golden Lion King to be so crazy. He did not hesitate to burn his bloodline power and burn his life to snatch the heavenly secret godly eyes. It seemed like his prediction was right. He had to kill the Golden Lion King. Otherwise, when the other experts got the news, they would probably hunt him down at all costs. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The power of the Golden Lion King's bloodline burned and turned into 18 ancient runes, protecting his head. Brat, it's useless. Your heavenly secret godly eyes can't hurt me this time. The Golden Lion King coldly snorted. 18 incomparably ancient runes ignited the power of its bloodline and protected its head, which also protected its soul. Without the heavenly secret godly eyes, let's see what you can use to fight me. Boom! Speaking until here, the Golden Lion King's aura erupted. Then, he quickly charged over. In an instant he arrived in front of Lin Xian. The golden fist in his hand was wrapped in blood-red flames as he ruthlessly punched out. At this moment, the Golden Lion King's strength increased by several folds. There was no other way. The burning of his bloodline power was too terrifying. Boom! Lin Xian was forced back. The black armor on his body was completely shattered. He vomited a large mouthful of blood and his face was extremely gloomy. Ha 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 ha, did you see that? You can't even block one of my punches. Now, obediently die for me. Seeing that he had forced his opponent back with one punch, the Golden Lion King laughed proudly again. He didn't dare to delay. After all, what he burned was his bloodline power. Therefore, in the next moment, he turned into lightning and charged over again. He wanted to use the fastest time to finish off his opponent. Lin Xian's eyes were cold as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He used the two secret techniques, floating light and soul ignition. The golden light in his eyes erupted and swept out. However, it was blocked by the opponent's 18 ancient runes. Indeed, under the effect of the Golden Lion King burning his bloodline power, it finally blocked his heavenly secret godly eyes. Unless Lin Xian also burned his soul power, he might be able to kill his opponent. However, Lin Xian wouldn't do that. Chapter 2186. Unless Lin Xian also desperately burned his soul power, he might be able to kill the other party. However, Lin Xian would not do that. It seemed that he had no choice but to use that move. After being blasted back again, Lin Xian clenched his fist and quickly formed a seal. Suddenly, a loud dragon roar rushed out from his body. Buzz! At the same time, the dragon sword domain spread out, covering a radius of 10,000 miles. The sword chi it emitted blocked everyone's view. King domain against me? It's useless, kid. Your domain is no threat to me. Seeing Lin Xian use the king domain to cover a radius of 10,000 miles, the Golden Lion King sneered in disdain. Lin Xian's expression was cold as he floated in the sky. He did not answer the other party, nor did he plan to use the dragon sword domain to kill the other party. He planned to use the dragon sword soul in his body to kill the other party. Buzz! Therefore, he wanted to use the king domain to block the view of others. After all, the dragon sword soul was comparable to the heavenly secret divine eyes. It was more mysterious. It was something that could make people go crazy. If the secret of him having the dragon sword soul was leaked, it would not only affect the entire central continent, but also the entire true spirit world. Everyone in the 5 continents would desperately hunt him down. Those invincible kings were no exception. Perhaps, even the sages would come out to kill him and seize the dragon sword soul. A dragon-shaped sword shadow appeared in front of Lin Xian, emitting a terrifying aura. It was as if a divine dragon had appeared in the world. Boom! 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 A deep dragon roar sounded, and the surrounding space shattered. It could not withstand this energy at all. A terrifying sword aura rushed into the sky. On the opposite side, the Golden Lion King was extremely shocked. He stopped moving, and his body was surrounded by a bloody light as he looked in front of him in shock. He did not expect Lin Xian to have other trump cards other than the heavenly secret divine eyes. Moreover, this energy fluctuation was even more terrifying than the heavenly secret divine eyes. What was that? The Golden Lion King looked ahead with a gloomy face. He discovered that there was a dragon-shaped sword shadow in front of him. It was very ferocious, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws as if it was going to break through the sky. This was? The Golden Lion King was shocked. Suddenly, the burning red flames on its body began to surge and jump, as if it had become crazy. Not only that, but all the flames danced forward as if they wanted to kneel down and worship their king. What was going on? The Golden Lion King was stunned. Lin Xian was also stunned. How could such a thing happen to the other party? Could this be related to the great dragon sword soul? In the distance, the Golden Lion King was even more astonished. That was because it was not only the red flames on his body, the bloodline power in his body was also rapidly pulsating like a war drum, abnormally rumbling. In the end, It was even about to leave his body. Damn it, what's going on? How could my bloodline power have changed? The Golden Lion King was stupefied. He had never encountered such an unforeseen change in the power of his bloodline. In the next moment, he suddenly raised his head and stared straight ahead. Could it be that it was because of that sword shadow? He swallowed his saliva in disbelief. However, the only thing that could make his bloodline power tremble so crazily was probably that thing. Damn it, how could the other party have such a thing? The Golden Lion King did not dare to believe it. Their war tribe had been searching for it for tens of thousands of years, but they could not find it. How could it be in the hands of a brat? The Golden Lion King felt his breathing become hurried, and his blood was boiling. He was simply too shocked. That thing was even more terrifying than the heavenly secret divine eyes, an even more terrifying existence. It was also what their war tribe had been searching for all this time. The Great Dragon Sword. Damn it, you actually have the Great Dragon Sword. The Golden Lion King finally gritted his teeth and roared. Lin Xian's brows twitched, and his face was filled with astonishment. He did not expect that the other party would recognize his Great Dragon Sword soul the moment it appeared. How was this possible? Could it be that the Golden Lion King knew so much about the Great Dragon Sword? Or could it be that he knew about the Great Dragon Sword? You actually know about the Great Dragon Sword? This is really unexpected, Lin Xian said in a deep voice. The Golden Lion King snorted coldly, and a trace of madness appeared in its eyes. Brat, I have to say that you have given me too many surprises. You have the heavenly secret divine eyes, a heaven-defying eye technique. Now, you even have the Great Dragon Sword soul. I don't know how the Great Dragon Sword soul ended up in your body. However, you are not worthy of possessing such a sacred item. This is something that belongs to our war tribe. Now, hand it over obediently. Otherwise, I will let you die an ugly death. Something that belongs to your war tribe. Hearing this, Lin Xian frowned even more. What was going on? How was the war tribe related to the Great Dragon Sword? He was extremely surprised because the corpse of the fourth-generation successor of the Dragon's Sword was in Black Earth. Now that he had obtained the Great Dragon Sword's soul, logically speaking, he should be the fifth-generation successor of the Great Dragon Sword. However, what was the relationship with the war tribe? Could it be that someone from the war tribe had obtained the Great Dragon Sword before? Was it the second-generation successor or the third-generation successor? Or was there some other reason? Lin Xian did not know. When he asked He Tu also shook his head. He had never heard of the war tribe being related to the Great Dragon Sword. Humph! Thus, Lin Xian snorted coldly. I don't care what relationship your war tribe has with the Great Dragon Sword, but now, it belongs to me. What a load of nonsense! Belongs to you? Brat, you are too reckless! The Golden Lion King roared. Our war tribe was born for battle. This Great Dragon Sword was born to belong to us. Since you are not willing to hand it over obediently, then don't blame me for being impolite. In the next moment, he ignited his bloodline power again and charged over madly. Boom! The Golden Lion King tore through the void and arrived in front of Lin Xian in an instant. He stretched out his 5 fingers and a blood-colored palm grabbed at the dragon-shaped sword shadow. He wanted to snatch it away. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly. You dare to snatch my dragon-shaped sword shadow? You are courting death. He grabbed the dragon-shaped sword shadow and let out a resonant dragon roar. With a swing of his sword, a terrifying dragon-shaped sword she tore through the void and slashed at the Golden Lion King. Buzz! The Golden Lion King dodged rapidly and appeared on the other side of Lin Xian in an instant. At the same time, both of his hands quickly formed seals. One after another, mysterious and simple runes flew out from his fingertips. At the same time, he let out a series of strange syllables. It was as if he was speaking from the outer world. Buzz! As if it was affected, the dragon-shaped sword shadow in Lin Xian's hand also let out a dragon roar. What was going on? He was actually able to affect the Great Dragon Sword soul. Lin Xian was extremely shocked. This was the first time he encountered such a thing. However, in the next moment, he grabbed the great dragon sword soul and the energy in his body quickly circulated. Instantly, the connection was severed. Soon after, the sword chi swept out again. Bang! This time, the Golden Lion King was directly sent flying by the sword chi. A huge sword wound appeared on its body. Fresh blood flowed out crazily, and it was almost split into two. Chapter 2187. The Golden Lion King was directly sent flying by the sword chi, and a huge sword wound appeared on his body. Blood flowed wildly, and he was almost cut in half. As for his expression, it was also one of extreme fear. Damn it! This is impossible! How can you cut off my connection with the great dragon sword soul? The Golden Lion King was too shocked because their war tribe had a mysterious connection with the great dragon sword. The seal and the strange sound he sent out before were all used to communicate with the great dragon sword. Although it was his first time using it, it was an ancient record of their war tribe. There was no way it was wrong. Moreover, the great dragon sword soul also let out a loud sound as if it was responding. Originally, he thought he could control the great dragon sword soul, but he didn't expect that his connection would be cut off in an instant. The other party could actually control the great dragon sword soul completely. How is this possible? He didn't dare to believe it. The next moment, he gritted his teeth and frantically used this secret technique, wanting to communicate with the great dragon sword soul. But this time, it failed. Lin Xian and the great dragon sword soul seemed to have merged into one. He continuously sent out dragon-shaped sword chi, slashing in all directions. This caused the Golden Lion King to continuously retreat, vomiting large mouthfuls of blood. How is this possible? I don't believe it! How did you completely subdue the great dragon sword soul? The Golden Lion King had really gone crazy. He had learned about the great dragon sword soul's mysteriousness from the ancient records of the war tribe. That was an offensive saint technique between heaven and earth. Whoever grasped it would obtain the strongest power. However, the more violent the power, the harder it was to control. It was rumored that even saints couldn't completely control it. But now, this kid, a 6-star king, could actually completely control the great dragon sword soul. He didn't dare to believe it. Damn it, this can't be real. The Golden Lion King gritted his teeth and roared. But in the next moment, he turned around and fled. His speed was extremely fast. Because he didn't plan to continue fighting. He wanted to go back. He wanted to leave this place and return to his family. He wanted the war tribe to send out countless experts to snatch the great dragon sword soul. He definitely couldn't let the great dragon sword soul fall into the hands of others. Buzz! The Golden Lion King turned around and fled. His speed was extremely fast. Want to leave? Lin Xian coldly snorted and quickly waved the dragon-shaped sword in his hand. At the same time, he activated the dragon sword domain around him and sent out streams of sword chi to form a sword net cage, sealing off the space and preventing the Golden Lion King from escaping. He had already used 2 of his trump cards, completely exposing his identity and secret. How could he allow the other party to escape? Pun! The dragon-shaped sword in his hand slashed out a terrifying sword chi. It tore through the void and instantly enveloped the Golden Lion King. Roar! The Golden Lion King was so scared that his scalp went numb. All the hair on his body stood up. Because this sword chi was simply too terrifying. In the next moment, a hint of madness appeared in his eyes as he quickly cut open his palm. Countless runes condensed in his palm, accompanied by a stream of scarlet blood. Boom! This was a secret magic formed by his bloodline power. Behind him, a bloody figure took his place. Pun! The bloody man was split into 2 halves by the sword. As for the Golden Lion King, it appeared 1,000 miles away. It was in an extremely sorry state, but it was running away as if it had gone mad. He dodged it? Seeing this scene, Lin Xian frowned. He didn't expect the Golden Lion King to have so many secret skills. It was actually able to dodge his dragon-shaped sword chi. This really surprised him. However, this made it even more impossible for him to let the other party leave. In the next moment, he gathered the energy in his body again and prepared to launch the second dragon-shaped sword chi. However, at this moment, the dragon sword domain around him trembled rapidly. It turned into a torrential sword light and flew toward the Golden Lion King. Scram! The Golden Lion King roared toward the sky. It burned its bloodline power again without caring about the price. It formed a blood-colored lion and directly shattered the void. Buzz! The Golden Lion King stepped into the blood-colored whirlpool and appeared a few thousand miles away again. The moment he appeared, he ran for his life. That was the Golden Lion King. He came out. He was fine. In the distance, the first prince and the others looked into the distance and were extremely shocked. They didn't expect the Golden Lion King to be the first to come out. Could it be that he won? Thinking of this, the first prince laughed crazily. He was extremely excited. That's great. The Golden Lion King won and killed that brat. In this way, they could join hands and kill the eighth prince. On the other hand, the eighth prince's face was extremely ugly. If Lin Xian was killed, they would no longer have any chance of winning. The eighth prince's face was even more gloomy. He shook his head crazily. Impossible! Brother Lin couldn't be killed. Lin Xian was extremely powerful. He didn't believe that the Golden Lion King could kill him. Pun! In the next moment, the void in the distance shattered. Following that, another figure quickly appeared. It was Lin Xian. Baleful aura surrounded his body. A terrifying sword light covered a radius of more than 10 meters, forming a sword world. Others couldn't see it clearly. He did this because he wanted to hide the heavenly secret divine eyes and the great dragon sword spirit. When his aura appeared, the eighth prince and the others in the distance exclaimed, Lin Xian! It was Lin Xian! Lin Xian also came out. He didn't die. That's great. The eighth prince's side was excited. On the other hand, the first prince's side was gloomy. Damn it! What's going on? This kid didn't die. This was far beyond their expectations. At this moment, even the royal elders and almighty experts in the Grand Imperial Hall were extremely surprised. Previously, they could only see the terrifying energy shockwaves. Now, they could finally see the two figures. However, these two people were too mysterious. One of them was shrouded in a blood-red light, and it was hard to tell him apart. The other was shrouded in a sharp sword chi, and it was also hard to see him clearly. However, they could still distinguish who was who. The one with blood-red aura was naturally the Golden Lion King. That blood-red aura should be the power of bloodline. The one whose body was filled with sword chi was naturally Lin Xian. After all, he was an incomparably terrifying swordsman. But soon they were stunned. Because after Lin Xian came out, he shouted coldly, Want to leave? Do you think you can leave? As he spoke, a terrifying sword light shot out rapidly, forming a huge dragon in the air and surging forward. Damn it! The blood-red figure in front roared and struck out a huge blood-red palm. It was like the palm of a Buddha, fiercely slapping towards the void. Boom! The heaven and earth shook. The blood-red palm slapped on the terrifying sword chi, forming a huge energy storm. But soon, the blood-red palm was cut open. Countless blood surged in all directions. The Golden Lion King coldly snorted and turned around to escape. What's going on? The Golden Lion King escaped? The almighty experts on the first prince's side were all dumbfounded. Even the first prince's mouth twitched. His face was gloomy. In the Grand Imperial Hall, the royal elders were even more shocked. Heavens, did the Golden Lion King lose? Why did it escape? To be honest, they were really confused. They didn't know what was going on. Chapter 2188. To be honest, they were all confused. They had no idea what was going on. The eighth prince's side was also stunned. Previously, they were worried that Lin Xian would be killed. But now, It seemed like that wasn't the case. The one at a disadvantage was definitely the Golden Lion King. Otherwise, with his character and identity, it would be impossible for him to escape. Today, you won't be able to escape. Behind him, Lin Xian used Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps and chased after him with extreme speed. The two of them were very fast and disappeared into the void in an instant. Damn it, chase after them! The first prince roared angrily, and led his men to quickly catch up. The 8th prince waved his hand and said, "Let's go and support Brother Lin." They were too excited. As long as they could defeat the Golden Lion King, their side would win for sure. Therefore, these people all soared into the sky and chased after them. In an instant, a great chase began. Inside the Grand Imperial Palace, these people looked at the flickering figure on the screen and were all stunned. At this moment, the royal elders, experts, and the other princes were all stunned. They didn't dare to believe it. The incomparably powerful genius of the war tribe, the Golden Lion King, was actually being chased. Moreover, he was being chased by a 6-star king. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe it even if they were beaten to death. The queen's face was so gloomy that it was terrifying. Killing intent surged out of her body. Inside her sleeves, a pair of jade-like hands were clenched tightly. Damn it, how could it be? How could it be? How could the Golden Lion King be chased? She was about to go crazy because she couldn't accept the fact in front of her eyes. That was the Golden Lion King. He was the genius of the war tribe. His strength was terrifying. In addition to the power of his bloodline, no one below the realm of supreme experts could suppress him. Not to mention defeating him. But now, the Golden Lion King was actually running for his life. It was as if he had gone crazy and even burned his bloodline power. This meant that the Golden Lion King was defeated. Moreover, he lost miserably. Otherwise, he wouldn't be running. He couldn't understand. What kind of technique or ability could defeat the Golden Lion King? On the other side, the Golden Lion King frowned and ran for his life. However, he was incomparably shocked because he found out that Lin Xian was chasing after him. He couldn't escape. Pun! Lin Xian slashed out with his sword and infused it with the power of the great dragon sword's spirit. It was like a streak of divine red, releasing a terrifying power. Pun! This sword was powerful and heavy. It was like the roar of a giant dragon as it charged forward. Instantly, a part of the sky exploded. Whoosh! Pun! The Golden Lion King dodged with extreme speed, wanting to avoid this sword. However, he was still swept through by the sword wave. He was immediately sent flying, shattering the void, shattering the great earthquake below. Kill! Lin Xian's figure flickered, holding the dragon heart sword shadow in his hand as he charged downwards. Boom! Boom! The terrifying sword light completely submerged the ground below. Suddenly, the ground was struck down, forming a bottomless black hole. As for the Golden Lion King, it ignited its bloodline power without any regard for its life and soared into the sky. However, the injuries on his body were even more terrifying. There were 5 or 6 sword wounds on his back, and each of them revealed deep white bones. If it wasn't for the fact that he was a genius of the war race and had a strong physique, as well as the power of his bloodline, the sword energy would have already torn him to pieces. Even so, he was still severely injured. Right now, he could only escape by igniting his life force without paying any price. In the distance, the first prince and the 8th prince were leading experts and flying at extreme speed. However, their speed wasn't as fast as the two of them. Hence, they were tens of thousands of miles away from them. However, these people were also rushing with all their might. When they sensed the scene in front of them, they were all stunned. However, at the next moment, they sensed that Lin Xian and the Golden Lion King had once again left their range of perception. This won't do. First Prince, the two of them are too fast. We can't keep up. Even if we can't, we have to keep up. We have to pay attention to them. We can't lose them. The first prince roared crazily. The key to success or failure this time was the Golden Lion King. He definitely couldn't let anything happen to the Golden Lion King. On the other side, the eighth prince's expression was also grave. He didn't say anything. He only circulated his dragon aura with all his strength, enveloping everyone as he flew rapidly. In front, the Golden Lion King's face was incomparably pale. He had already suffered great injuries and could die at any time. Thinking of this, he roared crazily. Damn brat, you dare to kill me? You're dead meat. I'm from the war race. If you kill me, the war race won't let you off. At the back, Lin Xian sneered. He didn't slow down at all. Threatening me? Do you think I'll be afraid? Since you know my secret, I won't let you off. Damn it! The Golden Lion King's expression was crazed. The other party actually wasn't threatened at all. It really drove him crazy. However, he snorted again. You better think carefully. If you kill me, not to mention the war race, even the Tai dynasty won't let you off. They will definitely capture you and hand you over to the war race. Moreover, as long as my war race gives you the conditions, the whole world will crazily hunt you down. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly. The dragon-shaped sword chi in his hand slashed out again, slashing towards the Golden Lion King. Ah! This time, the Golden Lion King didn't dodge. Half of its body was enveloped by the dragon-shaped sword chi and instantly turned into powder. Blood crazily flowed, piercing through the void. The mountain below collapsed. The Golden Lion King frantically struggled with a malevolent expression. Because it was too painful, half of its body was completely hacked apart. The terrifying sword chi still filled the remaining part of its body. Pain, madness, shock, panic, all kinds of emotions filled it. As a genius of the war race, it had never suffered such a serious injury. Moreover, it was in danger of being killed at any time. Kid, die for me. The Golden Lion King's expression was crazed. It discovered that the half of its body that was hacked apart couldn't be restored. After all, it knew the aura of the great dragon sword spirit. It was impossible for it to resist that kind of power. Therefore, it decided to risk its life. Kid, so what if you kill me? I want you to die, you must die. I want you and the great dragon sword spirit to be buried with me. The Golden Lion King had really gone crazy. It decided to use its own life as the price to kill the other party. In the next moment, the remaining half of its body burned fiercely. The power of its bloodline was ignited, releasing an incomparable power. At this moment, the Golden Lion King's aura rose without limit. It's over! Lin Xian also took a deep breath. Soon after, he kept the 9 Nether Devil sword. He pulled out the broken ancient sword, and a monstrous power surged out from the ancient sword. Heaven-ranked treasure sword. Seeing this scene, the Golden Lion King's pupils shrank. This is your heavenly treasure? It was incomparably frightened. It turned around and fled. What a joke, it didn't even have the thought of risking its life. Chapter 2189. He was terrified as he turned around and fled. What a joke! He didn't even have the thought of risking his life. He definitely wouldn't be able to block the priceless sword and the great dragon sword soul. Buzz! With a slash of the sword, heaven and earth were shattered. The heaven-rank sword was too sharp. It instantly took away half of Lin Xian's strength. The power of the great dragon sword soul covered the sword. The aura of the dragon sword soul burst out and shrouded the Golden Lion King. No! A miserable cry rang out. Then, an infinite amount of sword chi burst out. Within a radius of 10,000 miles, huge sword chi pierced through the clouds. Boom! 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 Behind them, the first prince saw this scene and roared crazily. Stop! They stopped tens of thousands of miles away and looked ahead. Their faces were extremely ugly. The eighth prince's side also stopped. They carefully floated in the void because the power in front of them was too terrifying. It was enough to destroy them. Therefore, they didn't dare to move forward. They could only wait far behind. In front of them, the huge sword chi was still there, covering the heaven and earth. At this moment, a figure walked out from the torrential sword chi. Lin Xian! It's Lin Xian! It's that brat! Everyone exclaimed. Then, they looked at each other again. But soon they were stunned. Where's the Golden Lion King? Why didn't the Golden Lion King come out? They didn't know, but no one dared to move forward because the sword chi was still there. Lin Xian held the demonic sword and walked towards the first prince. At the same time, he said coldly, "Eighth prince, it's time to deal with them." What? The first prince was shocked. The powerful figures behind him were also shocked. What's going on? Why is he attacking now? Could it be that the Golden Lion King was killed? The eighth prince was also puzzled. He subconsciously asked, "Brother Lin, that Golden Lion King won't come out to fight with us again, right?" "Don't worry, he won't come out again," Lin Xian said coldly. The first prince and the others were shocked. What does he mean? Won't come out again? They looked ahead, bewildered. However, the light in front of them was so bright that they couldn't see clearly. But at this moment, Lin Xian made his move. He used the chaotic sky-splitting sword, and the terrifying sword technique instantly surged forward. Kill! The eighth prince's side let out a furious roar and attacked too. Damn it, block for me! Block it for me! The first prince roared furiously as the King Realm experts around him attacked with all their might. A great battle broke out once again. However, everyone was confused, especially the elders in the Grand Imperial Hall. All of them frowned. Because until now, the sword chi had yet to disappear, and the Golden Lion King's silhouette had yet to appear. Could it be that the Golden Lion King was trapped inside? Their eyes flickered, but for now, they could only focus on the battle. Because this was the final battle. Who would become the Crown Prince? The situation of the Crown Prince was not looking good. Without the Golden Lion King, there was probably no one who could resist Lin Xian. That was indeed the case. However, after such a long battle, Lin Xian shouldn't have much strength left. I hope so. I wonder if the first prince and the others will be able to hold on. Sounds of discussion could be heard. Everyone was discussing spiritedly. The other prince's eyes flickered. To be honest, from the current situation, the one who had the highest chance of becoming the crown prince was actually the eighth prince. When such a conclusion appeared, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. They couldn't believe it. Because before this, everyone thought that the first prince was the one who had the highest chance of becoming the crown prince. But now, that might not be the case anymore. The Empress' face was gloomy. She was clenching her teeth so hard that they were about to shatter. The scene in front of her was extremely unfavorable for the first prince. Also, the Golden Lion King's situation made her even more confused. Why didn't he come out? Could it be that he was trapped? But what kind of array could trap the Golden Lion King? From the beginning to the end, these people, including the Empress, never thought that the Golden Lion King would be killed. Because in their opinion, no one would dare to touch the Golden Lion King. At most, they would injure him. However, it was impossible to kill the Golden Lion King. Not to mention Lin Xian, even the members of the royal family did not dare to kill the Golden Lion King. Because the Golden Lion King was from the war race. Moreover, he was a peerless genius of the war race. Killing him was equivalent to enraging the war race. With the terror of the war race, no one could withstand it. Boom! A terrifying battle broke out. The first prince's side was forced to retreat. Although there were many almighties besieging Lin Xian, they even wanted to exhaust Lin Xian's strength. However, they realized that Lin Xian's strength did not weaken at all. It was as if the strength in his body was inexhaustible. It was shocking. How could they know that Lin Xian had many heavenly treasures in his hands? He could definitely recover quickly. Moreover, the miraculous art of longevity was far beyond their imagination. Therefore, this battle was completely one-sided. With the addition of Lin Xian, the eighth prince's side became fiercer and fiercer. In the end, the almighties around the first prince were sent flying one by one. In the end, there were only 2 elite almighties around the first prince. As for the first prince, many cracks appeared on his body. Even his tough battle armor was shattered. It's over. The first prince lost. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. The royal elders, the Almighties, and the other princes were all shocked. The queen's face was terrifyingly gloomy. The murderous intent in her eyes pierced through the void. On the other hand, the emperor at the side said lightly. His eyes flickered. No one could tell whether he was happy, angry, or sad. However, one could guess that he was also very surprised. The first prince and the two Almighties fought back crazily. However, in the end, they could not escape the fate of being eliminated. In the end, only the eighth prince managed to stay in the second round. He also obtained all the jade talismans and trump cards. We won! We actually won! The Almighties around the eighth prince were all excited and laughed crazily. Lu Fei, Duan Qingqing, and the other young geniuses were extremely excited. They could not believe that they had won in the end. Taoist Master Long and the Lord of the Underworld gasped. To be honest, they did not expect this to be the outcome. Although the eighth prince was powerful before, there was still a certain gap between him and the first prince. They were not confident that they could become the crown prince in the end. However, with the help of Lin Xian, they managed to defeat the first prince and clinch the final victory. The eighth prince trembled with excitement. He came in front of Lin Xian, grabbed Lin Xian's shoulder, and shouted happily. Brother Lin won! I won! I'm the crown prince! Ha ha! Congratulations, eighth prince! Lin Xian said with a smile. Congratulations, eighth prince! Congratulations, eighth prince! Taoist Master Long, the Lord of the Underworld, Duan Qingqing, Lu Fei, and the others also cheered. Chapter 2190. Congratulations to the Crown Prince. The elders and princes who supported the eighth prince in the Grand Imperial Hall clapped their hands and laughed when they saw the scene on the screen. They were too excited. King Valurium was shocked when he saw the screen. To be honest, he did not expect Lin Xian to be so powerful. Moreover, he had played such a big role. On the other hand, the elders who supported De Huanzi were ashen-faced. The other Huanzi had different expressions on their faces. The fourth prince sighed. I didn't expect that the final winner would be the eighth prince. We didn't guess it at all. That's right. Lin Xian was simply too powerful. He had managed to turn the tide of the battle single-handedly. One could conquer the world with one person. Previously, they had thought that it was a legend. They did not expect such a person to exist. The fourth prince was still fine. He was just lamenting. On the other hand, the third prince was furious. He did not expect the eighth prince to be the final winner. He could not accept it. He could accept it if the first prince was the final winner. After all, the first prince was stronger than him. However, the final winner was the eighth prince. A prince who was on par with him in terms of strength had now become the crown prince. This was the most unacceptable thing to him. It was not a problem to be defeated by someone who was better than him. However, he could not accept being surpassed by someone who was on par with him. That was how the third prince felt. However, there was nothing he could do even if he wanted to vomit blood. Moreover, he knew that the eighth prince's status would be different from now on. He would be the crown prince, above him. There was no way he could take revenge. However, the same could not be said for the other person. Lin Xian, I will not let you go. The third prince's eyes were cold. Lin Xian was strong, but he was only a young genius. Moreover, he would not stay by the eighth prince's side for the rest of his life. As long as Lin Xian left the palace, the third prince could definitely send a peerless expert to kill him. He laughed coldly when he thought of this. He felt that there was no need for him to do anything. The first prince should be even angrier than him. With the first prince's status and the empress's background, how could he let this kid go? Let's see how you die this time. The third prince laughed coldly. The first prince was indeed furious. As soon as he was teleported out, he roared at the sky. His murderous aura was like a god of death. To be honest, his lungs were about to explode. He had lost. He never thought that he would lose the competition and let the eighth prince take the position of crown prince. This was beyond his wildest dreams. The surrounding powerful beings shook their heads and sighed. They had not expected this either. The first prince was the Empress' child. His strength was incomparably terrifying. Adding on the fact that he had the war race's genius, how could such a person lose? But in the end, he was defeated. He had lost to the eighth prince. It had to be said that the eighth prince was definitely the biggest dark horse. Damn it! Lin Xian. I will definitely kill you. I won't let you off so easily. The first prince gritted his teeth. In his opinion, he had lost because of Lin Xian. If it wasn't for him, he wouldn't have lost. At the thought of this, the crown prince's gaze swept across his surroundings. Around him were the powerful experts and almighties who had been teleported out with him. These people shook their heads and sighed. Their faces were ashen. However, the first prince frowned and asked coldly, "Where's the Golden Lion King?" Hearing this, everyone was bewildered. Then, they turned their heads and found that the Golden Lion King was nowhere to be seen. What was going on? These experts were puzzled. They were too sad previously and didn't pay attention to the people around them. Now that they looked around, they didn't find any trace of the Golden Lion King. The first prince frowned. At this moment, one of the experts said, "Could it be that he left earlier than us?" "Impossible. This place is sealed. Only I can lead you out. Even if the others teleported out earlier, they can only wait here." The first prince's eyes were gloomy. Then he said, "Come, follow me to the Grand Imperial Hall." The first prince's face was gloomy. He led these people to the Grand Imperial Hall. When they arrived at the Grand Imperial Hall, everyone looked at them with complicated expressions. The first prince snorted. His eyes were like lightning as he scanned his surroundings. Then, his frown deepened. Because there was no trace of the Golden Lion King. What was going on? The Empress also stood up. "Mother, there was no trace of the Golden Lion King. Could it be that he didn't come here?" Hearing this, everyone was surprised. What was going on? Could it be that the Golden Lion King disappeared? After hearing this, the Empress also frowned. The Golden Lion King didn't appear here. Men, go and check the surroundings. See if there's any trace of the Golden Lion King. Soon, the guards in the palace came to report that there was no trace of the Golden Lion King. What was going on? Everyone was discussing. Could it be that the Golden Lion King felt that he had lost face and decided to stay here and leave? That was possible. After all, he was a peerless genius. He probably didn't want to lose face. However, some people shook their heads and snorted. Impossible. A person like the Golden Lion King wouldn't leave so easily. He would definitely stay here and fight with Lin Xian until the end. Moreover, even if he left the palace, he would be detected by the experts guarding the palace. That was right. The Golden Lion King was so conceited and arrogant. How could he allow himself to be defeated? He would definitely challenge Lin Xian again. But now, the Golden Lion King had disappeared. What was going on? Let's wait for the eighth prince and the others to come out and ask Lin Xian. Everyone waited patiently. On the other side, the eighth prince and the others were also teleported out. Then, they walked towards the Grand Imperial Hall. When the eighth prince and the others arrived at the Grand Imperial Hall, they attracted everyone's attention again. It couldn't be helped. He was the future crown prince. If nothing went wrong, he would be the future ruler of the Tai dynasty. However, not everyone's gaze was friendly. At least, the third prince and the first prince looked cold. Especially the first prince. His eyes were filled with cold, killing intent. On the eighth prince's side, Lin Xian also frowned. He realized that many people were looking at him with a trace of doubt. Lin Xian was also very confused. What were these guys looking at? But at this time, the first prince stood up and pointed at Lin Xian. He shouted coldly, "Kid, let me ask you. Where is your Golden Lion King?" When he said this, the eighth prince and the others were puzzled. What did the Golden Lion King have to do with them? Lin Xian laughed coldly as well. Could it be that the first prince had lost his mind because of his loss? The Golden Lion King was invited by you. What did it have to do with me? Chapter 2191. That's right, the Golden Lion King has nothing to do with me. The eighth prince also opened his mouth. The Crown Prince coldly snorted. What does it have to do with you? The Golden Lion King has already disappeared. What do you think it has to do with you? Brat, you were the one who fought the Golden Lion King. We don't know what happened in the end. Where did you take him? The moment he said that, everyone turned to look at Lin Xian. Even the Empress and the Emperor turned to look at him. There was nothing they could do. The Golden Lion King was too important. If they lost him, they wouldn't be able to answer to the war race. What's there to say? He lost and I left. How would I know what would happen next? Lin Xian sneered. I guess he lost and didn't have the face to stay here. Maybe he left the palace long ago. That's right. Maybe he found a place to hide. He might even have left. Duan Qingqing also said. Impossible. The Crown Prince coldly snorted. There was a record of anyone who left the palace. No one was an exception. No matter how strong the Golden Lion King was, it was impossible for him to leave the palace quietly. However, the experts guarding the palace didn't find any record of the Golden Lion King leaving. This meant that the Golden Lion King didn't leave at all. The entire palace has been searched by us. We didn't find the Golden Lion King's whereabouts. Then tell me, where is he? The Crown Prince's eyes were like lightning as he stared at Lin Xian. The others were also discussing. Some people even guessed that the Golden Lion King might still be in the space of the second stage. That was impossible. He was the Crown Prince's man. If the Crown Prince was teleported out, he must have been teleported out as well. That might not be the case. There was an exception. What's the situation? Someone asked. However, a royal elder said in a deep voice. Killed. The people who died in there wouldn't be teleported out. What? Killed. Hearing this, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Their scalps were numb. The Golden Lion King was killed? How was that possible? Who had the guts to kill the Golden Lion King? Everyone was dumbfounded and started discussing spiritedly. The eighth prince's side was also shocked. Many people looked at Lin Xian, and even the eighth prince turned his head. Brother Lin? To be honest, he was also extremely shocked. Before this, he had never thought in this direction. That was because he knew that Lin Xian was a smart person. He naturally knew the consequences of killing the Golden Lion King. Therefore, he did not believe that Lin Xian had killed him. But now, the Golden Lion King did not appear at all. And there was only one reason why it did not appear. Therefore, he was also very confused and could only look at Lin Xian. I don't know what you're talking about. Lin Shi looked at the Crown Prince and coldly spoke. How strong was the war race's genius? How could he be killed by him? Or are you saying that you've been eliminated and have no chance of becoming the Crown Prince, and now you want to take revenge and frame me? You! The Crown Prince was furious. The King Realm experts on the Crown Prince's side also stared at Lin Xian, killing intent surging in their eyes. The Crown Prince sneered. Take revenge on you? I have plenty of ways to take revenge on you. Any peerless almighty would be able to kill you. Do you think I will use such a method? That might not be the case. Using a King Realm expert is not good for your reputation. If you use such a method, you can get rid of me and also rope in the war race. Why not? Lin Xian sneered. At the side, the eighth prince also said in a deep voice. Boss, don't talk nonsense without evidence. Old Eight, do you dare to lecture me now? The Crown Prince was furious. As for the eighth prince, he coldly snorted. Why not? I am the Crown Prince. You! The Crown Prince was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. The word Crown Prince was like a sharp sword that pierced his heart, driving him crazy. Although he was the Crown Prince and was the son of the Empress, he was still just a prince. And now, the eighth prince opposite him had obtained the position of crown prince. He was the future ruler of the Tai dynasty, and his status was higher than his. However, he could not accept it. A little prince that he had stepped on before was now stepping on his head. How could he accept it? However, the eighth prince sneered. Lin Xian is the genius that I invited, and now he has helped me obtain the position of crown prince. He is my benefactor. Whoever dares to slander him, don't blame me for being impolite. At this point, the eighth prince's eyes were gloomy as he looked around. Immediately, many King Realm experts shut their mouths and did not even dare to look at him. It could not be helped. The eighth prince's status was different now. Now, the eighth prince had obtained the final victory. He had obtained the position of crown prince, and was about to become the real crown prince. And in the future, he would be the ruler of the Tai dynasty. He was the ruler of the world. If they went against him now, they would be courting death. Therefore, many people were silent for a while. On the other hand, the crown prince's face was gloomy. The empress was also gritting her teeth. She realized that the Golden Lion King might really die in there. To her, this was absolutely shocking news. Because the Golden Lion King was the genius of the war tribe that she had invited. If he was really killed here, she would not be able to explain it to the war tribe. Therefore, in the next moment, she turned around and looked at the emperor. The emperor's eyes flickered as he spoke in a deep voice. This matter must be investigated thoroughly. After all, the Golden Lion King's identity was very important. Therefore, he immediately sent a few elders into the space of the second stage. They were to find the whereabouts of the Golden Lion King. As for you? The emperor looked at Lin Xian. Stay in the palace for a few days. When the matter is clear, you can leave. All right, hurry up and get to work. After saying that, the emperor waved his dragon robe and turned into a flash of light, disappearing from the palace. On the other side, the empress also snorted coldly. She rolled up her phoenix robe and left as well. The other elders of the royal family also gathered together to discuss how to enter the second stage and search. As for the remaining people, they left one after another. When the third prince passed by Lin Xian and the eighth prince, he snorted coldly. There was a trace of gloating in his eyes. The crown prince stared at Lin Xian. Brat, the Golden Lion King is really dead. Even if you die 100 times, you won't be able to quell your anger. Ridiculous! Lin Xian snorted coldly. He was too lazy to reply. The eighth prince's face was gloomy. Then, he said, Brother Lin, stay here for now. When the matter is clear, everything will be fine. Next, the eighth prince arranged for Lin Xian to stay in the palace. The others did not leave either. They stayed in another place. In the palace of the eighth prince. Although the eighth prince had won and was about to become the crown prince, the atmosphere was very solemn. However, at that moment, these people's moods were somewhat heavy. They had never expected such a thing to happen. The Golden Lion King had actually disappeared. Chapter 2192. He didn't expect that the matter of the Golden Lion King would arouse suspicion so quickly. If those elders entered the space of the second stage, they would definitely be able to find clues. At that time, the news of the Golden Lion King's death would also spread. If that was the case, the forces led by the first prince would definitely not let him go. They might even capture him and send him to the war race for punishment. Thinking of this, Lin Xian's gaze was somewhat gloomy. Although he was powerful, he wasn't arrogant enough to cause trouble in the Tai dynasty's palace. There were a bunch of peerless almighties and even invincible kings. Although he was powerful, he couldn't fight against so many people. However, if he forced his way in now, he could leave with the Black Earth while no one was paying attention. But then, he would lose the baptism of the dragon's aura. One had to know that the reason why Lin Xian helped the eighth prince obtain the position of crown prince was for the baptism of the dragon's aura. But fortunately, he had a trick up his sleeve. He brought the remaining half of the Golden Lion King's corpse into the Black Earth, and it was now in his hands. When those people entered, they could only find the remnant aura and couldn't find the corpse at all. In other words, they only suspected him at most, but there was no direct evidence. However, this didn't mean that these people wouldn't make a move on him. How to deal with the time difference was still a problem. At the very least, he had to be baptized by the dragon's aura before leaving. While Lin Xian was thinking about how to escape, on the other side, in the Empress Phoenix Palace, a group of strategists was also troubled. Among them, the first prince sat there with a gloomy expression. He didn't expect that the eighth prince would obtain the final victory. "Mother, what should we do?" The Empress' eyes flickered. She also didn't expect the final result. Moreover, there was an even more troublesome matter in front of her now. That was the disappearance of the Golden Lion King. How was she going to explain this to the war race? However, at this moment, a very tall and sturdy middle-aged man wearing red battle armor stood up. He said, "Sister, you don't have to worry. This matter may not be a bad thing for us." What did he say? The Empress looked at the middle-aged man in front of her and frowned. This person was her younger brother. His strength was very strong. He was a peerless almighty. "That's right, uncle. The Golden Lion King's position in the war race is extremely high." "That's right. Now that he's killed, the battle race's fury will definitely burn our side. Indeed, it will affect us. However, we are not the ones bearing the brunt of it. Don't forget that we were not the ones who killed the Golden Lion King." "You mean?" The Empress's eyes flickered, while the burly middle-aged man sneered. "That's right, the eighth prince. Right now, the royal elders had already entered to search for the Golden Lion King. If they could find the corpse, that would be great. They could directly prove that it was the eighth prince's subordinate, Lin Xian, who killed the Golden Lion King. If they couldn't find the Golden Lion King's corpse, then it was fine, because they couldn't find the Golden Lion King anywhere. This meant that the other party was undoubtedly killed. It was to the extent where even the corpse was destroyed. This would make the war race even more furious. Therefore, no matter what, the murderer was Lin Xian. As for Lin Xian, he was the eighth prince's subordinate. We only need to sow discord and the war race's fury will burn Lin Xian's body. It might even affect the eighth prince. If we let the eighth prince fight against the war race, sister, think about it. What kind of scene would that be? I even think that the eighth prince might not even be able to become the crown prince in the end. Don't forget, the war race is a legendary race. A prince who hasn't become the crown prince has completely offended such a race. How could our emperor let him become the crown prince? At that time, the eighth prince would be deposed. Then, the crown prince would naturally become the crown prince. Really? Hearing this, the empress was overjoyed. The crown prince was even more excited. That's great. As long as he could kill the eighth prince, he would definitely be able to become the crown prince. However, he soon frowned. "Uncle, although this method sounds good, it's actually very difficult to execute. The eighth prince is not an idiot. He won't foolishly go against the war race. It doesn't matter. There are some things that he can't avoid even if he doesn't want to. After all, this matter was related to him. As long as the war race's fury came, the eighth prince would have no choice but to resist. Leave this matter to me." "All right, I'll leave it to you." The empress nodded. After all, the middle-aged man in front of her was her younger brother and the crown prince's uncle. She believed that he could definitely help them. It was late at night. The eighth prince hadn't slept yet. Lin Xian hadn't slept either. He came to the eighth prince's study and gently knocked on the door. "Brother Lin, it's you." Seeing that it was Lin Xian, the eighth prince was a little surprised. He opened the door and let Lin Xian in. Then, he said, "It's so late. Why are you looking for me?" "Don't worry, Brother Lin. Although this matter is a little strange, I won't let those people hurt you without evidence." Lin Xian smiled. Then, he asked, "Crown Prince, I want to ask, how long until the baptism of the dragon aura starts?" 3 days. 3 days later, you will be baptized by the dragon aura," the eighth prince said. The eighth prince sighed. According to the previous rules, I will be baptized by the dragon aura in 3 days. Then, within a year, I will worship the heavens and become the crown prince. Although there are some accidents now, the process shouldn't change. Don't worry, Brother Lin. You are my great benefactor. Without you, I wouldn't be able to become the crown prince. 3 days. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. It wasn't too late. However, he asked again. How long will it take for the royal elder to come back from the secondary space? It was hard to say. It depended on whether they found the Golden Lion King or found some key clues. Brother Lin, what happened to the Golden Lion King? Why did he disappear? The 8th prince was also very confused. Lin Xian looked at the 8th prince with flickering eyes. Then, he raised his hand and a formation covered the entire study. Brother Lin, you! Seeing this scene, the 8th prince was shocked. However, he wasn't too worried. He realized that this was just a set of defensive needle techniques to prevent others from probing. Lin Xian took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, I have killed the Golden Lion King. What? Hearing this, the 8th prince trembled. His face was full of shock. He couldn't believe it at all. What did you say? You killed the Golden Lion King? Shocked, he was simply too shocked. That was the Golden Lion King. It was incomparably terrifying. Even they didn't dare to offend it. After all, the war tribe was very mysterious and the Golden Lion King was a genius of the war tribe. If he suffered any losses, the war tribe would probably go crazy. You didn't hear it wrong. I killed the Golden Lion King. There was no need to talk about the specific process. In short, this was the result. Chapter 2193. You didn't hear wrongly. I killed the Golden Lion King. There's no need to talk about the specific process. In short, this is the result, Lin Xian said. However, do you know what the consequences of killing the Golden Lion King will be? The 8th prince's face was pale. Until now, he still hasn't recovered. I naturally thought of the consequences. However, I have a reason to kill him, Lin Xian said in a deep voice. 8th prince, I don't want to drag you down with me. However, I hope you can help me. Speak. The 8th prince took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. Lin Xian said, I must participate in the baptism of Dragon Aura in 3 days. If the first prince and the others obstruct me at that time, I hope you can help me fight against them. Don't worry. Once I get the aura of Dragon Aura, I will immediately leave the palace and announce it to the public. The Golden Lion King was called a war god by me. It has nothing to do with you. This way, it won't threaten your position as the crown prince. Brother Lin. Hearing this, the 8th prince was very surprised. He didn't expect that Lin Xian would want to protect him. This was really out of his expectations. In the next moment, the 8th prince said in a deep voice, Brother Lin, what kind of person do you think I am? You helped me get the position of the crown prince. I'm not that kind of person. Don't worry. I will definitely fight for you for the baptism of Dragon Aura in 3 days. Moreover, I will do my best to help you leave the palace safely. Although I can't fight against the war race directly, my status is different now. With my status as the crown prince, I can mobilize more resources to help you. At least, I can resist the first prince. Lin Xian and the 8th prince discussed for a while. Then, they turned and left. After Lin Xian left, the 8th prince calmed down. After a while, he shouted coldly. Someone! Yes. A ghostly figure appeared in the air and appeared in the study. He half knelt on the ground and was very respectful. Didn't many elders come to visit these few days? Tell them that I will summon them tomorrow. Yes. The figure once again turned into green smoke and disappeared into the void of space. The 8th prince's eyes flickered. The war clan, the first prince, was truly a powerful force. It seems that I really need to contact a group of elders and princes. The next 2 days were very quiet. It was because everybody was waiting for the elders who had entered the secondary space to send back messages. However, for some reason, 2 days had passed and there was still no news. On the third day, the entire palace began to bustle with activity. This was because today was the day that the baptism of the Tao of Dragons would begin. This was also the most exciting moment for all the powerful beings. The reason why they supported the princes at all costs, even putting their lives on the line, was for this final baptism of the Tao of Dragons. This was no ordinary Dragon Tao aura, but the Dragon Tao aura formed by the Tai dynasty's dragon vein. It contained incomparably mysterious and surging power. If they could receive the baptism of the Tao of Dragons, their strength and physique would definitely rise to a whole new level. Lin Xian was also extremely excited. During this period of time, as he cultivated and absorbed all kinds of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, he had already reached the late stage 6-star king realm. However, it would be very difficult for him to rise further. This was because many people had spent hundreds or even thousands of years without making a breakthrough. From this, one could imagine how terrifying the amount of energy required to do so was. However, today was an opportunity. If he could receive the baptism of the Tao of Dragons and absorb the powerful energy inside, his strength and cultivation would definitely rise to a whole new level. It was even possible for him to take the opportunity to make a breakthrough. On a square in the palace, there were runes engraved all over, emitting a mysterious light. At this moment, many princes had gathered there, as well as many powerful beings, kings, and geniuses. This was the place where the baptism of the Tao of Dragons would take place. The first prince, the third prince, the fourth prince, and the other princes were all there. The kings behind them were all very excited. Although they had failed, they could still receive the baptism of the Tao of Dragons. Of course, the only difference was the amount. The number of Tao of Dragons obtained by those who succeeded would definitely far exceed theirs. Moreover, the distribution of the Tao of Dragons was based on contribution. Whoever contributed the most in the battle for the position of Crown Prince would be able to claim the most Tao of Dragon Chi. Therefore, the group that received the most Tao of Dragons was naturally the kings around the 8th prince. Among the almighty kings around the 8th prince, the one who enjoyed the most was naturally Lin Xian. It could not be helped because Lin Xian's contribution was too great. He had single-handedly turned the situation around. Moreover, he had successfully eliminated the first prince, allowing the 8th prince to obtain the final victory. No one could compare to such a contribution. Therefore, he was naturally assigned to the Tao of Dragon Aura in the first place. However, when Lin Xian wanted to take the number 1 spot, the first prince stepped out. He snorted coldly. He was still a very important suspect and was not qualified to receive the baptism of the Tao of Dragons. That's right, 8th prince. The others can, but not this kid. The third prince also stepped out to stop him. The other princes were silent at the side. They did not participate in the battle. Firstly, they did not dare to offend the 8th prince. Secondly, they did not dare to offend the first prince. Therefore, it was better for them to watch the battle between the two from the side. Not allowed? Why not? The 8th prince also snorted coldly. He had already guessed that these people would stop him. Now, it seemed that he was right. He was the suspect of killing the Golden Lion King. Do you think he is qualified to enter? The third prince sneered. The 8th prince said in a deep voice. So what if he is a suspect? Is there a rule in the Tai dynasty that says that suspects are not allowed to receive the baptism of the Tao of Dragons? You are twisting words and forcing logic. The third prince snorted coldly. The 8th prince was also angry. Third prince, watch your attitude. I am now the future crown prince. Humph! Hearing this, the third prince was so angry that his face darkened. However, he did not dare to openly provoke him anymore. After all, his opponent's status was different now. He was no longer on the same level as him. Instead, he was above him. The third prince snorted coldly, waved his sleeve, and retreated. The first prince stepped out and sneered. What? You think you can show off after winning the second round? Don't forget that you are only the future crown prince, not the real crown prince. What's there to be arrogant about? In the end, it's not certain whether you can become the crown prince or not. Hearing this, the surrounding kings were shocked. The princes also gasped. What did their boss mean? Could it be that he still had a chance to turn the tables? Chapter 2194. Hearing this, the surrounding kings were shocked. The princes also gasped. What did their boss mean? Could it be that he still had a chance to turn the tables? Everyone was dumbfounded and could not believe it. Logically speaking, the first prince had lost and had no chance of becoming the crown prince. However, the first prince's tone was very arrogant, and he even dared to provoke the eighth prince. And what exactly was the trick behind all of this? They did not know. However, the eighth prince vaguely guessed it. His face was gloomy. Boss, I advise you not to play tricks behind our backs. You have no chance of becoming the crown prince. So, you'd better be a good prince. Otherwise, when the time comes for the conferment, you won't even be a prince. The eighth prince's voice had a hint of coldness. After hearing this, the other princes felt their scalps tingle. Even the third prince's eyelids twitched. The eighth prince's words were laced with menace. It seemed that the eighth prince was really angry. The other princes were also silent. They decided that they would not stand out and participate in the battle for the position of crown prince. Otherwise, they would not even know how they died. The first prince flew into a rage. Threatening him. How dare the other party threaten him? He was about to go crazy with anger. Previously, when there was no crown prince, he had always been the boss and was above everyone else. Moreover, he was the son of the empress, so his status was higher than the other princes. Usually, no one dared to go against him. But now, the eighth prince, who had always been under his feet, dared to openly threaten him. He could not tolerate it. He was about to go crazy with anger. However, the kings on the side quickly reminded the first prince not to do anything. First prince, there will be plenty of time in the future. Let's think about it at length. Once the news from the secondary space comes back, we can contact the war tribe and take action. Humph. Let him be arrogant for 2 more days. I'll see how he dies then. The first prince snorted coldly. On the other side, the eighth prince withdrew his gaze and looked behind him. Brother Lin, please. Okay. Lin Xian nodded and took the lead to walk forward. Daoist Long, Dan Qingqing, and the others followed behind him. Apart from them, the first prince, the third prince, and all the other princes, as well as the king realm experts behind them, all walked forward and prepared to be baptized by the Tao of Dragon Aura. Lin Xian walked at the very front and came to the centermost area before sitting down with his legs crossed. The others had been sitting beside him, facing him from the inside out. The closer one got to the center, the denser and denser the Tao of Dragon Aura. The closer one got to the edge, the scarcer the aura of the Tao of Dragon became. These positions were determined based on battle merits and contributions. After the sequence was arranged, a few elders from the royal family walked out and quickly activated the array. The ground below trembled as dragon roars rang out. It was as if 10,000 dragons were roaring. Lin Xian's heart also trembled. He could feel a surge of energy surging up from the ground. It was as if a true dragon was rapidly awakening. What a powerful force! Lin Xian was shocked and overjoyed at the same time. This force was enough for him to make a breakthrough. Without any hesitation, he used the art of longevity as if he had gone mad and quickly absorbed it. The others were also overjoyed and absorbed the power of the Tao of Dragon Aura. Dragon-shaped phantoms appeared on these people's bodies and quickly coiled around them. The dragon-shaped phantoms on Lin Xian's body were the most powerful. They were like giant dragons coiling around his body. The other princes watched and waited at the side. This lasted for a day and a night. After a day and a night, the Tao of Dragon Aura disappeared. Everyone opened their eyes and were overjoyed. Some even broke through directly. Moreover, there were many of them. Waves of powerful energy tore through the void and rushed into the clouds. These people were all overjoyed. At this moment, whether it was the veteran powerhouses or the young geniuses, they all exclaimed. Lin Xian opened his eyes as well, and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. However, the third prince in the distance sneered. What a piece of trash. After absorbing so much Tao of Dragon Aura, he still hasn't made a breakthrough. That's right. Although Lin Xian's aura was stronger than before, he hadn't made a breakthrough. This made many people surprised. The third prince sneered in disdain. In his opinion, Lin Xian's talent wasn't very good. He didn't know why he was so strong. Facing the puzzled gazes of these people, Lin Xian ignored them. He quickly got up and came to the eighth prince's side. Then, he said, I'll go back first. The eighth prince was also puzzled. Why didn't Lin Xian make a breakthrough? Even Duan Qingqing and Lu Fei had reached the peak of 6-star King Realm. Lin Xian's aura was still at the late stage of 6-star King Realm. Could it be that he was hiding his cultivation? But that shouldn't be the case. There was no way to hide one's cultivation when breaking through. The eighth prince couldn't figure it out. However, Lin Xian had already left. He returned to his residence, opened the array, and sealed the room. Then, he entered the black earth. Help me look outside. I'm going to make a breakthrough. Lin Xian instructed and sat down cross-legged. He wasn't a piece of trash, and it wasn't that he hadn't made a breakthrough. Instead, he had suppressed it. Lin Xian didn't want to make a breakthrough in front of everyone because the dragon aura he had absorbed this time was too strong. If it weren't for the mysterious longevity art, he wouldn't have been able to suppress it at all. Therefore, when he released his power, a powerful aura swept out. Fortunately, the black earth was extremely strong. Even an invincible almighty couldn't break it. Therefore, although Lin Xian's breakthrough was terrifying, it couldn't affect the black earth. Half a day later, an extremely terrifying aura surged from Lin Xian's body. He opened his eyes, and his gaze instantly pierced through the void. At the side, the dark red divine dragon also exclaimed, Kid, you've broken through and become an almighty! That's right. Lin Xian had broken through from the late stage of 6-star King Realm to 7-star King Realm. This definitely surpassed the breakthrough of everyone outside. If news of this spread out, it would definitely shock the group of people outside to death. 7-star King Realm, which was the almighty realm. Lin Xian had finally stepped into this realm. Not only had his cultivation broken through, but his strength had also increased exponentially. In the past, when he was a 6-star king, he already had the combat strength of a peak almighty. Now that he had broken through to the almighty realm, his combat strength had definitely reached the level of a peerless almighty. Ordinary almighties wouldn't be able to withstand a single move from him. Even peak almighties weren't his match. Only peerless almighties could contend with him now. Great, with a breakthrough in strength, it should be easier to deal with the war race in the future. Lin Xian also heaved a sigh of relief. His current combat strength was still at the level of a peerless almighty. Even if he faced the war race, he wouldn't be afraid. Chapter 2195. His current combat strength was still at the level of a peerless mighty figure. Even if he faced the war race, he wouldn't be afraid. Moreover, he still had a trump card, and that was the Heaven Stage Treasure Sword. During this period of time, Lin Xian had been asking the dark red divine dragon to study a set of array formations. That was to seal the power of the Heaven Stage Treasure Sword, as long as it was sharp. Under normal circumstances, using the Heaven Stage Treasure Sword would take away half of Lin Xian's energy. Even if he broke through now, he probably wouldn't be able to use it too many times. However, if the power of the Heaven Stage Ancient Sword was sealed, it would no longer absorb so much energy. However, the material and sharpness of the Heaven Stage Treasure Sword would be preserved. It would definitely be a divine weapon. It was most suitable for Lin Xian to use now. The dark red divine dragon thought for a few days and finally came up with a formation, so he sealed the Heaven Stage Ancient Sword again. This process lasted for another day. Alright, kid, you can use it now. Its sharpness definitely surpasses that of an Earth-stage treasure. Moreover, you don't need to consume too much energy now. Of course, its power can't be compared to a true Heaven-stage treasure sword, but it can definitely crush an Earth-stage treasure. Also, if it really doesn't work, you can unlock the seal when you're in danger and unleash the power of the Heaven-stage treasure sword. However, you can use it as a trump card. This is great. Lin Xian was overjoyed. He had another trump card. To be honest, although the war race was powerful, Lin Xian wasn't afraid. After all, he had many cards in his hand. As long as he wasn't surrounded by many peerless experts, he could deal with them. In the next moment, Lin Xian took out a few medium-grade Earth-stage treasures and threw them into the air. Then, he waved the Heaven-stage ancient sword. Buzz! Crack! With a swing of the sword, those medium-grade Earth-stage treasures were directly cut in half. So sharp! Lin Xian was shocked. He took out another high-grade Earth-stage treasure and found that it was also cut in half. Only a peak Earth-stage treasure could contend against it. However, after many attacks, cracks appeared on it. Great! With this divine weapon, Lin Xian's combat strength had increased again. After absorbing the Tao of Dragon Aura and becoming a mighty figure, Lin Xian decided to leave. But the only pity was that he hadn't investigated much about the nest of 10,000 dragons. At the very least, he knew that the nest of 10,000 dragons wasn't in the Tai dynasty. However, he had to leave the palace first. Once he was outside, he would think of a way. Lin Xian left as soon as he said so. He did not intend to delay. He exited the Black Earth and decided to bid farewell to the 8th prince. However, just as Lin Xian was halfway there, a low and melodious bell rang out from the imperial palace. Like muffled thunder, it spread throughout the entire imperial palace. Dong! Dong dong! At this moment, all the powerful cultivators in the palace opened their eyes. In particular, the expressions of the royal family elders changed. Oh no, something big has happened! Hurry to the Grand Imperial Hall! The loud sound of the bell shocked everyone in the imperial palace. Many figures soared into the sky and turned into rainbows, flying towards the Grand Imperial Hall. At this moment, it was not only the elders of the imperial family. Even the princes and the almighty kings beside them were rushing over. At the same time, they were discussing animatedly. What would happen at this time? Needless to say, it must be news from the secondary space. Do you mean news about the Golden Lion King? It must be. Moreover, it wasn't good news. Otherwise, it wouldn't have activated the Celestial Emperor Bell, which was only activated during major events. Could it be that something had happened to the Golden Lion King? Thinking of this, everyone's scalps went numb. Let's go and take a look. While discussing this, they sped up. Lin Xian also frowned. He could naturally guess that this matter should have something to do with the Golden Lion King. However, it was too much of a coincidence. Just as he was about to leave, the news came back. Oh, isn't this Prodigy Lin? Why is he still standing here? A sneer came from behind. Lin Xian frowned and turned around, only to find that it was the 3rd prince flying over with his men. Prodigy Lin, the news of the Golden Lion King has come back. Don't you want to hear it? Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly. A trace of coldness appeared in his eyes. The 3rd prince sneered. I advise you to listen obediently. However, don't think about escaping. The entire imperial city is under martial law now. Even peerless almighties can't escape, let alone you. Ha ha. Speaking of this, the 3rd prince laughed wildly. A trace of malevolence appeared in his eyes. Then, he waved his hand and left quickly with his men. Looking at the 3rd prince's back, Lin Xian's face was gloomy and his eyes flickered. However, the other party also warned him that he must not go to the Grand Imperial Hall. Thinking about it, with the divine abilities of the royal family elders, they should be able to determine that the Golden Lion King was killed. If he went there now, he would be walking into a trap. In the Grand Imperial Hall, there were no less than 10 peerless almighties, or even more. If the sage came, then he and Lin Xian would have no chance of escaping. Therefore, Lin Xian decided to leave the imperial palace immediately. He originally wanted to say goodbye to the eighth prince, but now it seemed that there was no chance. Whoosh! In the next moment, Lin Xian's figure flickered and flew into the distance. At the same time, he secretly sent a voice transmission to the dark red divine dragon, telling it to be ready at all times. There must be a powerful array formation in the imperial palace for defense. When the time came, he would have to break the array formation. Just as Lin Xian was about to leave the imperial palace, on the other side, the grand imperial hall was already packed with people. The imperial elders, almighties, peerless geniuses, and the princes were all gathered in the hall. The empress and the sage were also there. In front of the hall stood three elders with gloomy and solemn expressions. They were the three people who went to the secondary space to look for the Golden Lion King. At this moment, they had returned and brought back news. However, it wasn't good news. Looking at their expressions, everyone could guess a thing or two. However, they still couldn't be sure. At this moment, an imperial elder asked, "What's the situation?" "Yes, we're all here. Elder, please tell us." A burly middle-aged man wearing battle armor said in a clear voice. He was really the first prince's uncle. The three elders looked around, then turned around and looked forward. "Your Majesty, the matter has been investigated." "Speak." The sage nodded and said in a deep voice. The three elders looked at each other, and the oldest of them walked out and said in a deep voice, "We've arrived at the place where the Golden Lion King and Lin Xian had their final battle. We didn't find a corpse there." "No corpse." Hearing this, many people heaved a sigh of relief. On the other hand, the first prince frowned. "What's going on? Could it be that the Golden Lion King isn't dead?" This was completely different from what they had expected. Chapter 2196. However, the elder in front said again. Although the corpse was not found, according to the blood at the scene and the remnant aura, the Golden Lion King should have been killed. In fact, even their corpses were gone. What? The Golden Lion King was killed. Not even his bones were left. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. This news was like a bolt from the blue, making them dizzy. Those powerful experts swallowed their saliva. The surrounding princes were also shocked. Killed? He was really killed. The third prince was also shocked. However, a sinister smile appeared on his face soon after. "That's great. That brat is definitely dead. He killed the Golden Lion King. The war tribe will definitely not let him go." On the first prince's side, a pleased smile appeared on his face. This was great. Things went according to plan. The Golden Lion King was killed. Next, they only needed to capture Lin Xian. That would be enough. At that time, they would sow discord and make the war tribe and the eighth prince become enemies. After using the war tribe to kill the eighth prince, he would become the crown prince. The eighth prince's face was cold, and his eyes were serious. He had known about this news for a long time. However, he did not expect the whole world to know about it so quickly. Behind him, Daoist Long, the lord of the underworld, Duan Qingqing, and other powerful experts sucked in a breath of cold air. They were extremely shocked. It couldn't be. Lin Xian really killed the Golden Lion King? This guy was too crazy. Discussions broke out one after another. However, at this moment, the first prince stood out. He pointed to the right side of the hall and shouted coldly, "Eighth prince, where is Lin Xian? Hand him over. Hand him over, capture him, and send him to the war tribe." He was truly audacious and didn't know what death was. He even dared to kill a genius of the war tribe. He must be tired of living. Cold shouts could be heard. The people on the first prince's side were aggressive and wanted to force the eighth prince. In fact, it was not only the first prince. At this moment, everyone in the Grand Imperial Hall looked at the eighth prince. It wasn't just the elders of the royal family. Even the empress and the emperor were looking over. Daoist Long, Duan Qingqing, and the others looked anxious. Were they really going to hand over Lin Xian? If that happened, Lin Xian would definitely die. The eighth prince was also bewildered. He did not know whether Lin Xian had left or not. However, he was now praying that they wouldn't come to the Grand Imperial Hall. If they came, they would die without a doubt. If he hadn't come, the situation might have taken a turn for the better. Seeing that the eighth prince was silent, the first prince snorted again. Eighth prince, stop struggling. Hurry up and hand over Lin Xian. What, could it be that you want to protect this murderer? Yes, hand over Lin Xian. Eighth prince, don't hesitate. This person is the War Clan's mortal enemy. If we shield him, it might cause the War Clan to be dissatisfied. Sounds of discussion could be heard. The eighth prince coldly snorted. I did not see Lin Xian. Didn't see it? How is that possible? That Lin Xian is your man. The first prince sneered. Boss, you should be clear. Now that the battle for the position of crown prince is over, it is up to Lin Xian to decide whether to stay or leave. I don't know. Of course, it's normal. The eighth prince also snorted. However, at this time, the third prince stood out and sneered. It can't be, I saw that kid on the way here. However, that kid's expression was not very good. Perhaps he knew that the matter of him killing the Golden Lion King was exposed. Right now, he might be secretly trying to escape somewhere. What? Lin Xian wanted to escape? Hearing this, everyone was stirred up again. They searched the entire Grand Imperial Hall and found that there was no sign of Lin Xian. However, the third prince smiled again. Don't worry, the palace is already under martial law. Even supreme experts can't escape, let alone that kid. The palace is already under martial law. Those experts were shocked. The royal elders were also silent. The palace was indeed under martial law. It was impossible for that kid to escape. Boom! Just as the third prince finished speaking, an earth-shattering explosion came from afar. It was as if 100,000 golden lightning bolts had descended. Then, the entire palace shook violently. Even the Grand Imperial Hall was shaking as if there was an earthquake. What's going on? Someone is attacking the palace. Everyone's expression changed. The royal elders and the princes were also shocked. They had never seen such a thing in their lives. This is the palace. Who dares to behave atrociously here? The emperor's face darkened. He shouted coldly and a majestic force surged out. Immediately, the Grand Imperial Hall was stabilized. Not only that, but there were also peerless experts suppressing the entire palace, preventing it from trembling. However, the explosions outside were still going on. What's going on? Everyone was shocked. The first prince and the others rushed out of the Grand Imperial Hall and looked into the distance. The remaining people also followed him out one after another. In the distance, several figures flew over and landed quickly. They knelt on one knee and cupped their fists. The defensive array formation had been destroyed, and that brat Lin Xian had escaped. What? Lin Xian escaped? Everyone was stunned. Although the guard's voice wasn't loud, it was like a clap of thunder that exploded in their minds. Everyone was stunned, especially the third prince and the first prince. They were dumbfounded. They had previously said that even supreme experts could not escape. That kid had no chance of escaping. But now, he had escaped in the blink of an eye. This was a slap to their faces in public. Moreover, they were so angry that they vomited blood. Damn it, how is this possible? How is this possible? How could that kid escape? The third prince was about to go crazy. This was completely beyond his understanding. Could it be that the other party was a supreme expert? Or did someone secretly help him? The eighth prince was also shocked. Although he also hoped that Lin Xian would leave quickly. He was also shocked when he heard the news. It would appear that Lin Xian had not left stealthily. Instead, he had forcibly broken through the spirit formation's defenses before leaving. That was the array formation of the Imperial Palace. Even supreme experts could not break it. How did he do it? Damn it, chase him! Chase him! We must catch that kid! The first prince was so angry that he stomped his feet. Immediately, many powerhouses soared into the sky. The Empress also narrowed her eyes and secretly signaled to the others. A few of the royal elders who supported the first prince stepped forward. Their expressions were cold as they quickly flew into the sky. They formed hand seals with their palms, and huge palms that covered the sky appeared in the sky. They covered a radius of tens of thousands of miles and quickly enveloped the area. The supreme experts had attacked, and there were 3 of them. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. It seemed that they were really going to make a move. However, in the next moment, they were stunned. That was because the expressions of the 3 supreme experts changed, and they retracted their palms. In the sky, the huge palms that covered tens of thousands of miles collapsed into pieces. They were shattered. How was that possible? These people were all crazy. That was a peerless almighty figure. 3 supreme experts had attacked at the same time. Chapter 2197. Those people were crazy. Those were supreme mighty figures. Moreover, 3 supreme mighty figures had attacked at the same time. How could Lin Xian resist them? However, the result was beyond their expectations. The 3 sky-covering hands were instantly torn into pieces. What kind of power could cause such a thing? How did that kid do it? Wasn't he just a 6-star king? Impossible! The Empress also exclaimed in shock, and her expression became extremely ugly. At the side, the Emperor's gaze was gloomy. He was also angry. However, he did not make a move. He had no choice. He was the ruler of a country, an invincible king. How could he attack a 6-star king? Even if he could capture the other party, he would become a laughing stock if word got out. The subordinates naturally knew that. Therefore, at that moment, the Empress' younger brother, General Xianying, stepped forward. He quickly said, "Your Majesty, let me lead the troops to capture this thief." "All right." The Emperor nodded slightly. General Xianying immediately turned around and soared into the sky. At the same time, more than 10 figures quickly soared into the sky from the palace in the distance. They left the palace and charged into the distance. The others quickly followed. To be honest, they also wanted to see what kind of means Lin Xian had used to cause such a terrifying attack. When they left the palace, they were stunned. There was a huge hole in the incomparably profound array in front of them. It had been blasted into pieces. Could it be that this was caused by that brat, Lin Xian? That was too terrifying. How did he do it? Everyone gasped. The 3rd prince and the others quickly rushed over. They wanted to see how Lin Xian was doing. Actually, this was what had happened. Originally, Lin Xian wanted to break the array. However, after thinking about it, he reckoned that after the news was exposed, the people of the royal family would definitely go crazy and hunt him down. Therefore, he decided to use the Black Earth to break the array by force. Lin Xian went to the edge of the imperial palace and summoned the Black Earth. Then, he used all the natural treasures he had, as well as those divine crystals, to launch the Black Earth's powerful attack. An earth-shattering beam of light blasted onto the mysterious formation, causing an earth-shattering explosion. The Imperial Palace's array was very strong. Even a peerless Almighty couldn't open it. However, the might of the Black Earth was extremely terrifying. At this moment, Lin Xian didn't hesitate to use the natural treasures and divine crystals in his possession. That was why the resulting attacks were extremely terrifying, already surpassing those of exceptional powerhouses. It directly blasted open the array formation in front of them. This scene caused an uproar in the entire Imperial Palace. Even the surrounding Imperial Palace warriors and guards were all stunned. They wanted to block it, but the shockwaves from the explosion sent them flying. Lin Xian entered the Black Earth, passed through the shattered formation, and flew into the distance. However, this was the Imperial Palace after all. Even though those guards were sent flying, those peerless almighties hidden within the Imperial Palace soared into the air and chased after them rapidly. 5 to 6 almighties instantly flew out and crazily attacked the Black Earth. However, the result was beyond their expectations, because their attacks had no effect at all. There wasn't even a crack. The black earth was incomparably hard and shook off all the attacks. How was that possible? What kind of treasure was that? How could it be so terrifying? The peerless almighties behind them were stunned. Inside the black earth, Lin Xian snorted coldly and ignored them. He once again injected a large amount of energy and used many divine crystals as energy. On the surface of the black earth, mysterious runes bloomed one after another. It tore through the void and then disappeared. Damn it! Seeing this scene, 5 to 6 peerless almighties roared crazily. They wanted to stop him, but they couldn't do so at all. Behind them, General Xianing led a group of people and happened to see the other party tear through the void and disappear. He stabbed out with his spear. The huge spear light turned into a golden dragon and rushed out. However, it still didn't stop the other party. Damn it! General Xianing roared crazily. He didn't expect the other party to escape so easily. This made him extremely angry. Behind him, those people who rushed over were also completely stunned. Lin Xian escaped from the imperial palace so easily? Why did it feel like a dream? So many peerless almighties couldn't stop him. What's going on? The crown prince walked out and asked coldly. His eyes were filled with monstrous anger. That kid has an incomparably mysterious spirit ship. Its attack power is very strong, and its defense is very strong. If he hides inside, we can't break it at all. Damn it, it's actually like this. The others also had gloomy expressions when they heard this. Uncle, what should we do? The crown prince looked at General Xianing. General Xianing frowned. I've never heard of such a treasure before. It must be of a very high grade. Moreover, to activate a spirit ship of this grade, it requires a lot of energy. I don't believe that kid can keep using it. I'll go back now and ask the Emperor for an order to arrest him. If he dares to kill the Golden Lion King, it's equivalent to declaring war on the war race. There will be no place for him in the Tai dynasty. Yes, that's right. Hearing this, the crown prince's eyes also bloomed with a vicious light. Although that brat had escaped now, there would be a day when he would be caught. As long as he is in the territory of our dynasty, he will definitely not be able to escape. In the next moment, the crown prince, a few peerless almighties, and General Xianing hurriedly returned to the Grand Imperial Hall to ask the Emperor for an imperial edict. The others were in an uproar. They were all discussing Lin Xian and what happened before. On the other hand, the 8th prince's face was gloomy. Although Lin Xian was fine now, the 8th prince knew that it didn't mean that the matter was over. In fact, it was just the beginning. As expected, after returning, the emperor issued an imperial edict that Lin Xian was wanted in the entire country. The empress even brought out a phoenix edict to say that the entire world would reward him. Not only that, she also offered a generous reward. Anyone who captured Lin Xian would be conferred the title of king of a different surname. When the phoenix edict came out, the world was shocked. A king of a different surname was equivalent to a king of the Tai dynasty. The temptation was too great. That was because there were now 27 kings in the Tai dynasty. Among them, there were only 3 kings with different surnames. Moreover, 3 of them were kings with different surnames 2,000 years ago. In the past 1,000 years, no one had been conferred the title of king of a different surname. Those who were conferred the title of king of a different surname would receive monstrous power, large tracts of land, endless natural treasures, and endless cultivation resources. It could be said that it was a meteoric rise. Therefore, when the imperial edict came out, all the almighties in the Tai dynasty were excited. They searched everywhere crazily, trying to capture Lin Xian. Not only that, the empress and the crown prince had also gathered a group of powerhouses to search for him. They also contacted the kings stationed in various places and prepared to join forces. Chapter 2198. Relying on his newly promoted status as the crown prince, he had gathered many elders and princes. However, he was still a crown prince to be. Compared to the first prince and the empress, he was still a far cry from them. Therefore, he had only gathered a small number of princes and elders. Even so, it was enough to alleviate the danger that Lin Xian was in. As for the other princes, they were divided into two groups. Some supported the eighth prince, and some supported the first prince. Of course, there were also those who chose to remain neutral. After all, it was not good to offend either of them. The third prince stood firmly on the first prince's side. After all, he hated Lin Xian to the core. Of course, he hoped that Lin Xian would be killed. Moreover, he knew that Lin Xian would definitely die. Because the first prince had not only gathered a large number of experts, but also princes. The empress had also sent someone to deliver a message to the war tribe. When the people of the war race learned of the Golden Lion King's death, they would definitely explode with rage. As long as the war tribe was angry, not to mention the kid, even the peerless powerhouses would be killed. On the other side, Lin Xian boarded the Black Earth and left the palace completely. After he confirmed that it was safe, he immediately left the Black Earth and put it away. After all, the Black Earth's level was too high. Activating it once consumed too much energy. Even he did not dare to use it for a long time. It was better to use it as a life-saving measure. He still used an ordinary spirit boat to fly. "Kid, what should we do now?" the dark red dragon asked. Lin Xian thought for a while and decided to leave the Tai dynasty first. After all, the commotion this time was too big. Lin Xian decided to find a city and buy a map. He asked for the location. He then made a plan to leave. After flying for a long time, he was surrounded by barren mountains. He did not know where to fly to leave the Tai dynasty. After confirming a direction, Lin Xian flew quickly. Half a day later, a city wall appeared in his field of vision in the distance. It was a huge city. It was incomparably bright. Looking from below, it looked like a giant beast entrenched on the ground. He could not see the end of it. "Let's go down and take a look." When Lin Xian saw the giant city, his figure flickered and he descended. When they got closer, they realized that this huge city was really too majestic. The roads inside were like huge dragons, and the tall city towers were like immortal palaces. The atmosphere was majestic. The city walls below were all protected by formations. Mysterious runes flickered on the walls, emitting a unique aura. It was impossible to land directly inside the city walls. Therefore, Lin Xian landed outside the city walls. In front of the city gate, there were groups of guards. There were more than 30 people in total. They held long spears in their hands and wore battle armor that flickered with a cold metallic luster. They guarded the two sides of the city gate. At the entrance, there was an endless stream of people coming in and out. These people were not ordinary people. They were all martial artists. Many of them even had powerful auras. It was obvious that they were experts. Lin Xian landed below. When he was flying, he had already changed his appearance. At this moment, he changed his appearance in order to avoid being noticed by others. Sure enough, after he came down, many people looked in his direction. But soon, it moved away. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian was slightly relieved. It seemed that these people did not notice him. Moreover, he did not know if the Supreme First Dynasty had issued a warrant for him. But thinking about it, they would definitely not let him go. Therefore, he had better be careful. In the next moment, Lin Xian withdrew his thoughts and walked forward. The moment he entered the city, one of the middle-aged guards with a full beard suddenly felt his heart tremble. There was a look of shock in his eyes. He opened his mouth and spat out a green iron token. The iron token on the token shone brightly and trembled rapidly. Seeing this scene, the middle-aged man was extremely shocked and his pupils suddenly dilated. He hurriedly said, Go and inform the governor that the person we are looking for is here." Whoosh whoosh. In front of him, the two guards turned into two streaks of lightning, rushed into the city, and disappeared. Lin Xian entered the city and walked on the wide street. Looking at the passers-by and martial artists on both sides, his eyes flickered. He was looking for a shop to buy a map to identify the direction. Buzz! In a corner, an old man in patched clothes with a broken bowl in front of him suddenly opened his eyes. His hair was messy and his face was ashen, but at this moment, his eyes were extremely sharp. There was a jade pendant on his body that was shining brightly. Runes flashed on it. "It's here!" the old man whispered, his eyes shining with a sharp light. In the next moment, her figure flickered and disappeared. At the same time, a middle-aged man in white was sitting cross-legged on the platform of a high-speed railway. He was waving a feather fan, and there was a golden bell in front of him. At this moment, the golden bell shone brightly and made a tinkling sound. "It's here!" The middle-aged man in white put down the fan in his hand and looked at the golden bell in front of him. His eyes flickered. In the next moment, he waved his hand and a palm-sized rune appeared in his hand. He bit his finger and wrote a few lines of words on it with his blood. At the same time, a formation was formed in front of him, and it was shining brightly. The middle-aged man in white placed the rune on top of the formation. As the light flickered, the rune disappeared. One after another, orders were quickly passed down in the dark. Obviously, because of Lin Xian's arrival, the entire city was in turmoil. Lin Xian did not know about these things. At this moment, he came to a hall called the Thousand Treasure Tower, bought a map, and asked about some geographical matters. Lin Xian learned that this city was called Flame City. The place he was in was considered the center of the Tai dynasty. It would take a long time to leave the territory of the Tai dynasty. It seemed that he had to use a teleportation formation. Lin Xian asked where the super teleportation formation was. In the end, he learned that only the 12 main cities had super teleportation formations. Although Flame City was huge, it was not one of the 12. Of course, there were also super teleportation formations in the mansions of the princes. However, those places were more dangerous, so Lin Xian would not go there. The 12 main cities? Lin Xian nodded in understanding. It seemed that he had to find a way to go to the 12 main cities and use the super teleportation formation to leave the Tai dynasty. Although it was just a dynasty, its territory was frighteningly huge. It would take Lin Xian a few years to fly away. Thinking of this, Lin Xian walked out. As soon as he stepped out of the Thousand Treasure Tower, he was surrounded by a group of guards. There were about 20 of them, and they all looked cold. They held spears in their hands and surrounded Lin Xian tightly. Seeing this, Lin Xian frowned. Could it be that he had been exposed? In front, a young man in green armor stood out, looked at Lin Xian, and nodded. Yes, it was him. Take him away. Chapter 2199. Scram! Lin Xian's face darkened as he roared. A majestic aura rushed out of his body and forced the 4 guards to retreat. Puff! The 4 guards spat out mouthfuls of blood, their faces filled with fear. The young man's face darkened. He pulled out the sword at his waist and shouted coldly, "Attack!" Instantly, more than 20 guards attacked together. The void in front of them exploded. Scram! Lin Xian roared furiously. His voice was like a clap of thunder that descended from the sky, causing the entire void to shake rapidly. Buzz! 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 The void split open, and the dozen guards that rushed over were all sent flying. Their faces were pale as their brains churned. Boom! 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 They all fell to the ground and screamed incessantly. The surrounding passers-by were all stunned. Heavens, who is this kid? He's too terrifying. With a roar, he actually forced back more than 20 black armored guards. These black armored guards were all elite kings. When they attacked together, they could fight against an almighty. But now, they were sent flying by a sound wave. Everyone was stunned. As for the young man, his face was also incomparably pale. The clap of thunder just now had a terrifying impact on him, causing the blood in his body to tremble. However, he quickly circulated his cultivation technique to suppress the churning blood. At the same time, he clenched the sword in his hand and was about to attack Lin Xian. However, in the next moment, when he saw Lin Xian's cold and murderous gaze, his body fell to the ground and began to tremble. Who is this? How dare you cause trouble in Flame City? Are you tired of living? In the distance, the ground trembled as more black armored guards rushed over. Among them, there were a few who were riding on terrifying demon kings and rushing over. Among them, there were two who were extremely terrifying. One was riding a three-headed demon wolf, while the other was riding a purple lion. The lion had a pair of wings on its back and emitted a monstrous demon chi. Behind them, each of them led a group of 50 black armored guards. They quickly rushed over and surrounded the area. Kid, how dare you cause trouble in Flame City in broad daylight and injure the black armored guards? Come back with us obediently. A middle-aged man with cold eyes sat on the back of the three-headed wolf. He stared at Lin Xian and said coldly. In addition, a bald man was sitting cross-legged on top of the purple lion. He held a long saber in his hand and pointed it downward. Seeing this scene, everyone in the distance felt their scalps go numb. They quickly retreated and widened the distance between them. That was because they recognized the two of them. One of them was the bald Golden Blade King, and the other was Violent Hand King. Both of them were powerful experts and held high positions in the Black Armored Army. It could be said that his strength was extremely terrifying. Who would have thought that the two of them would actually make a move together? Just who was this young man in front of him? Lin Xian glanced at the two of them and snorted coldly. What did I do to make you arrest me? Right now, I'm just defending myself. I'll give you a chance to disappear from my sight. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Impolite? Why aren't you being polite? In the sky, the purple lion spread its wings and flapped them continuously, emitting gusts of demonic wind. The bald man on its back, the Golden Blade King, widened his eyes and let out a cold smirk. Little brat, go to hell. In the next moment, his figure flashed and disappeared from the sky. He instantly appeared in front of Lin Xian. The golden treasured saber in his hand slashed down forcefully. This golden saber light was like a bolt of lightning, bringing along a wave of pressure as it slashed down from the sky. It was as if an immemorial demonic beast was going to devour Lin Xian. Humph! That brat was dead meat. That was for sure. The Golden Blade King's saber technique was absolutely terrifying. Around them, the black armored army sneered. Lin Xian's lips curled into a sneer as he looked at the golden blade light that was sweeping down from the sky. In the next moment, he stretched out his right hand and grabbed the air lightly. What? He actually wanted to fight with his bare hands and not dodge. He was really looking for death. Idiot! Water must have entered his head. Seeing this scene, these people were even more confused. Humph! The Golden Blade King sneered. The other party actually dared to be so arrogant. He was really looking for death. One must know that even a powerful expert of the same level would not dare to fight with his golden saber barehanded. Boom! Lin Xian's palm slapped on the golden saber, creating an intense collision, as if thousands of horses were neighing. With an earth-shattering sound, the void exploded, and the golden saber light that filled the sky was shattered. The Golden Blade King's chest caved in, and he flew out. Puff! He spat out a mouthful of blood, and sent more than 10 black armored army flying. What? The Golden Blade King was injured. Everyone was stunned. The black armored army's eyelids were twitching, and those who were watching from afar were also extremely shocked. They looked at Lin Xian, and their eyes were filled with fear. Who exactly was this brat? How could he be so strong? He actually sent the Golden Blade King flying with one move. Could it be that this brat was also a powerful expert? Thinking of this, they gasped. They had never seen such a young powerful expert before. Moreover, that was not right. According to the information, the other party was only a 6-star king. On the other side, the middle-aged man sitting on the three-headed wolf, Violent Hand King, also had a change in expression. He snorted. Brat, you're looking for death. In the next moment, he stretched out his palm, and a fiery red big hand came grabbing at him from all directions. Buzz! Seeing the other party making another move, Lin Xian pointed out his finger. On the tip of his finger, a dazzling sword light surged out. Rumble! The whole sky was trembling. Although it was only a sword light, it was enough to crush the heavens. This sword chi was too terrifying, so much so that when this sword chi appeared, everyone began to tremble. Violent Hand King's expression also changed. He did not expect the other party's sword chi to be so powerful. This aura was enough to threaten his life. Therefore, in the next moment, he wanted to escape. However, the sword chi had already enveloped him. Pung! Ah! With a miserable scream, one of his arms was chopped off, and blood gushed out. Violent Hand King frantically retreated, his face pale. Kill! Kill him for me! Set up the black armored sky-splitting array. I want him dead! Violent Hand King roared crazily. He quickly stopped his injuries, and commanded the black armored army to form a terrifying killing array. Although these black armored army were not almighty experts, they had mastered a terrifying array. At this moment, 100 black armored army quickly formed the array. Even an almighty expert would not be able to resist it. Black armored sky-splitting array. The 100 black armored army quickly formed the array. The sky was filled with light, and a terrifying aura was emitted from the array. It enveloped the whole space. In the distance, everyone's expression changed. They frantically retreated, not daring to get close. This array was too terrifying. The terrifying aura was like the awakening of a peerless demonic beast. Pun! In the next moment, these people attacked together. The aura that filled the sky, together with the array, formed a huge black rock, and rushed out quickly. That huge rock slowly covered the sky, and its body emitted a monstrous aura. It charged toward Lin Xian. At the same time, Hunter King and Golden Blade King also cooperated with the huge black rock, and quickly attacked. The two of them, one in front and one behind, charged toward Lin Xian's vital points. Chapter 2200. At the same time, Hunter King and Golden Blade King also cooperated with the Black Rock and quickly attacked. The two of them attacked Lin Xian's vital parts one after another. 1. Blazing Palm! Sky-splitting Golden Blade! The two of them roared and used their ultimate moves. A terrifying flaming palm and a terrifying golden blade light flew out quickly. You don't know what's good for you! Facing the terrifying formation and the attacks of the two almighties, Lin Xian snorted coldly. In the next moment, he pulled out a broken sword. The broken sword was very ancient, and there were sword patterns all over it. One look and you could tell that it was not an ordinary item. It was Lin Xian's heaven-ranked ancient sword. In the next moment, the ancient sword swung out a terrifying sword light, tearing the heaven and earth apart. Pung pung pung! Intense explosions sounded in the sky. Mushroom clouds rose one after another, the light was as dazzling as fireworks. The black rock formed by 100 black armored army was split in half by the sword. But even so, Hunter King's other arm was also cut off. Blood gushed out, and it could not heal at all. Golden Blade King was even more miserable. When the golden blade in his hand touched the ancient sword, it broke with a clang. Damn it! How is this possible? Golden Blade King's pupils shrank. His golden blade was an earth-rank upper artifact. It was extremely terrifying. Even the Almighties could not break it. How could the opponent break it so easily? He did not dare to imagine. But in the next moment, he screamed in horror. Because the sword chi had split him in half from the middle. As the sword descended, Lin Xian withdrew his ancient sword. As for the 100 black armored soldiers, they vomited large mouthfuls of blood. Golden Blade King and Hunter King, one was dead and the other was crippled. Blood flowed and dyed the surroundings red. Impossible! This was impossible! Damn it, how could you be so strong? Hunter King trembled, his eyes were filled with fear. The 100 black armored army kept retreating, their faces were in a sorry state. In the distance, the crowd was even more shocked. God, who was this kid? How could he destroy such a powerful team so easily? Ruthless. This was definitely a ruthless person. Everyone was frightened and retreated frantically. Humph! How dare you kill my black armored army? You're dead. At this moment, a cold voice came from afar. It was like thunder, rolling over. Immediately after, the earth trembled as more and more black armored army gathered in this direction like a black tide. Light flickered in the sky as countless experts appeared. Those people who originally wanted to watch felt their heads explode. Such a terrifying formation, just to catch a young man? Who was this person? They did not dare to imagine. However, they knew that they couldn't stay here any longer, so they quickly ran away. They all hid at a distance that they thought was safe and watched carefully. This time, there were even more black armored soldiers. They were densely packed, numbering in the thousands. In the sky, several frightening old men appeared. Their auras were thick and heavy. They were like deities that looked down on the common people. Brat, you won't be able to escape. Come back with me obediently. Humph, what you have done is enough to make you have no place in the Tai dynasty. Lin Xian's face darkened when he saw this. If they were dealing with ordinary people, it would be impossible for them to deploy such a terrifying formation. From the looks of it, the other parties should know his identity. So you know who I am? Lin Xian looked up at the sky and said indifferently. From the moment you came in, we knew. Don't think that you can hide your appearance and aura, you can avoid our pursuit. In the sky, an old man coldly snorted. So that's how it is. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. It seemed that the first prince had used a lot of power to catch him. He thought that he had hidden very well, but he did not expect to be recognized so quickly. Since it was like this, he did not intend to hide anymore. Lin Xian's facial bones changed, and he returned to his original appearance. Capture him for me. Kill! There was an angry roar in the sky, and the 500 black armored soldiers on the ground formed a formation again. This time, the formation was more terrifying than before. It was even more monstrous. The biting cold murderous aura directly pierced through the void, and nothing could stop it. 10,000 killing formation. When this formation was formed, the sky fell and the earth cracked. The surrounding palaces and pavilions were completely destroyed. Everyone retreated into the distance. There was only Lin Xian and the black armored soldiers in the sky. Kill! There was another angry roar, and the murderous aura was like thunder, rapidly attacking the void. They formed 100,000 murderous auras in the sky, and charged towards Lin Xian. It's over. That kid is definitely dead. This 10,000 killing technique is really terrifying. Even an almighty can't fight against it. That's right. There are so many experts from the city lord's mansion in the sky. This kid can't escape. In the distance, the surrounding warriors were discussing softly. In front, Lin Xian coldly snorted. His eyes turned cold, and his body emitted a terrifying sword intent. Since the other party had recognized him, there was nothing to say. Since they dared to chase after him, he had to pay the price. Buzz! Lin Xian took a step forward. Suddenly, the aura on his body exploded, and the entire void shattered. A terrifying sword wave spread out in all directions. Boom, boom, boom! The sword wave spread in the sky and quickly collided with the 100,000 murderous auras. Suddenly, the sky fell and the earth cracked. The surrounding buildings were directly destroyed. What? He actually resisted the 100,000 murderous auras? How is this possible? In the distance, everyone was shocked. The experts in the sky furrowed their brows. However, at this moment, there was another change below. Lin Xian's body was filled with sword chi again, and he slashed forward. Suddenly, the killing array formed by the 500 black armored army cracked. It was about to break at any time. Damn it! I'll kill him! Seeing that the situation was not good, a man in black armor in the sky had a cold expression. He held a black spear in his hand and quickly charged down. The old man in black looked down and said in a deep voice, "The two of you go down too. At the same time, activate 2 more killing arrays." With 3 killing arrays together, I don't believe that we can't kill this kid. Yes. A man and a woman beside him responded. Both of them looked middle-aged. The man held a thunder hammer in his hand, and the woman held 2 swords. The 2 of them were also wearing armor. One was wearing silver armor, while the other was wearing fiery red armor. After the 2 of them went down, they formed 2 more killing arrays. Each killing array was formed by 500 black armored army soldiers. The Thunder God array and the Flame-proof array. Heavens, there were 2 more killing arrays. The people in the distance went crazy. With such an array, no one would be able to escape. The 3 killing arrays quickly charged towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian sneered. Competing with arrays? In the next moment, he stomped his foot, and the demon-slaying sword array appeared on the ground. Countless blood-red sword marks surrounded him, and then immemorial shadows rushed out. Boom! The black immemorial shadows rose into the sky. Boom! The 2 clashed, and the 500 people immediately vomited blood. Damn it! Block it! Chapter 2201. It was useless. Lin Xian waved the ancient dragon abyss sword again, shattering the terrifying spear light in front of him. Not only that, the black spear in the black-armored man's hand was also split in half. Damn it! The black-armored man's face was abnormally gloomy. His weapon was actually shattered. What weapon was in his opponent's hand? How could it be so sharp? When the other 2 killing formations saw this, they quickly rushed over as well. Thunder God kill. The man's twin hammers shook, and suddenly, silver thunder appeared in the void and quickly descended. Under the support of the formation, a terrifying sea of thunder was formed, swallowing the world. On the other side, the fire formation released a sky full of 5-colored flames, burning fiercely. The 2 forces of the sea of thunder and fire quickly enveloped Lin Xian. But in the next moment, it was split in half by 2 sword chi. Puff! The man and woman were struck until they cried and vomited blood. Their armor was shattered, and the weapons in their hands were broken into several pieces. Broken again! The 3 killing formations were also easily broken. Everyone was stupefied. They had never seen or even heard of such a scene before. Buzz! Buzz! Lin Xian stretched out his palm, and 3 true dragons flew out, sucking the 3 almighties over. The 3 almighties struggled frantically, but these were all formed by sword chi, containing the power of the great dragon sword soul. How could the 3 of them break free? The current Lin Xian was a true almighty. His strength was absolutely terrifying, reaching the level of a peerless almighty. These people were no match for him. Kid, you dare to kill me? You're dead! The black-armored man roared crazily. He had never been treated like this before. Lin Xian snorted coldly, and with a slap, the black-armored man knelt on the ground, his legs broken. Ah! Damn it! Kill me if you have the guts! The black-armored man roared crazily. Kill you? Do you think I don't dare? Lin Xian sneered and exerted force with his palm. Instantly, the black-armored man's armor was completely shattered, and his body turned into a bloody mist. What? He really killed him. Everyone was shocked, and the man and woman beside them were terrified. Spare us! Please, I beg you, spare us! The 2 of them started to beg for mercy. They didn't dare to be stubborn anymore. Otherwise, their end would be very miserable. Spare you? How could this be? Su Qin sneered. From the moment you decided to kill me, your fates were already decided. You chose to end up like this. You can't blame me. Lin Xian swung the ancient dragon abyss sword in his hand. Puff! 2 heads flew into the sky. Plop! Plop! Another 2 mighty figures' bodies fell to the ground. Lin Xian's ancient sword was dripping with blood. He raised his head and looked at the sky. Go back and tell the first prince that this is not enough for me to kill. Brat, you're too arrogant. You actually dare to contend against a big lunatic. Is that something you can contend against? There were still 2 old men left in the sky. Their faces were gloomy. The other party was actually so powerful that he could cripple so many of their experts with just a few strikes. This really shocked them to the core. As expected, you are the first prince's dogs, Lin Xian sneered. He raised his palm and slapped towards the sky. 2 large green palms appeared and slapped towards the 2 old men in the sky. Pun! Pun! The 2 of them resisted, but it was useless. Their armors and defenses were all smashed to pieces. The 2 of them spat out large mouthfuls of blood and were sent flying. Damn it, how could he be so powerful? The 2 old men's scalps went numb because they realized that they were no match for the other party at all. Run! The 2 of them were terrified and turned to flee. They didn't want any harsh words or orders. Survival was the most important thing. They fled into the distance like crazy. Want to run? Can you run? Lin Xian sneered. He stepped into the air and chased after them. However, he didn't make a move because he wanted to see where the 2 of them were going to escape to. He knew that these people weren't the final decision makers. There must be some core subordinates of the first prince in Flame City. In front of him, the 2 of them quickly fled, turning into streams of light and running towards the city lord's residence. Then, the 2 of them landed in the city lord's residence. City lord's residence? When Lin Xian saw this scene, he narrowed his eyes. It seemed that the city lord had given the order to capture him. Since that was the case, there was no need for the city lord's residence to exist. Seeing that the other party had chased after them, the 2 old men below felt their scalps go numb. They roared crazily. Quick, attack! Catch that kid! He's the one we're looking for! Below, countless figures flashed and rays of light lit up. Several large arrays appeared in the city lord's residence, covering the sky and the sun. Countless rays of light soared into the sky and attacked Lin Xian. Humph! Lin Xian waved the ancient dragon abyss sword in his hand and used the chaotic heaven destroyer sword. A sharp chaotic sword she rushed out, turning into a silver river in the sky and rolling down. Boom! Boom! The rays of light below were all shattered. The arrays were split into pieces, and the cultivators inside were directly kicked into a bloody mist. They exploded in the air. Not only that, the city walls, palaces, and pavilions below were all shattered. Nothing was intact. The ground cracked, and terrifying cracks spread in all directions. That was too powerful. He actually destroyed the city lord's residence. Behind him, many people followed from afar. When they saw that Lin Xian had split the city lord's mansion in half with a single slash of his sword, all of them were stupefied and shocked. In the city lord's residence, the 2 old men were even more dumbstruck. Their bodies had suffered a terrifying impact, but they could no longer feel the pain. That was because their souls had been attacked, and their faces were full of shock. Who was that person? Run, run quickly! The 2 of them desperately wanted to escape into the depths of the city lord's residence. However, Lin Xian flicked out 2 rays of sword chi from his fingers, piercing through the bodies of the 2 old men. In the next moment, he took a step and descended. Below, the city lord's residence was shattered, and countless figures flashed. They surrounded Lin Xian. Among them, someone shouted coldly, "Damn it, who is that? How dare you cause trouble in the city lord's residence?" However, when they saw Lin Xian, they were all shocked. It was him, it was actually him. Kid, you actually took the initiative to come to us, so don't blame us. Men, capture him and send him to the first prince. Send him to the first prince? I'll send you to heaven first. Lin Xian waved the ancient sword in his hand quickly, and a terrifying sword chi tore through the void. Immediately, a series of screams rang out. Those cultivators in front could not resist at all and were directly split open. In an instant, more than 10 figures fell. There were even 5 mighty figures among them. This scene directly provoked everyone in the surroundings. They screamed crazily, "Run, run quickly!" At this moment, they finally knew that the young man in front of them was absolutely terrifying. He was not someone they could contend against at all. "Kid, you're courting death. In the sky, 3 figures descended, accompanied by a terrifying aura. Chapter 2202. Kid, you're too presumptuous. Do you really think that there's no one in the City Lord's mansion? Kneel down and come back with us. Otherwise, we'll make you wish you were dead. He crippled his own arms and knelt on the ground to await his punishment. The 3 elite mighty figures had cold expressions, and their bodies emitted terrifying auras. They were like mountains that pressed down on the void, making it difficult to breathe. In the City Lord's mansion, the other martial artists who were running away also stopped in their tracks. They turned around and revealed ferocious expressions again. Ha 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 ha, our elite mighty figures are here. Our elders are here. Kid, don't be so arrogant. You're going to kill us. Let's see how our elders kill you. They laughed maniacally because these 3 elders were all elite supreme beings with terrifying strength. Moreover, they had many secret techniques and treasures in their hands. It would be a piece of cake for them to kill the kid in front of them. Elite mighty figures, how dare you show off in front of me? Lin Xian sneered disdainfully. One had to know that before he broke through, he could already kill elite mighty figures. Now that he had become a true mighty figure, his strength had increased exponentially. Elite mighty figures were nothing in front of him. You're courting death! The 3 elites were furious. They knew that the kid in front of them had offended a master, and they had information about him. However, they had never seen Lin Xian's power with their own eyes. In their opinion, no matter how heaven-defying a 6-star king was, how powerful could he be? They had no idea that Lin Xian had successfully broken through, and they had never seen Lin Xian's power before. Therefore, they were obviously courting death. I'll kill him! A tall old man walked out. At that moment, an elder with a walking stick said, There's no need. Let me do it! Let me do it! The 3rd elder stood out with a sharp gaze. The 3 of them were fighting with each other to capture Lin Xian. That was because the higher-ups had ordered that whoever captured Lin Xian and handed him over to the first prince would be conferred the title of king. How could they possibly give up such a huge temptation to someone else? The 3 elite almighties were fighting with each other, completely disregarding Lin Xian. Lin Xian sneered when he saw this scene. This was the first time he had seen people rushing to their deaths. Thinking of this, he stretched out his finger and pointed at the tall old man and said, All right, there's no need to fight. You'll do. Seeing this scene, the tall old man laughed. He looked at the old man beside him. Did you see that? That brat personally chose him. The 2 of you have nothing to say, right? Then, the tall old man looked at Lin Xian again with a sinister smile on his face. Brat, I have to say that you have good taste. You actually chose me. Don't worry, since you chose me, I'll give you a quick death. Is that so? Thank you very much. Hurry up and do it. Lin Xian waved his hand as if he didn't care. This attitude stunned the tall old man, and his face immediately darkened. What did the other party mean? Did he not care about him at all? He was really courting death. He was an elite almighty, and his strength was far from what those ordinary almighties could compare to. Brat, don't think that you can be arrogant just because you killed a few ordinary almighties. You don't have the right to be arrogant in front of me. In the next moment, the tall old man made his move. He grabbed out with his palm. It was very simple and crude, but it had an unparalleled pressure. His strength was indeed beyond that of ordinary almighties. In an instant, his palm flew out like a mountain and enveloped Lin Xian. Elite almighty? That's all there is to it. You're still nothing in front of me. Lin Xian waved his palm, and a bright light shot out. Clang! The light shone and blasted on the large palm, immediately producing a clanging sound. The tall old man's expression changed, and a sinister look appeared in his eyes. His palm was directly broken. Ah! Damn it, how dare you hurt me! The tall old man retracted his palm, and his expression was extremely ugly. The 2 people at the side discussed, and then sneered. No way, old boy, how can you be injured? Can you do it? If you can't, let the two of us do it. The two elite almighties at the side sneered. In their opinion, it was really embarrassing that he couldn't even deal with a brat. The tall old man snorted. What do you know? I was just careless just now. As he spoke, he activated his mystic technique. Instantly, his arm made cracking sounds as the broken bones were connected. In the next moment, his eyes were cold as he stared at Lin Xian. Brat, you've completely angered me. I originally wanted to give you a quick death, but now I've changed my mind. I'll let you have a taste of living a life worse than death. Thousand Hands Demonic Palm. The tall old man waved his palm, and a dark light flashed in the sky. Numerous palms appeared in the void, densely packed, and there were at least 1,000 of them. It was as if a mountain range was pressing down. Each of them was incomparably terrifying, and they could shatter heaven and earth. At this moment, thousands of palms appeared at the same time, and it was truly terrifying to the extreme. Burning Sky Scorching Sunday. Lin Xian activated the Great Dragon Sword Soul and simulated the Golden Lion King's ultimate move. Black hellfire spread and covered his fist. Then, he punched out with his fist. In the sky, numerous fist shadows turned into black suns and soared into the sky. Boom! 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 These black suns were incomparably violent, and they brought along heat that filled the sky as they collided with the thousands of palm shadows. Boom! Countless palm shadows were ignited and burned fiercely. In an instant, a sea of black flames appeared in the sky and enveloped the tall old man. Whoosh! Whoosh! Damn it! The tall old man's expression changed. All of his attacks were ignited. Not only that, the black flames followed his attacks and spread towards him. Even the clothes on his body were set on fire. Playing with fire? Suppress. The tall old man snorted and spat out a blue ice ball from his mouth. Instantly, the sky was covered with frost, and he wanted to extinguish the terrifying flames. Snow Soul Pearl, this old man actually used this magical treasure. At the back, the two elite almighties nodded continuously. They didn't expect this tall old man to be really angry. Lin Xian sneered in disdain. He clenched his fist again and punched out. The black flames that filled the sky condensed and formed a true dragon. It roared in the void and shattered the Snow Soul Pearl. Boom! With a collision, the Snow Soul Pearl shattered into pieces and fell to the ground. The old man's face turned pale as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it, impossible! How is this possible? He's so powerful? Fear appeared in the old man's eyes. However, in the next moment, he froze. Because a sword light flashed, and he instantly lost consciousness. At the back, the two elite almighties were stunned. In the distance, the martial artists who hadn't escaped were also terrified. Because they realized that the tall old man's head flew up and his headless corpse fell to the ground. He was killed! How is this possible? How is it possible that he was killed? Everyone went crazy, and the two elite almighties were even more shocked. Chapter 2203. Everyone went crazy, and the two elite powerhouses were even more shocked. They did not see how the other party attacked. Originally, they thought that both sides were evenly matched, but thinking about it, the final victory would be theirs. However, in just a short moment, one of their elites was killed. What method did the other party use? Lin Xian looked at the headless corpse and sneered. Then, he turned his gaze and stared at the other two elite powerhouses. He said, "Now, have you decided who will come up?" Hearing Lin Xian's words, the two elite powerhouses trembled, and a trace of fear appeared in their eyes. Thinking back to how they were fighting to be the first to attack, they even had the heart to die. They did not expect that they were fighting for the chance to attack, but they were actually fighting for the chance to die. Thinking of this, their faces were extremely pale. Damn it, don't talk nonsense with him, let's attack together. The two elite powerhouses looked at each other and decided to attack together. Buzz! The yellow-robed elder on the left pulled out a treasure sword, and his body emitted a dazzling sword light. The purple-robed elder on the right took out an umbrella, and the Linglong treasure pagoda was floating above his head. Kill! The yellow-robed elder waved his long sword and used a terrifying sword technique called the 7-killing sword technique. The sword chi in the sky turned into 7 demonic wolves, roaring ferociously as they swooped down. On the other side, the purple-robed elder spun the umbrella in his hand. The umbrella left his hand and floated in the air, releasing tens of thousands of auras. A terrifying force enveloped Lin Xian, trying to suck him away. This umbrella was a very terrifying Dharma treasure. Once sucked in, even an elite powerhouse would be refined. It was extremely terrifying. The two powerhouses attacked Lin Xian together, and it seemed that they really wanted to kill Lin Xian. Lin Xian formed a hand seal, and an ice phoenix shot out, instantly freezing the sword technique in the sky. The 7 demonic wolves were frozen in the void. What a terrifying power of ice! The yellow-robed elder was shocked, but at this moment, the mysterious umbrella arrived above Lin Xian and instantly sucked Lin Xian away. Buzz! Seeing this, the purple-clothed old man hurriedly activated his seal. The umbrella closed and spun in the air. With a wave of his hand, the blood-red umbrella returned to his hand, and he laughed heartily. Ha ha! Brat, no matter how strong you are, so what if you enter my blood river umbrella? In less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, you will turn into a puddle of blood. Even if you call yourself a genius, you won't be able to stop him. The purple-clothed elder laughed heartily at the sky, looking extremely pleased. At the side, the yellow-robed old man's figure flickered as he came to the side. He said, "Be careful, don't really kill him. Otherwise, we won't be able to answer to the first prince. Don't worry, I won't wait for an incense stick's worth of time. After half an incense stick's worth of time, I'll let him out." Then, he used the Millennium Cold Steel to tie him up. At that time, let's see how he can escape. This time, the purple-clothed elder was too excited, because if he captured Lin Xian, he would be crowned king. At that time, he would have a meteoric rise and become an overlord. The yellow-clothed old man at the side was also extremely envious. Why didn't he have such a fate? Of course, he also knew that in a one-on-one fight, he was no match for Lin Xian. The reason why the other party was able to succeed was entirely because of the red umbrella. The Blood River umbrella. A top-tier Earth-rank artifact. It was extremely mysterious and terrifying. Anything that was absorbed by the Blood River umbrella would be refined by the mysterious power inside. Even if an elite mighty figure saw it, they would be terrified. Thinking of that, he sighed. Lin Xian was unlucky to have encountered the Blood River umbrella. Perhaps, no matter how powerful he was, he would not be able to use it. Boom! At that moment, the Blood River umbrella suddenly exploded, forming a violent energy wave that tore the void apart. The energy was so terrifying that the purple-clothed elder was directly blown into a bloody mist. Not only that, because the yellow-robed elder was too close, half of his body was blown away. He fell to the ground and twitched non-stop. What was going on? Why did the Blood River umbrella explode? However, in the next moment, he was stunned. That was because he discovered that the Blood River umbrella had split open, and a large hole had appeared. A figure came out from inside. It was the kid from before. Lin Xian. What? He was fine? And he had rushed out. How was that possible? The yellow-robed elder was stunned. The other party's body was spotless and undamaged. That was beyond his expectations. He knew the power of the Blood River umbrella. Even an elite mighty figure could not escape from it. However, not only was the other party not injured, but he had also successfully broken the Blood River umbrella. That was a top-tier artifact. How did that kid break it? He was too shocked. The surrounding people were even more terrified. Such a powerful artifact had been broken, and an elite mighty figure had been killed. The other one had also lost half his life. That method was too terrifying. Humph! Do you think a small artifact can trap me? Lin Xian's body was surrounded by sword light as he sneered disdainfully. His eyes flickered as he stared at the yellow-robed mighty figure on the ground. Go to hell! He raised his hand and shot out a sword wave. Don't kill me! No! The yellow-robed mighty figure screamed crazily and wanted to escape. However, just as he moved, he was enveloped by the sword wave. The remaining half of his body was directly slashed into a bloody mist. Looking at that scene, the surrounding warriors of the city lord's mansion all went crazy. They trembled and knelt on the ground. Some of their faces were pale, while others turned around and fled. There was nothing they could do. The impact was too great. 3 elite mighty figures had been killed in a few moves. They could not believe it at all. It was like a dream. Run quickly! Those people fled in all directions. Lin Xian sneered. With a wave of his hand, the demon-slaying sword array surged out. Streaks of blood-colored sword light swept out in all directions. Every time the sword she slashed down, many people would be directly split apart. Their blood would fuse into the demon-slaying sword array again, increasing the power of the sword array. Lin Xian was like a god of death as he reaped the lives of those people. Those people screamed crazily, but they could not escape at all. Damn it, I'll fight it out with you! In the crowd, 6 mighty figures roared. They attacked together from all directions and attacked Lin Xian. 5-colored lightning strike. Lin Xian stood on the spot without moving. He formed a seal with his palms, and the 5-colored lightning struck down from the sky, piercing through all 6 mighty figures. Ah! Ah! Screams sounded one after another. Lightning spread rapidly, and wherever it passed, nothing could stop it. Humph! How dare you cause trouble in the city lord's mansion? You must have a death wish. At that moment, a majestic voice sounded. It sounded like an ancient demonic voice that echoed in the void. Hearing that voice, Lin Xian frowned and looked into the distance. As for the surrounding people, they all became excited. The city lord! The city lord was here! Their bodies trembled as hope appeared in their eyes. Chapter 2204. In the sky, a human figure appeared. Like a demon god, he descended quickly, bringing with him countless rays of light and terrifying energy waves. Boom! Then, the figure descended. Behind him, there were 5 elders, each of them emitting a terrifying aura. The auras of these people merged together, causing the entire space to freeze. They were too powerful, especially the figure at the front. He was like a god of war. City Lord! Everyone was trembling from this aura, but at this moment, they were all extremely excited, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. The reason for that was because the imposing figure that had appeared was their Flame City's city master. Their city lord was extremely powerful and was a pinnacle almighty. His strength was far above the elite almighties. Originally, these people were in despair because even if the elite almighties joined forces, they would not be able to contend against Lin Xian. But now, it was different. Their city lord was here. A pinnacle almighty was here. They would definitely be able to kill him. Moreover, the 5 elders behind the city lord were also elite almighties. Such a lineup was even more terrifying than before. When the city lord of Flame City descended, his body was surrounded by flames, making it impossible to see his face. But his eyes were like divine lamps, shining brightly. He stared at Lin Xian and said coldly, "Kid, surrender obediently and I can spare your life." His voice was extremely cold and emotionless, but it carried a biting cold pressure, causing everyone's hearts to beat wildly. "You're the city lord of Flame City?" In the face of such a godlike figure, Lin Xian merely sneered and kept sizing him up. "In that case, you're directly under the orders of the Crown Prince, right? It seems like you're the Crown Prince's dog. Well, if I kill you, no one in Flame City will dare to go against me." "What? This kid wants to kill the city lord." Hearing this, the surrounding warriors felt their scalps go numb. Was this kid crazy? The city lord was a pinnacle almighty. Could it be that this kid had the strength to kill a pinnacle almighty? They did not dare to believe it. One had to know that although they were all almighties, the difference between an ordinary almighty and an elite almighty was many times greater. And the difference between an elite almighty and a pinnacle almighty was many times greater. The difference between them was huge and could not be made up. Therefore, when these people heard Lin Xian's words, they were stunned. You want to kill me? Flame City's city lord, was Xiao Yun, laughed. Brat, I admit that you're very strong. You actually managed to kill your way into the depths of my city lord's mansion by yourself. He had even killed many powerful experts. But do you think you can go against me like this? I, was Xiao Yun, am 530 years old this year. Although I am not a peerless almighty being, I am the city lord of Flame City. What do you think I relied on? Let me tell you, it's power. My strength is definitely not something that ordinary top almighties can compare to. It's not something you can imagine. Therefore, the fact that you dared to attack me is the biggest mistake you've ever made. Relying on strength? What strength do you have? Let me take a look. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He wasn't an ordinary king tier either. His battle prowess was equivalent to a peerless almighty. So what if his opponent was powerful? Could it be that the other party was stronger than him? More than his trump cards? Therefore, Lin Xian wasn't afraid of Flame City's city lord. The surrounding people sucked in a breath of cold air. Flame City's city lord, was Xiao Yun, was also a genius in the Tai dynasty. Indeed, as the other party said, ordinary city lords were all peerless almighties. However, this was Xiao Yun in front of them wasn't a peerless almighty. He was just a top king-tier king. However, his strength was extremely terrifying. In the past 100 years, there had always been 3 top experts who attacked the city lord. In the end, they were all killed mercilessly. Yes, the city lord's strength was absolutely terrifying and unfathomable. This brat was definitely dead. Behind them, the 5 elite almighties were also discussing in low voices. In front of them, was Xiao Yun's face sank. His eyes were like a divine lamp, flickering with a cold light. A terrifying flame rushed out from his body, burning fiercely. His entire person was like a god of fire, dazzling and eye-catching. Buzz! In the next moment, was Xiao Yun attacked. He stretched out a palm and pressed forward. A boundless sea of fire spread, instantly dyeing the surroundings red. The entire city lord's mansion shook as if it would split open at any time. Pung pung pung! The air exploded. Many of the city lord's mansion's martial artists in the distance knelt on the ground, trembling. This was because they couldn't withstand such terrifying energy fluctuations. Pung! Lin Xian also punched out. Hellfire appeared and turned into a black fist, shining in the sky like a black sun. It collided with Xiao Yun's palm, and then exploded. The two collided, and energy exploded, sweeping in all directions. The surrounding buildings exploded in an instant, and countless cracks appeared on the ground. Some of the nearby martial artists were directly sent flying. There were even a few who were burned to ashes on the spot. He blocked it. That brat actually blocked the city lord's attack. How was this possible? The remaining people all frantically retreated, their faces filled with horror. Xiao Yun also frowned. The flame in his eyes became even brighter, like a divine lamp. The opponent in front of him was beyond his expectations. However, he snorted coldly and waved his sleeve. Suddenly, the sea of fire that filled the sky condensed, forming a fire phoenix that quickly rushed over. This fire phoenix was extremely huge, covering the entire space. Its entire body was burning with flames, as if it was alive. In an instant, it rushed towards Lin Xian. A strong wave of heat hit him in the face. 1. On Lin Xian's body, the ice protection appeared, and the ice that filled the sky resisted the terrifying flames. At the same time, countless swords she rushed out from under his feet, turning into a dark demonic crocodile. The huge immemorial shadow directly rushed into the void. It was together with the fire phoenix. Boom, boom, boom! Lin Xian and the city lord of Flame City fought, as if two gods were fighting fiercely. Terrifying energy collided in the air, tearing apart the void. At this moment, Everyone in the Flame City raised their heads to look at the sky. They were looking at the space that had been torn apart. Looking at the flames that filled the sky, the martial artists in the city all separated. What was going on? Someone was fighting in the city lord's mansion. Heavens, someone actually dared to fight here. Did they not want to live anymore? It was that brat. Previously, he had killed many black armored guards on the streets. Who would have thought that he would kill his way to the city lord's mansion? Discussions sounded out, and many people rose into the air, flying towards the city lord's mansion. 1. In front, was Xiao Yun roared, and even more terrifying flames appeared on his body. At the same time, a world of fire quickly formed in his palm, as if it could cover the entire world. 1. In the next moment, he stretched out his palm, and the world of fire in his palm bloomed with light, enveloping Lin Xian. Palm of destruction. Chapter 2205. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly. The sword chi in his body rushed out quickly like lightning, bombarding the void. At the same time, he waved the ancient dragon abyss sword. The chaotic heaven destroyer sword rushed out. The chaotic sword chi was like a long river, falling in the air. The sword was like the light of the beginning. What was more shocking was that there were stars circling within the sword chi. It was extremely mysterious, like a universe. What kind of sword chi was that? It was terrifying. Why did it feel like the beginning of the world? Many people gasped, their eyes filled with shock. Although they did not recognize that sword technique, they knew that it was extremely terrifying. Buzz! At that moment, Hu Xian's flame world arrived above Lin Xian's head and mercilessly fell. The void below was instantly burned into a black hole. Terrifying flames surrounded it, about to swallow the entire world. However, in the next moment, the flames in the sky were mercilessly split apart. A chaotic sword chi crushed the 9 heavens and directly struck the flame world. Boom! Heaven and earth shook, and cracks appeared on the flame world. More and more cracks appeared, and then it exploded with a boom. What? The city lord's ultimate technique was broken. How was that possible? These people were truly stupefied. The 8 Desolations palm was a kind of great divine ability. It was incomparably terrifying, but now it was actually split apart by a single sword. What kind of sword technique was that? Wasn't that kid too terrifying? The city lord of Flame City, Hu Xian's expression changed. He retracted his palm, and there was a sword mark on his palm, almost cutting his palm off. How dare you injure me? Kid, you've committed an unforgivable crime. Hu Xian's expression was cold. In the next moment, blood dripped from his wound, but it burned in the air. Then, it turned into a giant flame beast. These flame beasts were densely packed, and there were more and more of them. They all rushed toward Lin Xian. Hu Xian's lips curled into a cold smile. This was one of his techniques. He used his blood and fire energy to form a terrifying attack. Holy light bloomed on the surface of his body, wanting to heal his wound. However, in the next moment, he was stunned. Because he realized that the wound was difficult to heal. What was going on? Hu Xiaoyan frowned. How could his opponent's sword chi be so powerful? Until now, there was still a terrifying sword chi lingering on his wound. It made it impossible for him to heal. Damn it! Hu Xiaoyun snorted coldly and activated a secret technique to stop the bleeding. However, when he raised his head, his pupils shrank again. This was because the demonic beast formed by the combination of blood and flames had been completely split apart. Lin Xian used the dragon sword domain and released tens of thousands of sword chi, directly piercing through all the flame demon beasts. Is this your divine ability? He couldn't even withstand a single blow. Next, I'll show you my divine ability. Lin Xian sneered and waved the ancient dragon abyss sword in his hand. Chaotic Heaven Destroyer Sword, Demon Seal. Boom! Heaven and earth split apart, unable to withstand this terrifying sword light at all. The city lord's mansion was instantly split into 2. Boom! Hua Xiaoyun's pupils shrank as he released 6 flame divine shields to protect himself. At the same time, the flames on his body condensed, forming a battle armor to block this terrifying sword. However, he was still sent flying. His body landed heavily on the ground, creating a bottomless pit. The surrounding people were all spitting out saliva. What kind of power was this? A single slash was enough to split open the city lord's mansion. Even the city lord was sent flying. Roar! Damn it, I'm going to kill you! Below, the ground was suffused with red light as a figure soared into the sky. It was Hua Xiaoyun. His hair was disheveled and the 6 flame divine shields on his body were all broken. His battle armor was also in tatters. However, the flame aura on his body was even stronger. It was even mixed with the smell of fresh blood. Obviously, that attack just now had injured him, and it was a serious injury. This completely infuriated Hua Xiaoyun. He was the city lord of Flaming Cloud City, and his strength was extremely terrifying. At such a young age, he was able to suppress an expert. But now, he actually suffered a loss at the hands of a 20-year-old brat. He could not tolerate it. Brat, you have completely angered me. Hua Xiaoyun shouted coldly as he pulled out a flaming saber from the void. This flame was very strange. It was not red but green. See returning saber. It's over. The city lord is really angry. He actually used see returning saber. Behind him, the 5 elite mighty figures also exclaimed. They knew that the origin of this saber was very special. This green flame came from an extremely terrifying demon beast in the Endless Sea region. It was called the Green Sepal Demon Turtle. This kind of turtle could typically live for more than 7,000 years. It was extremely terrifying. They had a type of deviant flame in their bodies that was extremely terrifying. See returning saber was refined from this demon beast's deviant flame. With a swing of the saber, it could burn the heavens and destroy the earth. Even peerless mighty figures would find it troublesome. It was even more impossible for those below peerless mighty figures to resist. Indeed, when Gehai Dao appeared, the flailing flames had already reduced the city lord manor beneath to ashes. Everyone retreated extremely far away, not daring to approach. Even the 5 elite mighty figures were pale as they quickly retreated. Lin Xian also felt a wave of heat surging towards him. But in the next moment, he snorted coldly. Countless sword auras rushed out from his body, forming a light screen that enveloped him. These sword auras were extremely sharp. Even though these deviant flames were terrifying, they were all destroyed in front of the sword auras. They could not survive at all. Go to hell, brat! Opposite him, Hua Xiaoyun held see returning saber and slashed down crazily. Lin Xian also brandished the ancient dragon abyss sword and slashed forward. Intense collisions sounded in the sky. Every collision tore through the void, creating an extremely terrifying light of destruction. After more than 100 collisions, the city lord of Flame City suddenly retreated. His eyes were filled with intense shock. This was because the flames on see returning saber that he was so proud of had dimmed as though they would be extinguished at any moment. The ancient dragon abyss sword in Lin Xian's hand was still extremely simple and unadorned. It emitted a mysterious aura. Damn it, how is this possible? See returning saber could not withstand it. Hua Xiaoyun was extremely shocked. What kind of sword was it? How could it be so powerful? Lin Xian was also surprised. As expected of the city lord of Flame City, he was able to withstand my attacks for so long. But now, it was over. With that said, his aura became sharp again. An even more terrifying sword Dao aura surged out. Chaotic Heaven Destroyer Sword, War Song! Another sharp beam of light. There was no light in the world except for this eternal sword beam. Damn it! Block it for me! Hua Xiaoyun roared angrily. He held see returning saber with both hands and swept it out. Immediately, boundless green flames spread in the air and condensed into a huge black tortoise that roared in all directions. Boom! Clang! In the next moment, the two collided with an earth-shattering sound. Countless cracks, vortexes, and black holes were formed. It was blocked. Hu Xiaoyun heaved a sigh of relief when he saw this. However, in the next moment, the huge black tortoise phantom in front of him cracked open. Chapter 2206. No! He screamed crazily, trying to escape. However, his body was cut in half by the sword qi. The armor on his body could not block the sword at all. Not only him, but the ground below and the buildings in the distance were all cut in half by the sword. In fact, the entire giant city was almost split in half. This was also because of the array formation's protection. Otherwise, the entire flame city would have been destroyed. What? The city lord was killed. How was this possible? Everyone was stunned. The city lord's body was cut in half and fell to the ground. Blood dyed the ground red. Lin Xian was like a god fiend. He stood in the air, surrounded by killing intent. Looking at this scene, these people were terrified. As for the warriors in the city lord's mansion, they screamed and tried to escape. However, Lin Xian waved his hand and the dragon sword's spiritual domain flew out. It quickly grew bigger and covered thousands of miles. Sword qi fell and killed all the warriors in the city lord's mansion. The 5 elite almighties wanted to block it, but they could not. In an instant, all the warriors in the city lord's mansion, including the city lord, were killed. Blood gathered into a river and flowed in Flame City. The pungent smell of blood made people want to vomit. Some people even fainted from fright. It could not be helped. This scene was too terrifying. Lin Xian looked down and said coldly, "Tell the first prince that this is the outcome of trying to kill me." With that, he snorted and waved his sleeve. He turned around and soared into the sky, disappearing into the void. It was not until Lin Xian left for a long time that these people came back to their senses. Then, they all exclaimed, "Lin Xian, he was the wanted Lin Xian. Are you saying that he is the one who killed the legendary Golden Lion King? Heavens! It was really him. Only he could be so powerful to destroy the entire city lord's mansion." Cries of surprise could be heard one after another. It was obvious that they knew about Lin Xian as well. After all, the Tai dynasty had already issued an imperial edict. There was probably no one in the Tai dynasty who did not know. However, very few people had seen Lin Xian before. That was why they didn't recognize him earlier. It wasn't until Lin Xian's final words that they realized that the person in front of them was the ruthless devil who was wanted by the entire country. In an instant, Flame City was extremely shocked. This news swept across the Tai dynasty like a gale. However, this matter was not over yet. Previously, when Lin Xian had entered Flame City, the Flame City Lord wasn't the only one who had received the news. 2 other factions had also received the news. Come to think of it, they should be arriving soon. On the other side, Lin Xian destroyed Flame City and collected all the cultivation resources within before leaving. His current target was one of the 12 main cities because there was a super teleportation array there. They could only leave the Tai dynasty by using the super transmission array. Just as Lin Xian was deciding which direction to head to, a few figures suddenly appeared behind him. Their eyes shone brightly as they stared at the blurry silhouette before them. Their lips curled into a cold smile. It was that brat. He didn't expect to meet him here. It seems that even the heavens are helping us. Once we capture him, we can be crowned kings. 3 figures appeared in the void. They looked at Lin Xian's figure in the distance and sneered. They had received the news and rushed over from other cities. They didn't know what had happened in Flame City. Therefore, they didn't know that Lin Xian's current strength was extremely terrifying. The 3 of them planned to launch a sneak attack. 3 against 1? No matter how strong the other party was, they could kill him. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. After about half an hour, Lin Xian frowned because he heard the sound of something tearing through the air behind him. Therefore, he stopped and turned his head to look. Sure enough, the 3 rays of light behind him quickly rushed over in a triangular formation. In the blink of an eye, they had already surrounded him. Someone was coming to kill him again. Lin Xian frowned. However, the aura of the three people made his expression turn serious. They were actually three top-notch almighties. However, individually, each of them wasn't as strong as the Flame City Lord's aura. However, when the three of them worked together, they were still much stronger than the Flame City Lord. Who are you? Lin Xian frowned. Not only were the three people's aura powerful, but their clothes were also strange. They weren't wearing luxurious robes or armor. Instead, they were wearing tattered clothes with patches. They looked like beggars. However, the three of them were obviously not beggars. Have you ever seen three top-notch almighties as beggars? How could these people be so poor that they couldn't even afford clothes? Who are you? Lin Xian asked coldly. Who are we? The three men with patches all over their bodies snorted coldly. Listen carefully, we are from the Green Bamboo Gang. Kid, you must be Lin Xian. Come with us if you know what's good for you. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. What Green Bamboo Gang? I've never heard of it. You want to capture me? You'll have to pay a painful price. Lin Xian snorted. A terrifying aura rose from his body. Idiot. Kid, you've never heard of the Green Bamboo Gang. Looks like you're really courting death. The three of them were furious. The Green Bamboo Gang was a huge force in the Tai dynasty. The Green Bamboo Gang had members all over the Tai dynasty. Moreover, there were many experts in the gang. It was terrifying. The three of them were ordered to capture Lin Xian. Kid, since you're so stubborn, don't blame us for being rude. One of the middle-aged men snorted. Then, he turned into a stream of light and charged at Lin Xian. Humph! The other two top-notch almighties snorted and attacked as well. They didn't want to talk nonsense with Lin Xian. Lin Xian's identity was special. If he escaped or someone else came, it would be troublesome. In an instant, the first middle-aged man came to Lin Xian's side with a cold smirk on his face. Then, he clawed at Lin Xian. The palm abruptly grew in size and completely enveloped Lin Xian. There was even a green light shining on his palm. It looked like he wanted to capture Lin Xian. When the middle-aged man saw that Lin Xian didn't dodge, he thought that Lin Xian was scared out of his wits. He was delighted. Capturing such a person was really easy. They had done a great job and would be rewarded when they returned. However, they were too confident. If they had been to Flame City and seen the whereabouts of the Flame City Lord, they wouldn't be so arrogant. Unfortunately, they had just arrived from another city and didn't know what had happened in Flame City. Therefore, what awaited them was tragedy. Buzz! Indeed, in the next moment, Lin Xian's eyes shone with a terrifying light. It was like a divine sword that cut through the void. Chapter 2207. Lin Xian's eyes emitted a terrifying light that cut through the void like a divine sword. A sharp sword she rushed out of his body and slashed into the void. Clang! Immediately after, an earth-shattering collision was heard. Then, the smile on the middle-aged man's face froze and his expression became very ugly. His heart was beating wildly and a strong sense of danger rose from his heart. Even the blood in his body froze. Ah! In the next moment, the middle-aged man screamed crazily. His voice was heart-wrenching. That was because his palm was completely split in half. Not only that, his entire palm was cut in half. Blood and bones flowed out. The 5 fingers were connected to the heart, let alone the entire palm. The pain was so excruciating that even the pinnacle almighties shrieked out in pain. This was because Lin Xian's sword light was simply too sharp. In fact, even his soul was trembling. Boom! The middle-aged man was sent flying, and his blood dyed the void red. The other 2 members of the Green Bamboo Gang were also shocked. What was going on? How could the other party be so strong? Their comrade was actually injured. How was that possible? The 3 of them were all top mighty figures. Who was this kid? How could he be so powerful? The 3 of them were shocked. They realized that things were not as simple as they had imagined. Damn it, this kid is a little tricky. He doesn't seem to be weaker than us. Let's attack together and kill him. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. One of the old men said in a deep voice. The other two nodded. The injured middle-aged man's face was gloomy. He had already taken out a treasure from his storage ring and smeared it on his wound to temporarily stop the bleeding. However, his long and narrow eyes were filled with the fury of the previous day. The other party dared to hurt him. It was an unforgivable crime. Buzz! Buzz! In the next moment, the three of them took out bamboo poles from their storage rings. They were not ordinary bamboo, but rather, they were very magical. The bamboo poles were a meter long and crystal clear. They emitted an emerald green light and looked like green jade from afar. Not only that, but there were mysterious patterns on the three bamboo poles and they emitted a mysterious aura. They thought that the Green Bamboo Gang was just a random name, but now it seemed that it had something to do with the bamboo in their hands. The aura emitted by the three bamboo poles was too unusual. Charge! The three of them held the resplendent bamboos in their hands as their auras erupted and swept across the land. When the three pinnacle almighties attacked together, their power was terrifying. Most likely, none of the top almighties would be able to fight against them alone. That was because if the three of them worked together, they would be able to fight against a peerless almighty. However, to say that they could resist was only in theory. If they really encountered a peerless almighty, they still wouldn't be able to win. And Lin Xian's strength was equivalent to an unparalleled almighty. Countless cracks spread in the sky. 3 emerald green bamboos flickered nonstop, as if 3 huge green dragons were dancing in the sky. In an instant, it enveloped Lin Xian. Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps. Lin Xian executed the 3 Heaven's Dragon 8 steps and quickly dodged. In an instant, he disappeared from where he stood. Boom! The space where Lin Xian had been was blasted apart. However, Lin Xian had already left their attack range. At the same time, he pulled out the ancient Dragon Abyss sword and quickly counterattacked. Fire God's Roar! A huge flaming sword appeared in the sky. It was held by a giant that was hundreds of feet tall and slashed down. The spiritual energy between heaven and earth boiled and the air cracked. The terrifying flaming sword collided with the 3 huge dragons and instantly let out an earth-shattering sound. The 3 pinnacle almighties continued to fight. In the end, 2 forces of energy disappeared in the sky at the same time. Damn it, this kid is so strong! He can actually fight us to a draw! The 3 of them were shocked. They didn't expect that the 3 pinnacle almighties couldn't do anything to Lin Xian. Damn it! Let's quickly execute the 3 elements green bamboo formation. Kill him with the formation. The 3 of them discussed for a while, and quickly formed the formation. The mysterious runes on the green bamboos in their hands began to appear and float in the air. Soon, the 3 of them were about to form a magical formation. A terrifying and monstrous power surged from the 3 of them. However, Lin Xian wouldn't let the 3 of them successfully execute the formation. Therefore, just as the 3 of them moved, Lin Xian moved as well. The ancient Dragon Abyss sword in his hand seemed to have turned into a huge dragon and slashed down from the sky. Immediately, it slashed at the center of the 3. A terrifying force was produced and shattered all the mysterious runes in the sky. Damn it! The formation was broken before it was completed. The 3 pinnacle almighties were furious. They kept waving their palms and launching terrifying attacks at Lin Xian. At the same time, runes appeared on the 3 of them again as they wanted to continue to set up the formation. However, at this moment, the middle-aged man whose palm was injured earlier suddenly narrowed his eyes. That was because he could feel a biting cold killing intent emerging from behind him. In the next moment, he suddenly turned around and his scalp went numb. He was almost scared out of his wits, because he realized that Lin Xian had already arrived behind him. Damn it! How could he be so fast? The middle-aged man's face immediately turned green. He turned into a stream of light and tried to escape. Destroy! Lin Xian swung the ancient Dragon Abyss sword and slashed down. Poof! The middle-aged pinnacle almighties froze. A line of blood appeared between his eyebrows and spread down. Poof! His body was split into two halves. What? He was killed! The other two Pinnacle Almighties felt their scalps go numb when they saw this scene. What kind of joke was this? Their companion was also a Pinnacle Almighty. He was actually killed by a single sword strike. How was this possible? This kid was too terrifying. They didn't dare to believe it at all. However, they didn't have time to think about it. After Lin Xian succeeded, he used the Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps again and came in front of the old man. The ancient dragon abyss sword in his hand stabbed out again. Damn it, block it for me! The old man's reaction was fast enough. In an instant, he waved the green bamboo pole in his hand and blocked in front of him. On the bamboo, mysterious runes flashed and formed a green light screen to block the attack. Crack, crack, crack. When the ancient dragon abyss sword collided with the green light screen, the entire light screen instantly cracked and shattered like glass. Clang! The old man was scared out of his wits. He hurriedly waved the pole in his hand to block the attack. In the next moment, the two collided, and a huge force blasted the old man away. After retreating for a few thousand meters, the old man stopped. The blood in his body was boiling. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his eyes were filled with shock. When he saw that the bamboo in his hand had cracked, he was even more shocked. The green bamboo had an extraordinary origin. Its power and hardness were equivalent to a pinnacle treasure. However, it actually cracked when it collided with the other party. What grade was the sword in the other party's hand? He couldn't believe it. Chapter 2208. He wanted to escape, but countless chaotic swords she descended from the sky and cut his body into countless pieces. What? Another one died. The last elder's scalp went numb. He didn't expect another top powerhouse to die in the blink of an eye. He couldn't believe it. So in the next moment, he quickly burned the spiritual power in his body and turned around to escape. Where do you think you're going? Lin Xian's body swayed, and he blocked the way in an instant. Seeing that the other party was so fast, the elder's face was extremely ugly. Because he knew that the other party's speed far exceeded his. It would be difficult for him to escape. Thinking of this, a hint of determination appeared in his eyes. In the next moment, he took out a red pill the size of a walnut and quickly swallowed it. Whoosh! Ah! In less than 2 seconds after he swallowed the pill, the elder screamed crazily. A layer of red light rose from his body, and his skin was ignited. Countless flames burned. The old man's clothes were instantly torn apart, revealing the battle armor underneath. Ah! His expression was twisted, but the aura on his body had become more powerful than before. The blood-burst pill was a pill that could increase a warrior's strength. Of course, it was a forceful increase in strength. Although it was a temporary increase, the after-effects were very terrifying. However, now that it was a matter of life and death, the elder could no longer care about the after-effects. He could only deal with the young man in front of him first. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to survive now, let alone in the future. Die, kid! After the elder's strength increased, he waved his hand and smashed down with his staff. Immediately, the void was shattered. His strength had increased. Lin Xian didn't take it head-on. Instead, he used his movement technique to quickly dodge. As for the energy storm, it was destroyed by a few slashes of his sword. He looked ahead and frowned. He could clearly feel that the elder's strength was stronger than before. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly. Then, a ball of hellfire appeared on his body. At the same time, Sea God Ice appeared. The power of ice and fire intertwined on the surface of his body and finally turned into an ice and fire giant. He was very tall, and the aura of ice and fire intertwined on his body. He was like an ice and fire martial god looking down on the world. The martial god of ice and snow reached out and grabbed at the air in front of him. The fusion of the two types of ice and energy was extremely terrifying. In an instant, the void was pierced, and thousands of li were sealed in ice. It wanted to trap the elder from the Azure Bamboo Gang. Brat, my strength has already multiplied. You're no match for me. The old man laughed sinisterly, waved the green light in his hand, and quickly counterattacked. However, when he came into contact with the power of ice and fire, his expression changed again. This was because the power of ice and fire was far beyond his imagination. Whoosh! Ah! In an instant, the old man screamed miserably as the hellfire and sea god's ice instantly enveloped him. The next moment, he felt as if his body had been ignited, as if his entire body was about to burn. As for the other side of his body, it was like 10,000 miles of ice had been sealed. The power of ice and fire. The fusion of ice and fire. Damn it, how could he be so strong? The old man roared crazily. His body trembled violently because he had never seen such a terrifying power before. Ah! The old man screamed crazily. It was extremely miserable. His hair was disheveled as he let out a sharp howl. Lord Green Bamboo, please show yourself. The old man gritted his teeth and roared. Then, with a crack, he tore off his left arm. That arm was dripping with blood, but he couldn't care less about that. He was extremely crazy as he placed his left arm under the green bamboo in front of him. The runes on the green bamboo flickered. Then, a mouth appeared and directly swallowed the left arm. Then, it began to chew on it. This scene was extremely strange. A weapon actually grew a mouth and ate an arm of a pinnacle mighty figure. One had to admit that it was really too strange. At this moment, the green bamboo ate the arm of the pinnacle mighty figure, and its entire body shone brightly. The runes on it flickered rapidly. It was incomparably mysterious, and constantly enlarged. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In an instant, it turned into 100 feet tall bamboo. It shone brightly and emitted a terrifying aura. Buzz! The bamboo leaves in the sky shook and turned into a rain of light that charged forward. Everywhere it passed, the void shattered. This power was too terrifying. It could even kill a pinnacle mighty figure. What a strange bamboo! Lin Xian also frowned. He had never seen such a scene before. He still didn't know if this bamboo was a living thing or a weapon. However, facing the torrent of bamboo leaves, he quickly used his movement technique to dodge. At the same time, he waved his hands, and the terrifying power of ice and fire surged forward. Boom, boom, boom! There was an intense collision, and the energy in front of him exploded. Lin Xian's figure flashed and appeared in another direction. He used his demon sealing technique, and the terrifying sword she slashed on the green bamboo. A terrifying crack appeared on it. This sword strike almost split the bamboo into two halves. Roar! The bamboo was also angry. As if it had really come to life, it let out a monstrous roar. In the next moment, it waved the branches in the sky and wrapped around the armless pinnacle old man. Moreover, the bamboo leaves pierced into the old man's flesh and quickly absorbed his blood. Ah! No! Lord Green Bamboo, please spare me! The pinnacle mighty figure screamed crazily and struggled non-stop. However, he couldn't escape at all. He was nailed in the void and could only watch as his blood and energy were sucked dry by the green bamboo. Gulp! Gulp! Soon, the flesh and blood of the pinnacle mighty figure caved in, and in the end, only a human skin was left. As for the green bamboo, it shone brightly. Its body shrank again, turning into a 2-meter-tall bamboo man. It had a head and 4 limbs, but its entire appearance was like a puppet. Crack, crack, crack! As it moved its hands and legs, it made cracking sounds. Its movements were obviously very stiff and not as agile as humans. However, its speed was too fast, and its strength was very violent. It definitely surpassed the previous 3 pinnacle mighty figures, and was even stronger than the Flame City's city lord. What was that? Lin Xian frowned. In the next moment, he formed a seal, and the Hell's Ice Lotus flew out quickly. The other party was bamboo, which was also a plant type. It should be afraid of fire. Therefore, he used the Hell's Fire, and the raging flames enveloped the other party, wanting to burn it to ashes. However, he didn't expect the green bamboo to be so tenacious. It wasn't damaged at all by the hell's fire. Mysterious runes appeared on its body and floated in the void, blocking the hell's fire. Not only that, a pale human face appeared in the square head. It was the old man whose blood had been sucked dry. His face appeared on the bamboo man's face. It was extremely strange. Chapter 2209. The ferocious face let out a crazy roar. Then, the light on the bamboo man's body became even more violent. The bamboo man stretched out its palm and quickly transformed into a dark green spear that emitted a cold aura. When the spear pierced out, a terrifying energy pierced through the void, and there was a rumbling sound between heaven and earth. One could imagine how terrifying that attack was. Ha 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 ha, kid, go to hell. The human face let out a sinister smile. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He felt a sense of danger. However, he did not dodge. In the next moment, he gripped the ancient dragon abyss sword in his hand tightly. The great dragon sword soul in his body quickly circulated. A terrifying aura of sword principle swept out. Boom! The ancient dragon abyss sword slashed down. The terrifying sword chi tore through heaven and earth and slashed forward. In an instant, it hit the bamboo man's body, and there was a deafening rumble. It's useless. You can't break it at all. The human face sneered disdainfully. However, in the next moment, its pupils constricted and it let out a miserable scream. That was because the runes on the bamboo man's body began to shatter. There were also cracks on the surface of its body. And they were getting bigger and bigger. No! Damn it! That's impossible! The pale human face screamed crazily as if it could not believe it. That was because the origin of the bamboo was too mysterious. Even a top-grade weapon could not crack it. However, the other party's sword almost split it in half. What kind of sword was that? How could it be so powerful? It could actually block my attack? Lin Xian was also surprised. He did not expect the bamboo to be so tough. But so what? Soon, he slashed out a few more sword chi. The terrifying sword chi flickered in the air and hit the bamboo man. Immediately, the cracks on the bamboo man became even bigger. Not long after, there was a loud bang and it was torn apart. Ah! The human face screamed, then turned into a wisp of white smoke and disappeared into the void. A pool of blood flowed out of the bamboo man's body. It was done. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief and turned to leave. However, at that moment, the void above the bamboo man was torn apart, and a terrifying black hole appeared. Moreover, an extremely violent force surged out from it. Damn it, how dare you destroy my clone? A cold voice sounded, accompanied by a large green hand. Like a precious jade, it shot out of the black hole and instantly blasted forward. This palm was simply too terrifying. Everything within a radius of 100,000 miles exploded in an instant. Lin Xian also felt a terrifying sense of crisis. He instantly entered the black earth. Boom! Boom! The black earth was bombarded by the energy and was sent tumbling away. Fortunately, it was only a shock. The black tycoon was extremely tough and did not crack. The black earth slowly came to a stop after retreating for 30,000 miles. The shattered space within a radius of 100,000 miles was quickly mending itself. It didn't take long for the space to return to normal. In the distance, the black vortex had also disappeared. The large green hand had also disappeared. Damn it, what the hell is that? This was too terrifying. The dark red dragon was horrified. That palm strike from before had also given him a feeling of death. Fortunately, they had the black earth, which could withstand such a terrifying attack. Otherwise, all of them would have been finished just now. This was at least a peerless almighty, or an even more terrifying existence. Black Earth said in a deep voice. He did not expect such a person to make a move. Fortunately, He seemed to be very far away and could only rely on his connection with the Green Bamboo Man to make a move. Now that the Green Bamboo Man was completely shattered, he should not be able to make a move anymore. Lin Xian's gaze turned solemn. It seemed that this should be the top expert of the Green Bamboo Gang. Green Bamboo Gang, I will remember this. There will be a day when I will completely annihilate it. Lin Xian snorted coldly and then came out of the black earth. He identified the direction and moved again, leaving this place. 12 main cities! The nearest Jilin main city was more than 10 days away. However, Lin Xian was not worried about this time. He was worried that his identity would be exposed when he entered Jilin main city. After all, even Flame City could detect his tracks. As one of the 12 main cities, there must be even more terrifying experts. Moreover, these people might even guess that he wanted to use the super teleportation array. Therefore, Lin Xian did not plan to enter directly. He planned to use a clone to enter and check if it was safe. After flying for about 13 days, Lin Xian finally arrived at Jilin City. This city was 10 times bigger than the Flame City from before. Its aura was extremely majestic, as though there was a black Jilin entrenched on the ground. As expected of one of the 12 main cities, it was incomparably majestic. Lin Xian landed in a mountain range 20,000 miles away from Jilin City. Then, he created a clone. This clone was exactly the same as him. It was condensed from his pure energy. This cultivation technique came from the All Beginnings Holy Land. The moment the clone appeared, it looked at Lin Xian with a smile on its face. In the next moment, its figure flashed and it soared into the sky, preparing to head towards Jilin City. Lin Xian sat down cross-legged and silently waited. A wisp of his soul had already entered this clone. Therefore, he could also know what this clone was experiencing. This clone possessed 80% of Lin Xian's strength. It could be said that it was extremely powerful. However, it could only exist for 3 days at most. After 3 days, even if no one attacked it and it wasn't killed, it would vanish into thin air. Moreover, this clone did not have the great dragon sword soul or the heavenly secret divine eyes. Of course, none of this was important. Lin Xian's main purpose in using this clone was to check if there was any danger. 20,000 miles was nothing to Lin Xian's clone. Therefore, it didn't take long for him to arrive. With a sway of his body, Lin Xian's clone landed on the ground. He strode towards the city in front of him. As he walked, his face also changed. Buzz! When Lin Xian's clone entered Jilin City, there were at least 3 places in the city that were emitting light. Numerous figures looked at the signal in front of them and sneered. As expected, that brat came here. He wanted to use the super transmission array to leave the Tai dynasty? Fat chance. Capture him. We must deliver him to the war race. That's right, we have to act quickly. I heard that the war race has already received the news and is preparing to head to the Tai dynasty. If such a person comes and we don't capture him, who knows what will happen? Has the war race already arrived? Then we have to act quickly. Ordinary almighties shouldn't go. That brat is very powerful. Since he was able to kill the Golden Lion King, it means that he is at least a peak almighty. Or perhaps even stronger. How about this? Send 3 peak almighties and 1 exceptional almighty. We must capture him. Chapter 2210. How about this? Send 3 top-notch mighty figures and 1 peerless mighty figure to capture him. Inside a magnificent hall, several old men made their decision. In another place, in a quaint pavilion, a woman in red and wearing a mask waved her arm. Immediately, her subordinates disappeared into the void. Go and capture him for me. In another place, in a private manor, in front of a huge lake, a man in white opened his eyes. On the surface of the lake in front of him, there was an array formation. At this moment, a message was appearing from it. That kid actually came to Jilin City? That's great. I originally wanted to look for him, But I didn't expect him to take the initiative to come to me. As he spoke, the man in white stood up. He carried a black ancient sword on his back, emitting a terrifying aura. The man in white's figure blurred and disappeared into the void like a sharp sword. In an instant, the three forces moved quickly. In an instant, they came to the street. Moreover, they quickly flew toward Lin Xian. In almost a blink of an eye, they surrounded Lin Xian. Kid, you can't run away. How dare you take the initiative to come to me? You're courting death. There were about 10 people from the three forces, and they firmly locked onto Lin Xian. The corners of Lin Xian's clone's mouth curled up into a cold smile. It seemed that it was just as the main body had guessed. There was an inescapable trap here. As soon as he entered, people surrounded him. Among them, there were at least 3 peerless mighty figures. If the main body rashly went forward, it would probably be difficult for him to escape. Since he knew that, there was no need for the clone to stay. Therefore, in the next moment, the corners of his mouth curled up into a sneer, and then his body suddenly exploded. Boom! The clone's energy was equivalent to 80% of Lin Xian's. It was absolutely terrifying when it exploded at this moment. In an instant, those top-notch mighty figures were directly enveloped. The 3 peerless mighty figures reacted relatively quickly and quickly distanced themselves. However, they were still affected. Among them, the clothes on one of the peerless mighty figures were blown to pieces. Another one had disheveled hair and a dark face. The third one was still fine. He was the fastest to escape, but those top-notch mighty figures were not so lucky. 2 of them got too close and were directly blasted into pieces. The others were all seriously injured. Not only that, the entire street was completely destroyed. The surrounding palaces and buildings were all smashed into pieces. Fortunately, when the 3 parties surrounded Lin Xian, the surrounding cultivators saw that the situation was not good and ran away. Therefore, the people in the surroundings were not affected. Damn it, it was actually a clone. And it even exploded! The faces of the 3 peerless almighties were extremely gloomy. They had not expected the other party to have such means. They hadn't even seen the other party's true body, and their subordinates had already been killed. Even they themselves were battered and exhausted. This made them so angry that they wanted to vomit blood. They were all peerless almighties. It was incomparably terrifying, capable of suppressing a region. At this moment, they had actually suffered a loss at the hands of a brat. How could they endure this? Ah! Damn it! Among them, an old man roared at the sky, instantly shattering the sky above. In addition, there were 2 other people with gloomy expressions. One of the women shouted coldly. This brat actually sent a clone over. He must be here to investigate the situation. I reckon that his true body isn't too far away. Hurry up and chase. After saying that, she ignored the other 2 people. Her figure swayed, and at the same time, she took out a small colorful flag and waved it forcefully. Immediately, more than 10 figures rushed out of the entire Qilin city and followed behind her. They turned into a torrent and left Qilin city. The other 2 people also made their moves. They gathered their subordinates again and quickly rose into the sky. They belonged to different monarchs' mansions, and at this moment, they were also fighting for themselves. However, when it was time to search, they could work together. However, when it was time to capture him, they would probably still fight over him. However, they could not care so much now. They had to find that detestable brat first. The 3 forces flew out of Qilin city in a mighty manner. For a moment, tens of thousands of miles outside Qilin city were covered, and a carpet search was carried out. Lin Xian was in the mountain range of 20,000 miles, so naturally, he could not escape. However, he had already found out about these things through his clone, so he did not plan to escape. Since those people dared to come after him, he planned to give them a big present. Lin Xian had killed quite a number of experts, and the resources and storage rings of these experts were all in his hands. Therefore, he had already started to set up killing formations with the dark red divine dragon. At that moment, he had already set up more than 10 killing formations in the mountain range where he was. Not only that, he also took out all the crystals in the hands of those powerhouses to provide energy for the Black Earth. This time, no matter who it was, even if it was a peerless powerhouse, he would not let them leave. He wanted the entire Tai dynasty to know that there was only one consequence for those who dared to hunt him down. That was death. Found him. I can sense his aura. There he is. A cry of surprise came from the sky. That was because they discovered that there was a powerful aura in the mountain range below that seemed to be stopping. The three peerless powerhouses were even more ecstatic. That was because they discovered that the aura was exactly the same as the clone's aura in Shilin City. Needless to say, it should be the brat they were looking for. Humph, let's see where you can run this time. An old man gritted his teeth. He had already changed into a new Taoist robe. The other two also had gloomy expressions. They were very unhappy that they had suffered a loss at the hands of a brat. In the next moment, the three peerless powerhouses waved their hands and led their subordinates downwards in a grandiose manner. Buzz! They sealed off the mountain range within a radius of 10,000 miles. The three peerless powerhouses raised their hands and set up formations to seal off the area. Then, they quickly descended with their subordinates. Below, in a cave, Lin Xian opened his eyes. His eyes flashed as they pierced through the void. He smiled coldly. They were here. Buzz! Lin Xian's body swayed. He left the cave and came to the ground in front of him. He stood with his hands behind his back and looked up at the sky. Boom! 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 Countless figures appeared on the surrounding mountain peaks. They were all powerful martial artists. Their auras were solemn and their expressions were cold. Their eyes were firmly fixed on Lin Xian. In the sky, there were three godlike silhouettes that were looking down from above. They were the three peerless powerhouses. It's really you, brat. The eyes of the three peerless powerhouses were like burning lamps as they stared at Lin Xian. They discovered that it was not a clone this time, but a real person. That's right, it's me. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Waiting for us? Could it be that you knew we would come? One of the women in yellow frowned. Chapter 22:11. One had to know that they had brought more than 100 subordinates with them. Among them, there were many top-notch, elite, and other powerhouses. And the three of them were even more peerless powerhouses. With such a lineup, not to mention a brat, even a peerless powerhouse wouldn't be able to escape. But why wasn't the other party afraid? He even had a fearless look on his face. Could it be that there was an ambush here? In their opinion, since Lin Xian dared to make a move on the Golden Lion King, he must have some backing behind him. However, after scanning the area with their souls, they didn't find any powerful figures hiding in ambush. This made them heave a sigh of relief. Kid, don't try to be mysterious. There's no one here. Do you think that you can fool us with some tricks? Stop resisting and come back with us obediently. Otherwise, you'll end up very miserably. How dare you plot against us? I'll break your limbs first. I'll let you have a taste of the consequences of offending me. The three peerless powerhouses' voices were cold. Their eyes were as sharp as knives, containing a monstrous aura. That gaze seemed to want to pierce through Lin Xian. The surrounding experts and almighties sneered. Lin Xian also laughed. Is that so? You want to catch me? No hurry. Have a taste of the big gift I've prepared for you. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and the dark red dragon came out of the black earth with a sinister smile. Ha ha, foolish humans, I can't wait any longer. The dark red dragon was like an old monster, as he laughed wildly. His dragon claws danced, and more than a dozen killing formations quickly lit up. Eh? There was an ambush. The three peerless powerhouses were stunned. Looking at the rapidly flickering formations around them, they sneered. Indeed, there was an ambush. However, they didn't expect that it wasn't other powerhouses, but more than a dozen formations. But so what? It was only a few spirit arrays. How could it possibly hurt them? These people sneered disdainfully. They didn't think that the other party had any terrifying formations. But this time, they were wrong. The formations in the dark red dragon's hands were incomparably mysterious. Furthermore, there were countless ancient books inside the black earth. Most of them were about array formations, pills, and cultivation techniques. During this period of time, the dark red divine dragon had been inside the black earth, studying the array formations left behind from ancient times. Coupled with his own experience, it could be said that his current attainments in array formations were definitely beyond the imagination of these people. Boom! Boom! Therefore, when more than 10 killing arrays were activated, the surrounding experts and mighty figures were instantly attacked fiercely. Many people were directly penetrated by the terrifying energy and turned into a large bloody mist that drifted in the air. Ah! 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 Screams rang out one after another as blood flowed out. It was like hell on earth. The expressions of the three supreme beings changed as well. Damn it, die for me! One of the old men roared in anger. His palms struck out with terrifying power, shattering the mountain peak. Several formations were affected by the shockwaves. However, at this moment, Lin Xian sneered. Old man, don't be hasty. I still have other gifts for the three of you. Humph! Do you think you can deal with the three of us with just these spirit formations of yours? You're too naive. The woman in yellow sneered disdainfully. The three of them were supreme beings, and such spirit formations might be dangerous to ordinary mighty figures. But to them, it was completely useless. The other middle-aged man also sneered. Kid, don't waste your energy. The realm of a supreme being is not something you can imagine. Just surrender obediently. Otherwise, you'll die a horrible death. I'll die a horrible death? Lin Xian sneered. I think the ones who will die a horrible death are you. As he said that, he waved his hand, and a black spirit ship appeared behind him. At the same time, Lin Xian's figure flashed and entered the black earth. The dark red divine dragon also entered. On the opposite side, the three supreme beings sneered disdainfully. Kid, you dare to threaten us? You really don't know what's good for you. However, when they saw the black earth, they were stunned. What's going on? Does this kid think that he can escape from our pursuit by entering a spirit ship? What an idiot! Humph! It's just a spirit ship. Does he really think it's a safe place? Kid, you're too naive. The old man sneered and waved his hand. A large hand of thunder grabbed over. This hand contained the power of thunder and lightning. It directly pierced through the void and enveloped the black earth with a terrifying aura. Break! The old man shouted coldly. The thunder palm exerted force, wanting to crush the black earth. However, in the next moment, he was stunned. That was because he realized that the black earth in his hand was incomparably hard and could not be crushed at all. Damn it! It's actually so hard. The old man was also extremely surprised. He did not expect that the other party's spirit ship was indeed strange. It could actually withstand his power. The other two peerless almighties were stunned as well. What kind of spirit ship is that? It can withstand the power of a supreme being? No wonder this kid is so confident. Kid, I didn't expect you to have such a treasure. I have to say, it's really surprising. But do you think you can avoid being hunted like this? I'll let you know the power of a supreme being. The old man sneered and exerted force in his palm. The aura of thunder and lightning in his body surged out. The large hand of thunder exploded with an incomparable light. The space between heaven and earth was completely penetrated by thunder and lightning. However, in the next moment, he was stunned. That was because he realized that the black earth in his hand was not broken. Damn it! How could this be? That's impossible! The Supreme Being was shocked. What is this thing? How can it be so hard? There isn't even a crack on it? Boom! Boom! However, at that moment, countless runes appeared on the black earth. They turned into beams of divine light and directly pierced through the hand of thunder. Ah! That peerless Almighty exclaimed and loosened his grip. His face was filled with shock and uncertainty. At that moment, a cold voice sounded from inside the black earth. Next, I'll let you have a taste of death. Buzz. Boom. Following Lin Xian's voice, countless runes on the black earth flickered. Then, it turned into a beam of black light and suddenly shot out. Boom! The void in front of him was instantly blasted apart. A beam of black light flew out like lightning and directly enveloped the old man. This attack was so fast that the three supreme beings did not even have time to react. The old man did not even have time to react before he was hit by the beam of black light. Immediately, a thunderous sound was heard. Countless black holes appeared between heaven and earth. When everything disappeared, everyone went crazy. That was because they realized that a huge bloody hole had appeared on the body of the Supreme Being, the old man in black. He had been directly pierced through. Ugh! The old man fell into a pool of blood and struggled for a while. Then, his neck tilted and he stopped breathing. What? He was killed! Chapter 22:12. What? Killed? A peerless Almighty was actually killed. How was that possible? In the distance, the Almighties who were still resisting the killing formation were all stunned. The other two Almighties were even more shocked. They could not believe that someone could actually kill them. They were both peerless Almighties with terrifying strength, and the other party was just a small king. Could he kill a peerless Almighty with just a spirit boat? What a joke! They had never heard of such a thing, but now, the truth had happened in front of their eyes. They had no choice but to believe it. Damn it, this kid is too strange. Hurry up and leave. The two Almighties were so scared that their hair stood on end, and they did not dare to stay any longer. They turned around and wanted to escape. Crack! Crack! They waved their palms and tore through space, about to enter the black cracks that filled the sky. However, at this moment, the black earth fired two more cannons. Boom! Boom! Two streaks of black light tore through the void and collided, completely enveloping the two Almighties. Boom! This attack was even more terrifying than the previous one. The energy in front of them exploded, and a mushroom cloud rose into the sky. A radius of 50,000 miles was completely enveloped by violent energy. The mountain peak shattered, the ground cracked, and the surrounding Almighties who were resisting the killing formation were drowned by the energy shock waves. Boom! 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 The apocalyptic scene continued for a long time before it gradually subsided. This scene was so terrifying that even 7 Qilin City, which was 20,000 miles away, was affected. The entire Qilin City shook rapidly, and the ground was trembling as if an earthquake had occurred. The countless experts in the city were all shocked. They rose into the air and looked around, bewildered. Damn it, what's going on? Why was there such an earthquake in Qilin City? However, when they saw the shocking explosion in the distance and the energy shockwaves, they were all stunned. What a terrifying energy! Just who was fighting? This energy surpassed ordinary Almighties. It was probably a battle between peerless Almighties. Everyone was shocked and sucked in a breath of cold air. Peerless Almighties were extremely terrifying existences. They did not expect to fight here. Moreover, it was so close to Qilin City. Let's go and take a look. Many people rose into the air and flew forward. Of course, they didn't dare to approach. They could only wait for the energy ripples to dissipate before they dared to approach. When the energy shockwaves dissipated, they quickly flew to a place of 20,000 li. But when they looked down, they were all stunned. Heavens, what kind of battle is going on here? How could there be so many corpses and blood? The entire ground had been pierced through. This energy was simply too shocking. Many people looked at the cracked ground around them and felt their scalps go numb, because they were unable to create such a terrifying scene of destruction. However, there were a few elders who were even more shocked because they discovered something even more terrifying. What is this? Thunder and Lightning King! He was actually killed. Thunder and Lightning King! Are you talking about that peerless Almighty? This was impossible. Everyone cried out in alarm. An exceptional powerhouse was killed? How could this be? When the densely packed cultivators in the sky heard this news, they were terrified. One had to know that this was a peerless Almighty. Other than the invincible kings, it could be said that this was the most powerful existence on the continent. For such a person, even if he encountered danger, he would have no problem escaping if he couldn't win. But now, a peerless Almighty had fallen. Who was the opponent? Could it be that an invincible king had made a move? If it wasn't an invincible king, then Chilean city would have been long gone. That was another peerless Almighty. What kind of existence could actually kill a peerless Almighty of the same level? Everyone was discussing spiritedly. However, at this time, another two exclamations sounded. What? Pink King and White Sword King? They were actually killed too. Another two peerless Almighty had been killed. Everyone's brains were not enough to comprehend this. Each and every one of them was dumbstruck. Some of the more cowardly ones even turned around and fled. What kind of joke was this? 3 peerless Almighty were killed together. Who was it? This method was too heaven-defying. Many elders even suspected that an invincible king had secretly made a move. Otherwise, there was no way to explain this matter. Everyone was discussing spiritedly because this news was too shocking. In the crowd, a few people frowned. Because these people knew that whether it was Thunder and Lightning King, Pink King, or White Sword King, they were all here to capture Lin Xian. But now, they were all killed by someone. All the King Almighty they brought were killed. Not a single one was left alive. Could it be that it was Lin Xian who did it? Impossible. That kid was just a junior king. He didn't have such great strength. These people shook their heads decisively. Then the only explanation was that there was an incomparably terrifying figure behind Lin Xian. Damn it, they were too careless. This kid definitely had a family force behind him, or a monstrous background. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to be so powerful at such a young age. Moreover, he even dared to kill the Golden Lion King. These people were shocked. They guessed that Lin Xian's background was probably extraordinary. No, they had to report this to the Crown Prince. At the same time, they had to strengthen the defenses of the 12 main cities. They definitely couldn't let this kid escape using the super teleportation array. Otherwise, it would be difficult to catch him. Many people soared into the sky. Some passed on the news, and some returned to Chilean City to strengthen the defenses. In short, this news swept out like a gust of wind. When the martial artists of Chilean City learned that 3 peerless Almighty had been killed, they were also stunned. On the other side, in the Tai dynasty's palace. When the Crown Prince heard the news, he was furious. With a bang, he cut the entire palace in half. Damn it! Damn it! He roared crazily because he didn't believe that he hadn't caught that kid yet. Not only that, but he had also lost so many of his subordinates. The death of those 3 almighty figures shocked him greatly. What was going on? What was that kid's background? He didn't know. He hadn't found out yet. His subordinates were also trembling. The Crown Prince snorted coldly. Hurry up and investigate. Also, strengthen the defenses of the 12 main cities. They definitely couldn't let this kid use the super teleportation array. Yes. Each of the 12 main cities had at least 20 peerless almighty figures and defensive formations. It could be said that they were impregnable. Unless an invincible king came, no one would be able to use the super teleportation array of the 12 main cities. Hearing this, the Crown Prince heaved a sigh of relief. With such a lineup, even if that kid had a powerful background, he definitely wouldn't be able to escape. Chapter 22:13. The first prince heaved a sigh of relief. With such a lineup, even if that brat had a huge background, he would not be able to escape. Not only the first prince, but the third prince also frowned when he received the news. Damn it, that brat is really lucky. Go, quickly send more people to search for that brat's whereabouts. Once you have any news, report it to me immediately. Yes. The third prince's side also moved quickly. After the eighth prince received the news, he heaved a sigh of relief. That's great. Brother Lin is fine. The eighth prince was also on tenterhooks these days. After all, most of the forces were trying to capture Lin Xian. He was not confident at all. What he could do was to try his best to rope in the other princes and princes so that they would give up on making a move on Lin Xian. However, when he heard the news that 3 peerless experts were killed, the eighth prince was still shocked. Although there was no direct evidence that it was Lin Xian who did it. Thinking about it, it was definitely related to Lin Xian. No matter if it was Lin Xian who did it or if there was a terrifying expert behind Lin Xian, it was good news for him. However, soon, a piece of news came that caused the eighth prince's face to sink again. He even started to worry for Lin Xian. Because his subordinate had reported to him a piece of news. The people of the war race had arrived. The war race was a legendary race that was extremely terrifying. The Golden Lion King was a young 6-star king and already possessed heaven-defying battle strength. Now, the true experts of the war race had arrived. Needless to say, the ones who came this time were definitely not of the younger generation. They were valiant people. Such people were definitely heaven-defying and terrifying. If they attacked Lin Xian would probably be in danger. Brother Lin, you must not encounter the experts of the war race. The eighth prince prayed in his heart. As for the empress, the first prince, the third prince, and the others, when they heard the news, they were overjoyed. Especially the first prince and the empress, they personally invited the experts of the war race to the palace. The battle race powerhouse that came this time was a man who looked to be around 30 years old. But his real age was definitely not in his 30s. This was an expert who had lived for nearly 800 years. His cultivation was at the almighty level. However, no one knew his true combat strength. After all, the war clan was born for battle. It was obvious that their strength far surpassed that of ordinary almighties. Zhang Wuhan stood there with a cold expression. His long and narrow eyes were emotionless. Where was the Golden Lion King's corpse? Zhang Wuhan said coldly. Even though he was facing the empress and the eldest prince, he did not show any respect. The corpse was in that kid's hands, the first prince said. Humph! Hearing this, Zhang Wuhan snorted coldly. His expression became extremely gloomy. To be honest, he had never thought that the Golden Lion King would be killed by someone. Not even its corpse could be found. When this news reached the war race, the entire war race flew into a rage. They were the war clan. Born for battle, their strength was terrifying. As for the Golden Lion King, he was the apex genius of their generation. He was their battle race's future hope. But now, he was killed by someone. Who was it that dared to kill a genius of the war race? Previously, when the Empress asked the Golden Lion King to attack, they were not worried at all. Because as long as the Golden Lion King revealed his identity as a genius of the war race, even an unparalleled king would not dare to kill him. Because whoever wanted to touch the Golden Lion King would have to consider the consequences of offending the war race. Therefore, even an unparalleled almighty or unparalleled king would not easily offend the war race. But now, a junior had actually killed the Golden Lion King. Moreover, not even his corpse was left behind. This was absolutely audacious. What was the meaning of death? Where was that kid now? Zhang Wuhan asked coldly. Right now, he only wanted to quickly capture that kid and bring him back to the war race to be judged. That kid had appeared in Qilin's city before, but now that he thought about it, he should have left. Right at this moment, Great General Xianing spoke as well. He said, Brother Wuhan, don't worry. We have already sent more people to track down that kid. As long as we have news of him, we will inform you immediately. Good, this time I will personally capture that kid. I will let him know the consequences of offending the war race. At this point, Zhang Wuhan's body emitted a biting cold killing intent. Sensing this killing intent, the expressions of the Crown Prince and General Xianning changed. Even the Empress raised her brows. But in their hearts, they were extremely excited. From the looks of it, this Lin Xian would definitely not be able to survive. On the other side, Lin Xian used the Black Earth to kill 3 almighties before leaving. He did not enter Qilin City because he knew that Qilin City was extremely dangerous at this moment. Who knew how many almighties were waiting for him there? Even though he had the Black Earth, which could destroy almighties, its energy was limited. He could not kill many of them. Every time he used the Black Earth, it required a large amount of energy. Fortunately, he had killed many powerhouses and obtained many storage rings. Otherwise, he would not have been able to use the Black Earth. Ruffian Dragon, how long do you have to recover to the Almighty Realm? Soon. During this period of time, I have absorbed the Heart of Darkness and the primordial demon blood. I think it won't take long for me to break through. Alright then, when you break through, let's go and do something big. Kid, do you have a plan? The dark red dragon asked. Lin Xian said. Previously, when I collected the soul of an almighty, I found that these people were all under the command of a person called General Xianning. General Xianning is the Crown Prince's uncle. Do you want to attack General Xianning? Or do they want to attack the first prince? Ruffian Dragon was a little excited. None of them. General Xianning has a general's residence, and there is a super teleportation array in his residence. I think, since the 12 main cities are so tightly guarded, why don't we go to the general's residence and borrow the teleportation array? Good idea! I like it. Hearing this, the dark red dragon smiled. Don't worry, kid. Give me 5 more days, and I promise to break through. The dark red dragon said. He had reached a bottleneck, and could break through at any time. He was just looking for an opportunity. All right. Lin Xian's figure flashed and quickly left. He wanted to find a barren mountain and ancient forest to help the dark red dragon break through. Sure enough, 5 days later, the dark red dragon roared. The aura in his body suddenly erupted and swept through heaven and earth. The roar of a dragon reverberated in the forest. All the monsters in the surroundings prostrated on the ground, trembling. Even the powerful monster kings knelt down. No matter how powerful the monster kings were, they could not withstand the dragon's might. Roar! 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 The dark red dragon's body danced in the air. With a light wave, it tore through the void. That huge aura suppressed the surroundings. It had recovered. Chapter 22:14. It couldn't be helped. The period of time when his dragon essence was sucked away was really too bitter. Now, he had finally recovered to the Almighty Realm. He could also use some of his great abilities. Thinking of this, he roared excitedly. All right, stop roaring, lest you attract other experts. Lin Xian shouted from below. The dark red divine dragon's figure flashed, turned into a red light, and descended. Let's go and rob the general's mansion. I can't wait any longer. The dark red divine dragon grinned and said. The little white monkey also jumped out and waved its little paws excitedly. It seemed like it wanted to do something big too. Lin Xian was speechless. What the hell? What do you mean by robbing the general's mansion? We're just going to borrow the super teleportation array, okay? Don't worry. You borrow the teleportation array, Little White, and I will rob the general's mansion. This Xianning has been commanding his subordinates to chase after us. This time, it's time for him to bleed a little. Oh right, kid, how is the general's mansion? Is it heavily guarded? Anhong was a little worried. The general's mansion is indeed more heavily guarded, but I think it's definitely not as good as the 12 main cities. Lin Xian said. Because they definitely won't guess that we're going to the general's mansion. Alright, I'll go prepare a few killing arrays. They might be useful when the time comes. The dark red divine dragon swung its tail and returned to the black earth. The little white monkey lay on Lin Xian's shoulder, hugging a spirit fruit. Let's go! Lin Xian took out the map, identified the direction, and left in a flash. This time, he was flying towards the general's mansion. General Xianying's mansion was not in the 12 main cities, nor was it in the imperial city. It was self-contained. The general's mansion was in a mountain range with abundant spirit qi. When Lin Xian arrived, he stood in the void, looked down, and exclaimed. He had to admit that General Xianying's mansion was really bold and extravagant. Its size was not smaller than Flame City at all. Flame City was a city, and this was just a general's mansion. One could imagine how awe-inspiring General Xianying was. Not only that, there were spirit springs all around, and the spirit energy below was very rich. It was obvious that General Xianying's residence occupied a good spirit vein. Not only was the spiritual energy abundant, but the scenery was also beautiful. There was a waterfall in the distance, a lake beside it, grass, forests, trees, and everything else one could think of. It looked like a paradise on earth. The dark red divine dragon also poked its head out and looked down, drooling. Such a good place, there must be a lot of treasures in the general's residence. He must not be soft-hearted later. He had to rob them properly. Lin Xian nodded, but he didn't go down rashly. Ruffian dragon, there should be a formation around us, right? Let's destroy it first. At that time, he would give them a surprise. Good idea, I like it. The dark red divine dragon's eyes lit up. His body turned into a red flash of light and disappeared into the mountains below. Lin Xian found a safe place and waited patiently. About 3 days later, the dark red divine dragon returned with a smile on his face. It's done. I've destroyed the defensive formation here, but it's not obvious now. When they activate it, they'll realize that it's useless. I've also tampered with their offensive formation. When the time comes, I'll give them a big surprise. All right, let's get ready. Hearing this, Lin Xian nodded. He stood up and walked forward. There was a lake in front of the general's residence. It was very green, and there were many martial artists around the lake. They were all young, about 20 years old, and the younger ones were 15 or 16 years old. They were currently sparring by the lake, and it seemed like they were from the general's residence. It had to be said that the people from the general's residence were not bad. Just the superpowers that these young people used were extremely powerful. Their radiance shone in all directions. Of course, this was nothing in front of Lin Xian. Lin Xian walked over with big strides, completely ignoring these people. He was about to enter the general's residence. When the youths by the lake saw this scene, they frowned. Among them, a young man with a round face walked out and shouted coldly. Who are you? Lin Xian didn't bother with him, but the little fatty was furious. He waved his arm, and a sword that shone brightly slashed out. Boom! A crack appeared on the ground. Boom! The ground in front of Lin Xian caved in, and a deep pit appeared. The other young people walked over and stared at Lin Xian. Kid, who are you? Do you know where you are? This is the general's residence. It's not somewhere you can come and go as you please. Hurry up and crawl out. Kid, kneel down and kowtow to us 10 times, and we'll let you go. Otherwise, we'll break your legs and feed you to the dogs. Damn, he's so vicious at such a young age? At the side, the dark red divine dragon snorted coldly. This group of young people looked young, but their words were extremely vicious. They wanted to break someone's legs and feed them to the dogs. Are they human? They're a bunch of demons. Where did this snake come from? How dare you talk to me like that? Do you know who I am? You lowly trash, how can you be worthy of coming to the general's residence? Get lost. Damn, you're the snake. Your whole family are snakes. The dark red divine dragon was furious and swung its tail. Bam! The little fatty who spoke was slapped in the face. He screamed as he was sent flying. With a plop, he fell into the water, creating countless splashes. What? Attack! How dare you attack? You sent our 6th young master flying. The surrounding people were stunned. Who was this person? How dare he attack in front of the general's residence? Did he not want to live anymore? Kid, you're dead meat. This is our sixth young master. Among them, a young man in his 20s snorted coldly. Kneel down and accept your death. Where's that snake? I'm going to catch it and eat snake soup. Angry roars could be heard. Bang! 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 However, in the next moment, all of them screamed and were sent flying by the dragon's tail. All of them were sent flying and fell into the water. Splash! Splash! The water kept splashing, and there was still no one by the shore. Ah! Damn it! Kill him! I must kill him! In the lake, these people kept screaming. Their faces were swollen, and their teeth were broken. These were all young masters who lived like princes and had never suffered any injuries. But now they were slapped into pig heads. Their lungs were about to explode from anger. These people gritted their teeth and wanted to risk their lives. They did not know that the dark red divine dragon had already stopped. Otherwise, these people's heads would have exploded long ago. However, these youths did not know that at this moment, they were screaming crazily. Where was he? Chapter 22:15. Boom! 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 They were very close to the general's mansion, so when the patrolling guards in front of the general's mansion saw this scene, their expressions changed drastically. They turned into streams of light and quickly rushed over. One of the teams went to save the young masters who had fallen into the water, while the other team surrounded Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon. They were wearing bronze armor, and their expressions were extremely cold. They even pulled out the swords and sabers in their hands. They firmly surrounded Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon. The other team rescued the young masters. However, their expressions became extremely gloomy. In fact, they did not dare to believe it. At that moment, the faces of the 5 or 6 youths were completely swollen, as if they had pig heads. Who was it that dared to do such a thing? One had to know that the identities of these people were very noble. Did the man and the snake in front of them really want to die? The guards hurriedly took out spirit pills and miraculous medicines and fed them to the young masters. Those youths were so angry that they gritted their teeth. Kill him! Kill the 2 of them! Yes. The 10 guards of the other team had cold gazes. When they heard the words of those youths, their bodies emitted a biting cold aura. Among them, there was a middle-aged guard who seemed to be the leader. He waved his arm and said coldly, "Kill them! How dare they injure those young masters in front of the general's mansion? If the people inside found out, they would definitely not have a good ending." Therefore, these guards did not hold back at all. The swords, sabers, spears, and divine spears in their hands quickly slashed down. A terrifying light instantly enveloped Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon. Humph! They were courting death. Seeing the 10 guards attack with all their might, those youths immediately sneered. They seemed to have seen Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon being killed. Boom! However, in the next moment, they were stunned. Because there was an explosion in front of them, and a terrifying energy instantly erupted. Then, 4 guards vomited blood and flew out. Their eyes were wide open, and the vitality in their bodies had long been extinguished. What? They were all dead. In an instant, 10 guards were killed. Those youths were all stunned. Who were those people? How could they be so terrifying? These guards were all elite kings who had been carefully selected. Every single one of them was extremely terrifying. If all 10 of them attacked together, they would be able to fight against an almighty. But now, they were all killed in an instant. They did not dare to imagine. The other team was also on high alert as they stared at Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon. As for those youths, their faces were filled with terror as they continuously retreated. Although they were arrogant, they were also afraid of death. However, the round-faced young master from before shouted coldly, "Go, kill him! Kill him for me! Hurry up and send more people!" The other team was led by an old man. His gaze was extremely solemn. Roar! He let out a long whistle to sound the alarm. At the same time, His gaze was like lightning as he looked ahead. Damn it, who are you people? How dare you make a move in the general's residence? Are you tired of living? You're the ones who don't want to live. You actually dared to call me a snake? You're dead for sure today. The dark red divine dragon sneered and waved its claws. Immediately, dozens of red lights flew out and shrouded the area in front of it. You're courting death. Seeing that the other party had attacked again, the old man roared angrily. The 9 guards beside him all drew their swords and sabers and attacked one after another. Bang! 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 However, how could they fight against the dark red divine dragon? The dark red divine dragon was now a true almighty. His combat strength was extremely terrifying and was not weaker than Lin Xian. Therefore, dealing with 10 guards could be said to be a piece of cake for him. More than 10 red lights were like sharp swords that instantly pierced through the bodies of the 10 guards. Puff! 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 The 10 guards widened their eyes and fell to the ground unwillingly. They could not believe that the intruder was so terrifying and powerful. As for the 5 or 6 youths, they were extremely terrified and began to tremble. Damn it, how dare you touch me? You're dead for sure. We're all young masters of the general's residence. Those people looked terrified. Don't kill them, but cripple their cultivation, Lin Xian said coldly. Hee. I like the feeling of living a life worse than death. The dark red divine dragon stared at those people. Is the general's residence that impressive? How dare the Darking General send people to kill us? I'll give him a big gift now. As he said that, the dark red divine dragon waved his dragon claw, and 5 or 6 rays of light flew out. Those rays of light blasted into the bodies of those youths and destroyed all the spiritual power in their bodies. Ah! The youths screamed and kept rolling on the ground. Their faces were filled with fear and despair because they knew that their cultivation had been crippled. Ah! Damn it! How dare you cripple me? I'm going to kill you! I'll definitely get my father to kill you! Those people screamed crazily. How dare you scream? Lin Xian snorted coldly and glanced at those people. Immediately, those young masters' scalps went numb. They did not dare to scream anymore, and their eyes were filled with endless fear. However, at that moment, more than 10 figures came out of the general's residence. They had rushed over after hearing the long screams outside. When they saw that the guards outside were all lying in pools of blood, they were all stunned. Then they roared. Who dares to attack us here? Young master! Damn it, let go of our young master! They roared crazily and charged towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He raised his arm and suddenly swung it down. Boom! A ray of sword light flew out from his palm and turned into a shocking rainbow that slashed forward. Boom! This ray of sword light directly enveloped more than 10 martial artists. Screams were heard one after another. They were all slashed apart by the sword chi. Not only that, the sword did not weaken. Instead, the ray of light became even more resplendent and directly blasted into the general's residence. Boom! The majestic door of the general's residence was directly split open. A deep sword mark split the ground and spread into the general's residence. Boom, boom, boom! Huge rocks rolled down, the void split open, and smoke billowed. The commotion immediately alarmed the entire general's residence. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh! Beams of light shot up into the sky as furious roars could be heard. Countless figures gathered in this direction. However, when they saw the shattered door of the general's residence, their expressions changed. All of them were extremely gloomy, and their eyes were filled with murderous intent. Someone actually dared to destroy the door of the general's residence. That really made them furious. One had to know that the door of the general's residence was carved with their faces. It was their faces. Now, someone actually dared to slap their faces in public. How could they tolerate that? In an instant, countless gazes were like sharp swords that stared at Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon below. However, soon, their pupils constricted because they realized that there were more than 10 figures lying in pools of blood beside the 2 of them. There were also 5 or 6 youths who were twitching nonstop. What? All the guards were killed? You're tuning into the Phoenix Nights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.